Hold on a second. We are live. Good to see you. I'm a towel. How are you doing? Hello, it's Standing Stones, the newly knighted noble of the towel realms. God bless you, my friend. I'm so glad we have got to spend some time together these past few weeks. That means so much to me. Hello, that one girl, Melly. It's great to see you. We have a lot of work to do today. We're going to climb Mount Everest. You like my beautiful city? It's Boston. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the towel. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Hello. That's me. Look at me. I'm a towel. How's everybody doing? Did you know we hit 4,000 subscribers on YouTube? I'm so excited. Congratulations to all the towel friends. It's wonderful to see you. Now, I realize that I have been speaking with a southern drawl. I partially blame myself. I also blame a book about the history of the British Empire. And then I also blame just me being hilarious. So I just want to apologize for, speaking with a southern drawl. I don't really know where that came from. I think it's kind of adorable. But the point is, I've just been slipping into a southern drawl. And if it happens, just understand it's just me being a little towel, okay? I am excited. Yes, someone subscribed and they were my 4,000th. Oh, God bless you. I'm so sorry I missed you. We should have given you a special towel bell. I should have rung a bell of some kind. But yes, so today, here's what we're doing. I watched a 2 p.m. hearing. I couldn't broadcast it. Kyle wanted me to broadcast it, but I couldn't get it. I couldn't get the thing set up in time with the court. It was about the Miles King case. It was basically like the Norfolk DA wanted to do a subpoena for Google records, and they had a ruling from Judge Krupp that they could subpoena some of Miles King's Google records, but then they wanted to get a supplementary subpoena that was broader in scope than what Judge Krupp ordered, and then the judge was like, you can't do that. And then the Norfolk DA, ADA was like, okay, I'll re-edit it back tomorrow. And then Rosemary Scapicchio was like, okay, that would be good. Then there's going to be a motion to dismiss that's heard. I think there's a motion to continue the deadline for the motion to dismiss. And the motion for the deadline to continue the motion, or the state's response to the motion to continue the deadline for the motion to dismiss, is February 27th. And then there's supposed to be something on March 13th that they don't know if they need for the motion to dismiss, depending on the ruling for the motion to continue from Judge Krupp. Apparently Judge Krupp is still on this case. I thought he rotated out. I don't really know what's going on down there in Norfolk County. So anyway, that, a box of towelettes. I love towelettes. Apparently, I'm Foghorn Leghorn. Also, we're doing a poll. Nunya wants to discuss social contract theory with me, and I told Nunya that they can't do that until they read Hobbes's Leviathan and Rousseau's First Discourse, because Nunya was talking to me about how they want to promote freedom, which I'm all about, but we got to kind of answer a fundamental question about whether the state of nature is defined by bella omnia contra omnes, the war of all against all. So prior to society, was life poor, nasty, brutish, and short, or was it wonderful? And then depending on the answer to that question, then we can talk about social contract theory. Okay, everybody on the same page? I'm a little towel. Hello, Sea Star. It's so good to see you. So basically, we're trying to figure out whether Nunya should read Hobbes's Leviathan first, which is going to take them until May or April, depending on if you do an audiobook. But you got to really read the Leviathan, because you got to understand the English Civil War of 1612. I think it was the War of the Roses. I don't really remember. Something about William of Orange was mad at Parliament, so the Parliament tried to invade him, and he went to Windsor Castle, or maybe Oxford. I think the seat of the crown was Oxford, and then Parliament was in London. They had some epic battles, but the point is Hobbes was trying to avoid being exiled to France. He didn't like France very much, so he was trying to get the king to let it, or the Parliament. I think it was the king. He was trying to get the king to smooth things over and like let him back in after the Civil War. So he wrote the Leviathan, which is a really good book, but like you got to understand the historical constellations of the forces that were like at play in England and France, but mostly England between Parliament. I think it was under Cromwell. I don't remember. And like Henry, whoever the hell it was, the 8th, the 5th. I'm not British. I'm Italian. And then you got to read the Leviathan, and you can understand like the Hobbesian perspective on social contract theory. Then you can read Rousseau's First Discourse, which he wrote, apparently, I don't really believe him, but he says in the Confessions he wrote it on the way to go see Diderot in a mental hospital. Like, he just, like, was walking down the street, and he was thinking about this, like, question posed by the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Paris in, like, 1797. And he was like, "Brah, I have a really good idea. I'm going to sit here and write this down." And then, I don't really believe him, though. He was a bit of a, like, a pompous douche. Like, Rousseau was kind of a pompous douche. So, like, when he's writing the Confessions, I don't think he actually like came up with the whole First Discourse when he was like wandering down the tree-lined Parisian Avenue to go visit Diderot in a mental hospital. I think he was just like, that's a cool way to like frame a narrative about how I came up with the First Discourse. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, once you read that, like Hobbes' Leviathan and Rousseau's First Discourse, then we can answer the fundamental question, like, what is freedom from the perspective of social contract theory? Then we got to do, like, I don't know, probably like a year's more of, like, work. And then we can talk about, like, what is the nature of, like, modern human autonomy in, like, a post-industrial digital society. You know what I'm saying? It involves a lot of, like, discourse theory, some natural language processing. We got to do, like, Hegel a little bit. We got to do a little bit of, like, Rawls. We kind of, like, I can't, like, take you from, like, the baseline of social contract theory all the way through to, like, discursive legitimacy in, like, the post-industrial context unless we do, like, a little bit of groundwork, okay? You know what I'm saying? No pun intended. You don't have to read Kant. But you do have to read Hobbes' Leviathan and Rousseau's First Discourse, and we're voting on whether Nunya has to read Leviathan first or the First Discourse first. I know, this is what you all tune in for, because you want to hear me force Nunya to do academic research. Carry a big stick, but walk softly. Damn right. Call me Teddy Roosevelt Towel. I'm storming up San Juan Hill. No one's going to stop me. Now listen. I understand. I don't know if it's going to happen today or tomorrow, but I understand from some people in some places, mostly social media, that like there's going to be something that happens today or tomorrow, and it's going to be a little intense. So I just want to let you know, we're going to start doing our work today. We have some Sidebahs. We might do a little bit of Epstein research. I was a little traumatized by the doggy. Oh, not the little doggy. The doggy video messed with me a little bit. So we had to take a pause. Not for me not wanting to do my project, but like, bro, that video with the doggy, it was really hard for me to watch. So anyway, we're going to start with this sidebar, but I want to let you know right now that something could just like randomly happen in the world, and probably not in America, but like in another part of the world. I'm going to do my best to be Walter Cronkite Towel. If that happens, we'll like bring up the live feed. We'll all watch it together. I don't exactly know what's going to happen. Like, from what I understand, it's not going to be very pretty. It's going to be like really bad. So, I don't really know how to like take you through that as a towel. I'm not really like prepared for that kind of thing. I'm more of like a, what's the word? Like a, oh goodness. Like a news reporter towel with like the court documents, you know what I'm saying? So like if we got to do this tonight, like I'm ready. I'll be here with you, but I just want to let you know, like, I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to be able to do that either. I'm not that kind of reporter towel. Like, that could be really bad. Like, you can't just be, like, doing that. You know, it could be really bad. So, yes, walk loudly. Exactly, Nunya. So, the point is, today's kind of like an intense day. I think we're a little bit in the calm before the storm moment. I don't know if it's going to be like today or tomorrow. Like, I heard it might be tomorrow, but I feel like they could just do it any minute. And it's like ahead of us a certain number of hours in this place that I'm talking about. So I don't really know what's going to happen tonight. I think we should all just kind of like be ready. Okay, we'll do some sidebars, but like I need to warn you, if this happens, we're not doing any sidebars. And the part of the reason this could be happening is because, like, we won't be doing Epstein either for at least a day if this happens. I don't know if it's going to happen. At least what I read, though, I mean, that sounded pretty bad. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to be live while this happens. At least it's not in America, but still. Hello, Lynn! Hello, Petty LaBelle. So, Lynn and Petty, we're going to do our sidebar work. We're climbing Mount Everest. We're at Base Camp A, page 1,585. I'll get the link for you in a second. We reached 4,000 subscribers today. Everybody celebrate. But I have been reading that something might happen in Iran tonight. So Iran's like a little ahead of us, and like that shit tends to happen like between like 8 p.m. like their time and like 2 in the morning. Like normally around like midnight, because it throws off the human clock to like do a strike at that point. But if what they're saying is gonna happens, like we have to just cover that. Like I don't even know what to do. Like I just have to stop like the Sidebahs. I just want you all to be prepared. I don't want you to think we're going to like just do this for 6 hours. If something happens in Iran, I have to stop and then we have to cover that. So everybody on the same page, we can all watch it together. That's probably like the way to do it. I'm not really ready for this. Like I don't think this is going to be another thing like the Fedor, whatever, nuclear strike. Like bro, they weren't even like spinning the centrifuges. They got most of their enriched stuff out. I don't get the sense that's going to be this with like 6 Moabs or whatever. I think it's going to be a little more serious. So, yeah, I don't know, my 3 sons 888. No, nothing to do with Turtle Boy. It is to do with Iran. And listen, I've had a lot of stuff going on in my own life recently with this stories I've been covering. We'll talk a little bit about the state police officer and the DUI that was very obviously covered up, and the letter from the Middlesex DA, and the research I did on the civil case. Like, I've been doing my own stuff, and the Epstein files, and the Rumler thing, and the Stoughton thing, and the Connecticut thing, and God knows what else in the sidebars, and just being a towel, alright? So, anyway, I wasn't exactly, like, poking my head up, you know. I don't really need to know what the New York Times is doing right now. I don't care. If anything, like, I don't want to read what they're doing, because then that will, like, throw me off from thinking about what I think is important. So anyway, I wasn't, like, I didn't give a damn what the fucking New York Times was reporting over the last week, frankly, because I was a little pissed off at them. We got into a little bit of a battle about the Rumler thing. I was like, how can you report on the Rumler thing after I worked my butt off? You're not even going to cite Little Towel? I got mad. So anyway, the point is, I wasn't, like, reading my normal stuff. I wasn't waking up at 4 a.m. and checking the Nippon Index and reading the, like, Le Monde and El País and the BBC and The Guardian and all that stuff. I was just kind of being a little towel, you know? And I kind of, like, poked my head up for, like, 10 seconds today, and I read something that was about Iran. And I was like, wait a minute. Whoa, okay. Like, yes, geopolitically, that makes sense. They're going to do this now because the world is, like, burning down and war unifies people. It's not even a war. It's going to be more like, if what I read is true, it's going to be, like, chaos. Like, just mass destruction on a level, like, I don't know if the world has ever seen before. So, the point is, I poked my head up, my little towel head, for, like, 10 seconds. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm a towel. I'm a little towel. What is going on? Oh, my God. And so that's why I'm saying I will stay with you today. I will do these sidebars, but if this happens, it could be today, it could be tomorrow. I heard like yesterday it was within 72 hours, or maybe that was 2 days ago. Frankly, I don't need to know. I don't want to know. It's a little scary. But if it happens, it's like desert. It's more than Desert Storm. If this actually happens, we have to go right to that. Like, I just have to, like, take you through that. We can't leave. I can't get up from this chair. You probably shouldn't get up from your chair. We should all just sit here. So that's what's going to happen today if that happens. I just want to give you fair warning. Thank you, Petty LaBelle. Thank you, C-Star. Yeah, I don't know. Nanya, I really do. I do get the sense things are heading in that direction. But, you know, we're going to do our Sidebahs. All right. We're going to start with Michael Proctor's Cross of Alan Jackson. Okay, I know all of you are very excited to be, like, the person that posts it in the comments. If it happens, you just let me know. Sorry about that. You just let me know. All right? In the comments, and we will go immediately over to... I'll probably pull, like, the AP for that. And, like, whatever feed I need to pull, I will pull. I'm a little bit freaked out, you know, but I haven't seen anything. Like, normally you won't see anything until, like, the last minute. Like, the airspace always closes around Iran. So, like, we're not going to know. Like, if they do it, it's just going to happen. But we're going to be ready. We're going to do our sidebars. Apparently, also, like, people are really pleased that I found the video editing in the Sallyport. Like, I've never seen people so pleased with me. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I wasn't really doing it for approval. I'm just happy to help. I'm kind of a little mad I got tricked. Someone was like, Grant, your soul just doesn't like either you lying or, like, people manipulating you into lying. And I was like, yeah, I got brainwashed like a little town. You know, I got brainwashed. You know, I don't know. I got brainwashed. Alright. Follow along with the Sidebahs here. We are starting page 1585 of 5481 with Alan Jackson's Cross of Procta. Alright, everybody ready? Everybody being the good little towers? Okay, very good. I'm proud of you all. Let's begin. So the way this works is, if you've never read Sidebars before, we're slowly emerging from base camp. Okay? We're emerging from base camp Alpha. If you were here last night, we kind of got hunkered down for the night. It got a little windy up on Mount Everest. We're climbing Mount Everest. Here we go. I don't know who was messing with our towel. So, you get him, Petty LaBelle. I don't know who it was, but you get him. Maybe I said something about someone messing with me. I don't think anyone was messing with me. The commies sometimes, but, you know, they're in China. This southern accent thing is really becoming a problem. What have you all done to me? I have become a southern accent towel. I just want to go down the Piggly Wiggly and relax, you know, out in the field. I think I'm going to move to Memphis. I'm going to restart a wrestling promotion, and I'm going to bring all the people to the Mid-South Coliseum and revitalize it. They're going to be like, but you are not from Memphis. I'm going to be like, just go with it. Tojo, I'm pretty sure, wasn't from Japan either. The guy, the wrestler, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think Kamala was from Africa. He might have been from Africa, but he wasn't like a dude from, like, a tribe in Africa. I heard him talk once on a video. He was just a regular guy. Alright, let's go. This is the Cross of Trooper Procta by Mr. Alan Jackson. It is starting page 1585. If you're following along, the document we are reading is 5,481 pages. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Sidebah, ladies and gentlemen, we made it 3 pages. Alan Jackson's Cross of Michael Proctor, and I repeat, we have a sidebah. Now this is text that Proctor was making with Chris Moore, Jeff Katowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan. Who's Vito DeChico? I thought the dude's name was David DeChico. Oh, do they call him Vito DeChico? Mr. Jackson, I'd ask that this be marked. The court. Any objection? Yes, Your Honor. The court. All right. Sidebah. The court. What's the objection? Mr. Lally. Your Honor, the objection is, as far as all of these communications are concerned, neither I nor counsel know what the entirety of the conversations are, other than each one of these conversations seems to have a list of a multitude of text communications that are contained within a specific chain, which are clearly not representative of the entirety of what has been provided. He's arguing the rule of completeness. It's a very weak argument. You never use the rule of completeness. Everybody hates the rule of completeness. You only really use it like in a situation where it's like a statement, like, hello, how are you? objection, rule of completeness, like I think it's 407 or something. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. And then like the judge will be like, what did the person say back to the question, hello, how are you? That's the rule of completeness. It's not the full communication. It's just like enough so that the context isn't alienated. Your Honor, the objection is, as far as all of these communications are concerned, neither I nor counsel know what the entirety of the conversations are, other than each one of these conversations seems to have a list of a multitude of text communications that are contained within a specific chain, which are clearly not representative of the entirety of what has been provided. So if you're going to then take what someone else selected out as a differing text messages, I don't even know if these were all the text communications between these people on that particular date that it's referring to. Well, Mr. Lally, have you considered that maybe if you actually engaged in your Rule 14 obligations, you perhaps would have figured this out ahead of time? Oh, I don't know. What I do know is that there are, 851 what I do know is that if there are, 851 text messages, let's say in a given chain, and we're provided 20, I don't see how that's a fair and accurate portrayal of the text communications between these parties. The court, what is it exactly you want in? Mr. Jackson, I want this entire document in. I want the jurors to see the whole document, and I'll refer to specific portions just as Mr. Lally has referred to specific portions. The court, all right. I would not have led in the photo, but Mr. Lally brought it up. I mean, that doesn't go to bias towards an attorney and bias in the... Mr. Jackson, no, we don't have any problem with it. The court, to the prosecution. Mr. Jackson, and we don't believe that the bias is against Mr. Yannetti. The court just wanted in because it's an old picture. It's a flattering picture, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, now I can tell that I look very much older than that, so I'm not sure I want it in. I love David Yannetti. He's being very self-deprecating. He just won Lawyer of the Year. How impressive is that? Congratulations for him. From Mass Lawyers Weekly, I think. The extraction was done by whom? Mr. Jackson, defense. And this was all that they gave you? Mr. Jackson, correct. The court, so, Mr. Jackson, and I've got the exact same documents that Mr. Yannetti just used, and he picked and chose them. Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Lally. Again, I'm not Mr. Yannetti. That is a true statement, Adam Lally. You are not David Yannetti. Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry. Both of you should be offended. I'm really sorry. I don't know why that's in my head. This is the same exact set of documents that Mr. Lally just used and picked and chose certain excerpts to read from. The jurors aren't entitled to see the actual document. There's no hearsay issue. It's been authenticated. It's true and accurate. They can see it in his own writing in terms of an iCloud extraction. The court, it's not his writing, it's his typing. Mr. Jackson, his typing, his words. Judge Cannoni! If you type something, you've written it. The court, so do you intend to do with this all of the path extractions or portions of extractions? Mr. Jackson, everything that I have is in a packet form. My goal is to mark and put into evidence, and then I'll refer to certain of the communications just as Mr. Lally did. My only difference is I want to show the jurors the actual document. The court, all right, I'm going to let you do it for this one, and you won't have time to do more than one today. Mr. Jackson, no, I'm going to do this one. The court, and let me think about the others, but do you intend on every one of them to put the entire document into evidence? Mr. Jackson, correct, and there's about 7, 6, maybe less, 5, something like that. The court, all right, so I'll hear you on any objection to that, okay, but why doesn't this go to the weight instead of its admissibility? She's talking about like 401, 403, balancing analysis, the weight. That's such a shorthand form of saying it. Mr. Lally, well, my other issue, just as far as how that's constituted, the word confidential, I think needs to be blacked out. The court, I agree with that. Mr. Jackson, I just can't do that. The court, no, I know, but Miss Little's already done it with Mr. Jackson, confidential. The court, yeah. Mr. Lally, it's on every page. Mr. Jackson, I thought you meant defense counsel. The court, no, you can't do that. But on the top of every page, Mr. Jackson, we can do that. Certainly we can do that overnight. It's not a problem. The court, all right, so Mr. Jackson, and I can have Mr. Bates draw it up. The court, okay, all right, so your copy's going in, or Trooper Proctor's copy's going in. Mr. Jackson, Trooper Proctor's copy. The court, all right. We'll mark this over your objection, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, understood. The court, and before the others, will readdress this on Wednesday. Mr. Jackson, okay, sounds good. Oh, wow. Wow, this is why it takes us so long, because I read everyone, and I analyze them. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, if you're new to this channel. I've been covering the Karen Reed trial for about 2 to 3 years. So we're reading the Sidebahs that were never public until, like, last Friday. We're almost 1,600 pages in. It's taken us 5 days. Like, this is really hard. So every single time I go through a sidebar, I end up finding something really important because there was a concurrent federal investigation. So if you're watching this and you want to learn about this case, you're going to. If you know about this case, you're probably going to learn some things you don't know, like reading Great Expectations for the second time. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's do it. All right, I'm ready. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist going through the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Sidebahs, the tranche of Sidebahs released last Friday that were never supposed to be public from this case. I am on page 1588 of 5481. I'm reading an exchange where Adam Lally, on the direct of former trooper Michael Proctor, who may well be at the center of a cover-up in the Karen Reed case involving an unknown mystery man in the Canton PD Sallyport at 5:38 p.m. That was clearly part of an edited series of videos introduced in the case that we talked about yesterday during the testimony of Yuri Buchanan. Anyway, moving on. This is during the first trial, and Michael Proctor's on the stand being crossed by Alan Jackson. Adam Lally has just taken some material from the federal grand jury related to the Karen Reed case and the performance of the state police that was going on prior to the first trial. Okay, and Adam Lally has asked Michael Proctor questions about his private text messages that Mr. Lally never turned over or looked for under his Rule 14 obligations, apparently. And Mr. Lally wanted to take the sting out of Mr. Jackson's cross by doing that. Now Mr. Jackson is on cross. We're only like 3 pages into the cross. It started on page 1585. We're on page 1588. Immediately, Mr. Jackson wants to introduce 6 series of text messages between Proctor and his various colleagues on the Norfolk District Attorney's Office State Police Unit, the same unit that investigated Tiffany Overstreet and Sandra Birchmore's death and Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, etc. Okay, so as they're doing this, as Jackson's trying to ask the first question about the first series of texts, Adam Lally objects. It turns out Adam Lally has never actually introduced the material from the federal investigation into Proctor. It's an extraction of Proctor's iPhone, iCloud account, a limited extraction. It turns out there was way more eventually found later in 2025 after Karen's second trial ended in acquittal. And while they're at this sidebar, Mr. Jackson is raising the issue that Mr. Lally's already asked these questions, but he never introduced the text chain. So Mr. Jackson wants to ask a question to the witness, like to Proctor, about like one series of texts, then introduce but not ask about the whole document. Okay, and Lally's objecting and like, I don't know like what the entirety of these was. Like, we only got like some of the text. Where's the rest of them? It says there's 83 for certain exchanges, but like the defense only got like 15 for something, like 20 from the federal government. It's almost like the feds were keeping things because they thought if they gave too much to the prosecution, the Norfolk DA and state police would try to engage in a cover-up about whatever it is the feds found on that phone. Further confirmed by Brian Tully, Michael Proctor's supervisor, signing an NDA on March 7, 2024, with the DOJ through Adam Lally's assistant, Laura McLaughlin, where Laura McLaughlin was not allowed to actually give Michael Proctor's cell phone messages. So right before this trial, she couldn't give them to Tully for Tully to write an IA report after Proctor testified at the federal grand jury on February 1st, 2024. Instead, Laura McLaughlin had to say to Brian Tully, I'll read you like a few of these texts, and then you can write the IA report. Okay, so as Alan Jackson is responding to Mr. Lally's objection, which Mr. Lally loses. Adam Lally, Mr. Jackson says like some things that are very interesting. One, all of these pages are marked confidential, and perhaps even more explosively, we find out that there's sort of like a gap, like in what the Commonwealth was provided as well from the federal investigation. And then Judge Cannoni's a little petty, like almost like protective of Proctor. Like Alan Jackson's talking about how this is Michael Proctor's like writing in the texts that are going to be put into evidence. And Judge Cannoni's like, it's not his writing, it's his typing. And then at another point, there's a picture of David Yannetti when apparently Michael Proctor was talking smack about him. And Mr. Jackson's like, it's a very flattering picture of Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti's like, yeah, I'm older now. I don't want that picture to come in. Like a very like self-deprecating little joke. That was kind of funny. But in any event, the confidential part is right here on page 1592, okay? Confidential's on every page, which is an indicia that this is very intense investigatory material, okay? And eventually Adam Lally loses, and we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about, like, the full, like, Jackson is going to get this first set in, and Judge Cannoni says when we pick up on Wednesday, this is the end of the day, when we pick up the next day, we're going to talk about the rest of the sets coming in. This is a big deal. It's fascinating to get an insight into what the different parties to this case, the state case, knew about the federal investigation, what the feds were willing to provide under the TUI rules, U.S. XRL TUI v. Reagan from 1951, interpolated at 28 CFR 1626 through 27. It's Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. I'm going to continue with these sidebars. Thanks for watching my little overview. YouTube.com/@GrantSmith-Ellis. We just climbed over the 4,000 subscriber mark. What a wonderful day to be a towel. All right, towel friends, thank you for letting me write that up. I'm giddy with excitement. No, Nanya, there will be no revolutions. We can watch what happens in Iran, but Nanya, you are not allowed to overthrow whatever country you're in. No, Nanya. Bad, Nanya. Back that. Nanya, I'm going to get Emily C. in here. I'm going to be like, Emily C., we have to have a no revolutionary lecture. Nanya's trying to overthrow some strange country. I think he wants to be the president of the Philippines. You know, he wants to go plunder their wealth. Or, I don't know. I sometimes just think Nanya's an amorphous entity. So, anyway, we are sending Nanya to the Philippines, in short. Here is an interesting, newly public sidebah from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. During Michael Proctor's cross by Alan Jackson, there was some information revealed about the extent of material given to the defense and state about a federal investigation. Quite wild. I'm just going to call it the federal investigation, because people reading that shit know what it's talking about. Oh, goodness. Back in my southern accent mode. I feel like I've been streaming so much, I've had to develop strategies for, like, talking. And one of them is a southern accent, apparently. I know. It's hilarious. Source. What was the source again? It was 1588. Source. Okay, I'm going. Pages 1588 through 1590. One 1593 through 1593 of 5481. Who else do you know does this kind of methodical read through? Just me. You got to do it with a fine-tooth comb. Lynn's like, I'm not hating the accent. I'm loving it. I'm down with it. Nanya, the Mount Everest of subscribers. Nanya wants to have a duck boat parade of some kind. Nanya, Duck boats are perfectly fine. You just can't overthrow any countries without permission from the government. Oh, goodness. MW777, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that man was taught a life lesson. Don't be punching MW777. That's not good. All right, what's going on in Iran? All right, who wants to file a reply? No. The House defendants? So Karen has started calling the House defendants in her motions. Alright. Alright, let's see. Wait, what? Hold on. Les Wexner? Hold on. That can't be right. Wait a minute. Les Wexner apparently said he's never been questioned. But that can't be right. Hold on. I have a file that proves him wrong. I'm not really a fan of punching people. I generally extol nonviolence. You know, Jesus didn't use any violence. He flipped a table one time, but you know, please respect the tables. Like, if Jesus wants to do it, bro, like, who am I to tell Jesus he can't flip a table over? You know, he had a problem with the money changers in the temple. I think it was kind of a metaphor, you know what I'm saying? But, like, he was mad, and so he flipped them over. Alright, now watch this. Watch this. Okay, I have a problem with this. I'm going to show you something. We got to do some Epstein reporting here for a second. So give me a second. I got to look up this guy. Ah, yes, the bar. What bar? Let's see. Oh, you all are just talking about bar fights. All right. I extol nonviolence. All right. What are we going here for? What are we going for? Oh, yes, Profa. Wait, he lied under oath, bro. He lied under oath. Lex Wexner lied under oath, and I can prove it. I can prove it. I can prove it. I can prove it. Lex Wexner lied under oath, and I can prove it. Lex Wexner lied under oath, and I can prove it. You know how? Because look at these. That's a proffer that Lex Wexner signed. Look, it's an FBI 302. It's actually a summary of an FBI investigation. And you might be like saying, how'd you get that, Grant? Well, I'm a terrible. So I can prove that Lex Wexner lied under oath. Okay, I must do my Tower reporter thing. Okay, so I have an obligation to the public. All right. Okay, so what you do is you copy that text. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you what you got to do. All right, so you copy that text. All right, so you do that. You shut that down. Close that. Okay, now let me show you. So I have proof that this man, Lex Wexner, committed perjury because he said that he never spoke to the DOJ. Now watch this. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. So I go to the nice man. He seems to be some kind of reporter. I don't know who he works for. Who do you work for? He works for, probably for somebody important. He works for News Nation. All right, so this man, I'm going to show you. He reported that Lex Wexner, under oath, the guy who was connected to Epstein, has never testified or sought to question him. Wow, I can prove that is a lie. I can prove with primary source FBI DOJ documents from the Epstein files that Les Wexner lied under oath to Congress if he said that. Okay, so then you post these. Oh no, Hold on, you gotta post it as plain text. And I also have to find out, like, when I reported it, so give me a second. Alright, so there's my full reply. Now I gotta go find that post where I actually reported it, so give me a second. I just had it up. Nope, wrong one. This is bad. He's screwed. He lied to Congress under oath. Oh yeah, he's got to lose his cover. He might go to jail. He's like 88 too. When did I report this? On February 14th, 2024. On February 14th, I reported the following. Original reporting. Dude, News Nation should interview me, bro. If I actually could prove that Lex Wexner lied under oath to Congress, bro, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. I could prove it to you. I could prove it, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Audrey. Good to see you. Hello, Spacey118. It is so good to see you this morning or afternoon. How you doing? No, that's definitely the Wexners. They better be right about this. I mean, they actually better be right about this. I gotta use a siren emoji for this one. You can check my Twitter. I'll show you what I'm doing in one sec. This is some wild stuff. I can actually, if he lied under oath to Congress, they're gonna have it on record he lied. I have proof that he was talked to the DOJ. Rep. I only like Rep Luna. Rep Luna's cool. I guess Nancy Mace has been like sharing stuff, so I'll give her a tag. And then who else is cool? Who else do I trust? There's been other people like sharing it, but like right now, I like that. Oh, Rep Massey. I should tell Thomas Massey. He cool. You see, like, I'm a very, like, relaxed towel. You know, like, I'm just a relaxed towel. I shouldn't use an ambiguous pronoun. I mean, that's wild. I can't believe that. That's a big deal. This is a huge deal. I'll show you what I'm doing in one second. No, you could talk. It's fine. We didn't just get distracted. This is actually a huge deal. There's not many people in the world that know about this FBI 302. Let me just show you what I'm doing after I post it, okay? Not February 4th, 2024. 2026, Grant. I gotta go fix the reply I made on his post. because I said 2024 by accident. I'll show you what I'm doing. This is actually incredibly important, so I have to like really focus right now because it has to do with it has to do with lying to Congress, so I have to focus. Give me one sec. You don't want to lie to the Congress. They get all mad. Wow, this is a big deal. Oh my God. All right, I'll show you. This is just too much every day. Like, you can't, like, change the world every day. It hurts my brain. Look at this. So, this News Nation reporter, and they're good at this. Like, they talk to a congressional dem. They report, okay? News Nation reports Lex Wexner said under oath that neither the FBI nor the DOJ has ever sought to question him regarding Epstein. Okay, folks, what is this? You want to see what this is? What is that? Do you see what that is on your screen right there? That is a document from the Epstein files. It's a summary of 3 investigations, 31E MM 108062, 72 MM 113327, 50D NY 302 7571, 90A NY 315 1227. Who got proffers with the DOJ? Les Wexner and Abigail Wexner. They were interviewed about Epstein. I can prove it. I can prove it. I win. I win the pony. Can I have a medal now? Can I have a medal from the Congress? I just want a little medal. Maybe a Pulitzer. Little medal? Maybe just one medal? I just want to give a speech and troll the Democrats. You don't understand. I'm hilarious. Please let me troll the Democrats. Please. Please let me troll the Democrats. Can I get a medal, please? Look it. Look it. I found it. I proved it. I'm at the table. I know. It's incredible. Look what I've done. I did it. I have proven someone lied to the Congress. You can't just be lying to the Congress. That's not okay. I get all mad. Look at this. This is, I'm going to drop it in the comments for you. I have just proven, if this is confirmed, that Lex Wexner, he's done. He's not going to have no building at Ohio State. This is Epstein Files EFTA 01660622. Okay? I'm going to have to make a post about this. This is incredible. We must pause. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. I am just a little tail. Oh, my word. Oh, my word, I may have just proven, based on research from 4 days ago, that Les Wexner lied to the Congress under oath about whether he was interviewed by the DOJ regarding Jeffrey Epstein. I have a primary source FBI file proving otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a tail. There it is. There it is. It is EFTA 01660622. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible news, folks. You can't, trolling Dems is allowed. Damn right it's allowed. I'm going to troll the damn Democrats. I'm going to go to Congress, get a medal, and troll the Democrats. It's going to be hilarious. Listen to me. Listen to me. What is going on here? I can't be in charge of these things. I guess I am. Okay, I'm in charge. What do? I make pronouncements, I oppose. Okay, everybody be nice to each other. That's my first pronouncement. Okay? We all on the same page? They're going to put me in some kind of elected office. I'm just going to go out there and tell people to be nice to each other. They're going to be like, this is baffling. All right, listen. So you take a look at EFTA 01660622. I got to do a breaking news update about this in a second. Now, you scroll through, and you're going to see all the timelines, okay? You're going to see the summary of the FBI investigations, okay? You can see it scroll through. Now, you'd think it's really not that interesting, which is why you got to read all the pages of these documents. No shortcuts. Now, you take a look at the search warrants and all the fascinating stuff that was seized. You get a really in-depth look at how the FBI works, you know what I'm saying? So they had lots of evidence, and they had lots of stuff collected, and then sometime, oh my goodness, 21 million. Oh my goodness, he moved $21 million in 4 years. Oh my God. But anyway, this is where they get this like thing where there was only a little bit of CSAM. I don't believe that. I think there was a lot. Oh my dear God, that's a lot of victims. So anyway, he gets indicted. This is the one that leads to him getting arrested, right? I love how the prosecutor from the Florida district, the only one, like Marie, I think her name was, who tried to get him arrested. She wanted him arrested in New Jersey. He like in 2009. Bro, he got arrested, or like 2008, he got arrested in New Jersey 11 years later. I have to think she played a role in that. It's the revenge of the prosecutor, the AUSA named Marie. Good job, Marie Villanueva. You did it. You got him arrested in New Jersey. God bless America. I know she did it. I need to talk to her. I want to be like, you did that. You got him arrested in New Jersey as cosmic irony, didn't you? You wanted to send him a message with a little heart. Oh, I love it. So anyway, this is kind of the important part of the document. Right there. Boom, ladies and gentlemen. A proffer is an interview with the DOJ. Ladies and gentlemen, Les Wexner, page 11, EFTA 01660622. If Les Wexner did indeed tell the Congress today under oath, I have no reason to believe that the reporting from News Nation is wrong, then I have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he perjured himself, and there is documentary evidence in the form of a proffer interview with the SDNY of Les Wexner and his wife. The man, at the very least, can't be in charge of anything. His name's going to go off a bunch of buildings, and he's probably going to get arrested. That was a bad life decision. I've proven the man committed perjury to the Congress, if he indeed said that, which is based on the News Nation reporting, which I have no reason to believe, based on congressional sources, is incorrect. Voila. Yay! All right, another one down. Who's next? What's next? Kathy Rumler, Les Wexner. What we got to do next? I have some people that, I think we should look into. But, what should we do? I feel like we should try to make some positive change, too. Get Adam Deutsch elected. I feel like he's pretty good. Like 96%, bro. How much higher do you want to poll before the convention? I mean, I can't do much more, and I'm just a towel. I just want to petition the government for the redress of my grievances. Anyway, I'm kind of pleased. I didn't like that Lex Wexner guy. I wanted to bring him down. I didn't know it was going to happen like this. What a moron. Oh, what a moron. I love that for him. Dumb moron. All right, so I got to do a video about this because this is one of them things like instead of them telling Dan Rather where to point the damn camera, I just record breaking news updates and then it goes all over the world and people are like, oh my God, he's a town. I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't do it on purpose. I was just reading Sidebahs and then I was like scrolling on my phone about Iran and I saw that thing about Wexner. I was like, wait a minute. I read that document by hand. And then I proved that he lied to the Congress. It's serendipity made manifest. I didn't mean to be in the middle of it all. You know what I mean? That's a little weird. Oh boy. That's cool. I want to do things with Pokemon. I don't know much about Pokemon. I guess I could learn. That's kind of fun, though. It has nothing to do with this stream. Just got some interesting, fun information. I don't know if I want to do it, though. Okay, let's go. One time someone wanted me to go to LA for something, and I was like, bro, how do you want me to get to Los Angeles? And they were like, you can figure it out. And I was like, no, I can't. How do you want me to just get to Los Angeles? They were like, they just emailed me and were like, want to come to Los Angeles for this thing? I was like, no. You want to fly me there? They're like, no. I was like, how the fuck do you want me to get there? They would give you a hotel. I was like, I'm not getting to Los Angeles. What am I going to hitchhike? I'm not driving to Los Angeles. You fly me out there, maybe. I haven't been on a plane in a long time. I want to go on a plane. I bet it would be nice. I haven't been on a plane for a long time. I haven't gone anywhere for a long time. I guess there's not really a reason to. All right, focus, Grant. We got to do our recording here. Manifest Westeros. All right, Nanya. All right, we got to get back to our sidebars, but this is actually incredibly important. I mean, literally, like it was just by happenstance that I was reviewing this document while I was learning about the Higgins proffer, the Brian Higgins proffer, after we were doing our sidebars. Isn't it interesting how all interconnected it all is? So I was like, I had proffers on the brain. You know when like you're just thinking about federal proffers a lot? Do you ever have one of those like weeks where you're just like, the only thing you can think about is like, what is a federal proffer and how does it function in the various jurisdictions of the U.S. Attorney's Office throughout the country? You know those days? Like, it's pretty common. But anyway, I just had, like, proffers on the brain, okay? And as I had proffers on the brain, I was, like, reading all the Epstein files. Now, I don't know how you read the Epstein files, but, like, if I search a term and there's 3,000 results, I click through every single file and I read them all. I'm a little compulsive in that regard. I'm like a librarian. I was a librarian. Anyway, the point is, so as I'm going through these files, I meticulously was reading through, looking for things like this. Like, these are special documents. Whenever you see, like, that kind of background, what this is a presentation that an FBI agent gave to, like, probably his superiors or her superiors. It looks like it's the JBBVCTF, the New York Joint Bank Robbery Violent Crime Task Force, which is part of the Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Task Force. Okay, so like whenever you see something like this anywhere, like that is not someone being like they're not like faking it. Those are actual legitimate uses of those seals. You only can use them on a presentation. Like you're only, and first of all government presentations, just so you know, like when you're looking at documents, some is just like bullshit that like people like found on the internet or like people like submitted or whatever. That's relevant but not material to understanding the inner thought process of the government apparatus. When you see something like this, all government like classified, this is unclassified, but all government like internal, confidential, secret presentations are always going to be similar. The NSA does it a little differently. Like they're like nerds kind of, so like they do more like I don't know, kind of fucking like square fucking like presentations with like arrows and like fucking like this term and that term and like this system does like this and it hooks into like 42 other nodes. It's very like scientific. This is the style of like the modern FBI. It's meant to be like hyper professional while also giving you like an immediate like recognition from the background that it's not a normal slideshow. Okay, it's not a normal PowerPoint. Is it made in PowerPoint? Yes. But like it uses like a uniform style of background with like very specific designs, like the little cross-cut pattern. And then you can't just put this shit on a PowerPoint. First of all, like good luck like doing that like without permission. Don't do that. Maybe as an example, but you don't just like walk around putting these logos on something. It's a very serious document. So that's the kind of shit I'm looking for. I see something like that. That's like a diamond in the rough find. It's an internal government FBI document from within the past like 10 years. You never see those. Very rare outside of like certain declassification authorities. So anyway, like everything's classified in the name of the president. So you can't really hide shit from the president. He wants to just release it. It's classified in his name. He can just be like, release it, bro. I'm the president. Meh, shouldn't have vested so much power in the executive under the national security law. So anyway, I'm looking at this document, and this is, like, going to get Wexner in a lot of trouble. Maybe, like, if this was in public, it would be hard for Congress to prove he lied. This proves, if he said that he did not speak to the DOJ, that he lied. It proves it. It's indisputable. There's a record that he proffered to this office in the context of Epstein. He's going to get in serious trouble. I mean, you're already in trouble if they call you in, but then if you lie to them about something that they can just go into the records now and find, you're screwed. Oh, he's done. He's cooked. He might get arrested. You can actually get arrested for that. Like, it's a little, like, Congress doesn't really arrest you. Like, they more just, like, yell at the DOJ and then you get arrested kind of thing. Like, Congress, it can like have its sergeant of arms like arrest you, but it doesn't really like do that unless you're a government official. And bro, to get to the point where the sergeant at arms of the House of Representatives arrests you, we're at like a constitutional crisis. Like a censure motion failed, like contempt failed, like the referral for contempt failed, like you refuse to come to the building to even talk to them. They have to like send this like deputized like officer who answers only to Congress roaming the streets looking for you, and then he gets you and brings you. Literally, it's like kind of in Parliament when you piss off like the speaker. He like gets you, this like sergeant at arms guy. It's not regular like police. It's like a military officer for the Congress, but he's in civilian clothing. He like goes and captures you, and then you get like brought. It's like a writ kind of, but it's different, and you can't like get out of this by going to a court. If Congress wants to haul you in front of them and like basically hold you like for trial, they're allowed to do it. They can imprison you in the fucking building. I'm not kidding you. They could build a jail in the Congress, in the basement. I think they have one, or they did at one point. They put you in it, and then they just have a trial. They have the trial. There's no judge. There's like, they are the judge, and then they're like, you are like, it's like called inherent contempt power or something. And they're like, you have insulted us and refused to comply with our order, and we're not going to criminally charge you. We're going to hold a trial here, and you are under arrest by the Congress. It almost never happens. It is a mechanism that exists in the Constitution for situations where like Pam Bondi won't release the Epstein files. Like you can actually do it and circumvent because what you're supposed to do is contempt of Congress, referral to the DOJ for prosecution. Like declination by the DOJ of a referral for contempt of Congress normally ends it. But there is a like break glass emergency mechanism where the Congress can be like, oh, you declined our referral? We're just going to hold the trial and use the sergeant at arms to bring you here for trial. It exists. I know. It sounds weird. It's a thing. It's like for moments where the Constitution is about to break and they need to like make sure somebody doesn't get out of something just because they have connects at the DOJ. All right. Let's do our recording. All right. So let's start with the... Where's my ladder? I got to get in my towel reporter mode. If you're new to this stream, we have a new tradition now. When I report big stories, I need a like actual hat. I don't have a hat. But, like, we're doing this new thing where I become, like, 1930s news reporter towel. All right? I've decided all news reporters in the modern age need to have cigars. You don't have to have a, like, fedora. I don't really give a damn. But you got to have a cigar. All right? I'm not allowing people to be reporters unless they smoke cigars. And you might be saying, Grant, you can't do that. Yes, I can. I just did. All right? I'm bringing it in Vogue. Don't tell the people at Vogue. They're going to be mad. I know that In Vogue existed before they were a magazine. They're going to get all mad. All right, ready? Time to help America. You don't lie to my Congress. How dare you, sir? How dare you lie to the Congress? I'm mad. I'm very mad. He lied to my Congress. You can't just be lying to the Congress. That's illegal. How dare him? I demand satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, I demand satisfaction. All right, let's do it. Oh, I love the movie His Girl Friday. I love It Happened One Night. Do you understand? Pretty kooky Jamie James. I love the Hays Code era. You want to talk about the epitome of American cinema from Metropolis through to everything Kafka ever directed. Oh my God. And Fritz Lang. Oh my God. Listen, you don't understand. I love that Hays Code era of American journalism. American film. I was classically trained in it. I don't really love like the film noir stuff, but like It Happened One Night, His Girl Friday. Oh, wow. Like those two movies, you watch those movies and you're just like, Pax Americana made manifest. I could live this every minute of every day. You must have a somewhat of like a slow like approach to taking in those films. You can't expect too much, but give it time to build up. Let it envelop you in the world. Let it do its thing. And you will be rewarded with a cinematic experience that rivals, but doesn't really touch some of the best of the Kubrickian canon. You could really argue that, like, Kubrick's emergence from, like, Paths of Glory in 58 through to, like, his more, like, mature, like, Barry Lyndon phase and 2001: A Space Odyssey and then Eyes Wide Shut, everything he did after 58 was kind of like him learning that, like, that age of American cinema, like Howard Hawks and every sort of thing from, like, 29 through, like, 37 was kind of like what you needed as the building blocks for the great work of cinematic art. I don't think, like, anything in the 30s ever really approached what Kubrick pulled off with, I mean, not even Barry Lyndon, but, like, Kubrick embodied the medium of film in 2001: A Space Odyssey. He kind of, like, that was, like, the apex of the discipline. But, like, he only got there because, like, Orson Welles and some other folks, like Orson Welles with Citizen Kane, and some other folks in the 30s, like, built everything for him. And then he was able to kind of use his genius and, like, the invention of kind of, like, early digital film techniques to kind of, like, take the medium to its natural fruition. Like, he, if, like, Shakespeare was the embodiment of the written work as, like, its greatest form, and the European cathedrals were the embodiment of architecture as its greatest form, then it's very plausible to argue that 2001: A Space Odyssey was film embodied in its greatest form, and everything from there was downhill. Which is why I don't watch movies from after 1978. There's one movie from 78 I like called Being There with Peter Sellers. I think it was directed by Hal Ashby. I watch a little modern shit, a little Kubrick, but, like, bro, no. It just bothers me. You can't go from watching Howard Hawks to, like, his films to watching fucking, like, modern films. You just are offended. Such a degradation of a beautiful, like, medium. I have a grand hangover. Oh, yeah, we were up late last night. One day we'll look up Enhorn and her ties. Yes, Enhorn. All right. I'll make a note of that. I don't know who the fuck that is, but, you know, it takes me like 5 minutes. I'll learn. All right, got to do my video. Everybody relax. Oh, so we have enough donations for tomorrow. Okay, but, like, what I've decided is we'll just set, like, oh, we have someone working on the car thing. I have someone trying to get me the car that's mine, but I don't have. So we're just doing rentals for now. Every day, we'll just do, like, a little bit. I don't need it today because we did good yesterday. But if I need some help, we'll do the rental fund. And that makes me less nervous. Then I just sit here and do work. Look how productive I am. I'm not nervous. Oh, by the way, my house was invaded for doing this reporting, like, last week. So if you're wondering, like, why is Congress retweeting this man? Oh, it's because, like, I guess I'm really good at, like, researching files and looking at court documents. So, yeah, support this public information service. It's kind of like designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, like using entertainment as a hook to engender, coach, and public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. But I feel like actually spelling it out, I try not to do that often because I more just want to teach. But if you want to know, like, as like an intellectual or like a supporter or a viewer, why you should support this, because there's a lot of people who, because this is free to access, like, depend on this service to understand complex developments and how to do primary search research and secondary search research. So if you want to help them do that, you can support this stream. It's not like an emergency today, but you could still support it. It's a good cause. I'm a towel. Sometimes Lynn posts like donation links. You can do that in the chat if you want to. She's wonderful. Everybody give Lynn a big hug. She does a good job. I'm a simple towel. I'm on the spectrum. I'm physically disabled. So I don't get out of my chair a lot, you know. It's helpful to just sit. That's the best way for my body to not, like, collapse. But, you know, we're effective. Oh, I'm on the spectrum. So I have high analytical intelligence, but, like, the notion of, like, a bank account is kind of complex for little towel. I can do it. I'm learning. But, like, I need a lot of help with, like, executive function. I'm a little clumsy. And, like, my emotional skills are getting better. I was really easily taken advantage of before. I think I was a little abused and neglected as a kid. The whole we don't need to go through the Swedish nanny thing. I think I figured that out. But anyway, yeah, so you all are my support network. I don't really have any family. So God bless all of you. Amatao. All right, let's do it. Grant, focus. We need to focus. How many giant news stories can happen in, like, 10 days? Like, if this Iran thing happens, I don't even know how I'm going to do that. Lynn, you burr on it. You are wonderful, Lynn. All right, let's do it. Let's record our story. I do have one petty. I have started to build a care team that's helping me learn, like how to manage things. And we're working on, like, me, like, having at least the support to be able to do what I love doing and then not being a burden on people. Like, we're trying to find, like, a happy medium where, like, things are, like, well managed and then I just do my work. But we're not there. Like, we're at the very beginning of that. Like, it's hard. They're working on it. Like, there's a lot of people trying to help me. They're very good. They're very professional. I'm pleased and happy. They also got to get through Towel Friend, and he's a boss. So, like, he's just such a boss. He emails, like, one person. He, like, gets mad about something. They just do it. They just do what he wants. He's a boss. So anyway, we're giving him some time, though. So while we're doing that, you all are Towel Support Network. Thank you, Petty. All right, here we go. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent journalist covering the Epstein files, the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, Sandra Birchmore case. Broken a number of big stories in the past few weeks. Kathy Rumler's affiliation with the CIA, Jeffrey Epstein. Stories about the Stoughton Police Explorers program, its ties to a charity called Learning for Life, and Epstein, the network in Connecticut that Epstein was linked into. And at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, Epstein's $3 billion in hidden art in his shell companies. But at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I am reporting on a development that Joe Khalil from News Nation was reporting on earlier today. A graduate of Columbia University Journalism School, Mr. Khalil reports, wow, Les Wexner said under oath that neither the FBI nor the DOJ has ever sought to question him regarding Epstein, per sources from Congress who sat in. This, despite several Epstein victims publicly alleging Wexler's involvement and FBI documents listing Wexner as an Epstein co-conspirator. Now, the two things that Mr. Khalil notes at the end of his post are true, but they are not smoking guns of a lie. I, ladies and gentlemen, can show you smoking gun evidence that Mr. Wexner lied under oath to Congress if this is what he said. So, on February 14th, 2026, just 8 days ago, I reported on this specific document. This document is from Epstein File ID EFTA 01660622. Now, in this document, you're going to see this is about the FBI and the DOJ's investigation of Epstein over a number of years, in New York and otherwise. It covers a timeline from 2006 through 2025, okay? It has to do with Maxwell and Epstein. It covers each case, which go from 2008 to 2010, 2018, 2019. Now, the NY involvement does not start until 2018, okay? In these three cases, okay? We can see a number of, demarcations about the amount of money Epstein stole, but what's the smoking gun? The smoking gun is on page 11 of 21. That says proffers. A proffer is a formal interview with the Department of Justice or the FBI or both. Ladies and gentlemen, the SDNY investigation started sometime after 2018 and 2 interviews by the DOJ, at least, one with Les Wexner, one with Abigail Wexner. Definitive, confirmed proof from a DOJ FBI document. Not just listing him as a co-conspirator, but materially on the issue of Wexner having provided information or an interview with the DOJ or the DOJ having interviewed him. That is not only evidence of that, it is evidence of extensive communication to get a proffer letter signed. It's called a Queen for a Day interview, where someone is given limited immunity for what they say during the proffer. Normally, it's because they're going to be a target of a criminal investigation. We learned Brian Higgins in the John O'Keefe case got a proffer in May of 2023 before testifying in front of a federal grand jury on June 1st of 2023. This is dispositive proof. If indeed the reporting from Mr. Khalil is confirmed that Lex Wexner said that under oath to Congress that he was never spoken to by the FBI or DOJ regarding Epstein, this is confirmation it was not true. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Support independent journalism. Every single thing you've seen on my profile, my feed, the work that I've been doing is user-supported. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide and, in turn, protect the public sphere. So there's lots of ways to support. I just passed 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're in the millions of views per week at this point on my various platforms. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, X.com/GrantSmithEllis. New media exists because of you, and we're quite effective at what we do. God bless you for supporting these platforms. And there's various ways to donate. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis, a Venmo @GrantE1, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. But more importantly, look for reasons, not just to support me, look for reasons if you really find this new age of digital information beneficial to do small acts of service and kindness for the people around you and make the world a better place by rippling outward the light and allow it to replace the darkness that seems to be fading so quickly from the historical scene. Much like James Joyce wrote his recursive mosaic in Finnegan's Wake, I too am now writing what you may call Towel's Wake of the prior epic. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for listening. I'm sure he did, Graham. I sincerely care about you. Grant says, Petty, I sincerely care about you too. You're a wonderful human. All of you are. Now we got to write our story up, then we can go about our business. All right, gotta go click. I gotta go click post button. New. FBI DOJ documents from the Epstein files may well confirm that Les Wexner lied under oath to Congress today during a formal deposition regarding whether the FBI approached Wexner about Epstein. Wexner and his wife proffered to the SDNY, and the files prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, the files prove it. Yeah, that's very true. IBM was around back then. Remember, Kubrick got in trouble because his replica of the B2 in Doctor Strangelove was so accurate they thought he stole national security information. And he was like, no, I'm just smart. Bullshit. Someone gave him the plans and he lied about it. Alrighty. That was a big deal. Source, page 11 of 21. I want to do an interview with News Nation or something. That would be fun. They're cool. They do a lot of contracts though. I don't need contracts. I just want to tell people the information. We got to get back to Mount Everest, by the way. We did not make a lot of progress before an Epstein thing happened. Which, to be expected. It's the day of Wexner's deposition. I just didn't think it was going to be that obvious. Yeah, when are they going to reveal the indictments? When are the people who got indicted for Enrique Delgado Garcia's murder going to be arraigned? Gotta wait for this to upload. I'm also checking on Iran. We gotta keep an eye on that situation. It could happen. It really could. Let's see. Anything? What are people reporting? Let me listen to this. Hold on.
Let me ask you this question, since we're talking about some of the actual force and capacity that the Iranians have now. They seem pretty able during the 12-day war, right? Because they did a lot of damage to Israel. They did a lot of damage. I know. Some people argue Israel set on, and that's the reason the war really stopped. Of course, that's yet to be determined, or it's arguable. But how much more do they have now that they've amassed since the 12-day war? I hear a lot. They say a lot. Could it be a lot?
I think it's a decent amount. Now, I've heard up to 3,000 missiles a month is being produced. I don't know. And I don't know what kind of
That
missiles.
would be a lot.
Fatahs.
I don't know if they're the 2,000.
They're called Fatahs, like the Fatah 5 or something. They're like a Mach 2 or something. It's a big deal when you go supersonic. Like, I watched an intercept of one of these, like, Fatah 5s, bro, by the Iron Dome. Dude, the Iron Dome had to fire, like, 5,000 rounds. You want to see an intercept of a Fatah 5? Okay, we might actually. Does anyone mind if we pause Sidebahs for a little bit to, like, because what I'm seeing right now is bad. Like, this, I don't want to see these graphics on the TV. Like, this is not a good sign. So we might have to do a little prep. Does anyone mind if we take, like, a few minutes off Sidebahs? I know we're climbing Mount Everest, but, bro, even if you're climbing Mount Everest and your cell phone works, and it's like, oh, this is going to happen, you still got to look at the news. It would be dereliction of duty to not look at the news. So we're going to do that. I'm going to teach you a little bit about the Fatah 5. I'm going to show you some intercepts. Like, I'll explain to you what's going on. You kind of got to get ready for this if it happens. I just can't believe it's like, I thought like Nunya was kind of trolling me, to be honest. I didn't realize like Russia Today is like treating this like a potential full-scale invasion of Iran. Hello, Marvin Hagler. It's so good to see you. Okay, let's finish the clip. Then I'll teach you about the Fatah 5.
Kilometer ballistics, sort of 500-kilometer cruise missiles. That's what I've heard. I can't say
No,
yes
they're
or
Fatah
because
5.
That's a state secret. Israel took 6%.
No, bro,
damage.
it's not a state secret. It's on Twitter.
How do we know 6% damage? Because a couple hackers went in and they looked up the amount of buildings that were damaged and needed repairs, the orders that were going in. And they calculated out somewhere between 5 and 6% of the structures in Israel got damaged or destroyed. That's a 12-day war. And the Iranians weren't particularly trying to destroy high populous areas. They're still mostly hitting bases. So if this escalates into a full-on war, Israel's small. Most of the people are concentrated in several large cities. You can't miss a target because there's just not that much room for error.
Oh boy. Okay, so. All right, Nunya has apparently fortified us. All right, let me just show you what a Fatah 5 is, okay? And I don't know. We'll turn on the news. We can watch like one of the stations and just check in. Yeah, no. I want to do the Iran supersonic missile. It's like the Fatah, like something. Yeah, it's like a hypersonic. There's a difference. Oh, it's the Fatah 2. All right, so I've only seen like one intercept of a... Yeah, so Israel's pretty small, but like... I'll show you what an intercept looks like of this. Like, because they just rolled these out. I think this is what they were talking about on the news. Like, I've seen an intercept of this, like a speculative, like, Iron Dome intercept of it. Let me see if I can find the footage of it. They're what, like, they say they can't intercept it, but I've seen it be intercepted. Yeah, so, like, let me show you, like, a picture of what the Fatah looks like. This is, like, pretty serious stuff. You don't see them very often, but they do get out there. What's called like supersonic missiles, hypersonic missiles. Like they go like really fast. So let me show you like what first of all, let me show you what the news was talking about. He called it state secrets. Not really. Okay, so like this is the missile they're talking about. This is why they're like kind of worried. That's a Fatah 1, I think. So it's what's called like a hypersonic missile. And it like goes so fast that like it's designed to make like intercept very difficult. Imagine something that like travels so fast that even if you have a really good missile interceptor system like the Iron Dome, like it goes so fast you can't stop it. Now you might say like, what does that look like? Okay, so this is an example from the 2025 war, I'm pretty sure. It's a little bit hard to see, but like, and this stuff like doesn't get out that often because a lot of it's under embargo. But this is what it would look like if like you were trying to intercept like a hypersonic missile. Like watch all the watch all those. See all those things flying up in the sky? See the like individual dots? Those are all interceptors for one missile. They have to use like, see that hypersonic missile? Let me make it a little clearer. Hold on. So this is like, I was just watching an analysis about why they're a little bit worried about what's going to happen if they do strike Iran tonight. And I'll kind of try to explain it to you. So the missile I showed you is called the Fatah 1, which is like what Iran was kind of like building up to like protect itself if we tried to attack them or Israel did. Now, it's really hard to explain why this matters because a lot of you probably don't like watch war coverage. Like it's easy to just think of it as like another place and not here. So this is an example of like in Israel. It's not footage you would ever see unless you watch like OSINT accounts. Like I remembered seeing this, so I knew I could find it. But you all like see it on the news because Israel would prefer this not get out. But we don't have an embargo in America. But in Israel, you cannot show this on the news. They really would, like in the country of Israel, they would really appreciate you didn't. But I'm not from Israel. I'm American. Like I can report on it. So I'm going to show you an attempted intercept, and it failed. Now, mind you, when Israel fires interceptors, they're called Arrow 3s. I don't know if they've advanced from that. Those are expensive. They're not as expensive as the Fatah. So watch this fly in. So they needed 12 of them. Okay, they fired 12. You're going to see them shoot up in the sky. Those are the interceptors. The missile is going to come like this from Iran, okay, during the 12-day war. Watch. Okay, watch the interceptors all going up. You see, this is real speed. You see the interceptors? Now they say it's 200,000, but it's not. The research for the Fatah. Now watch the Fatah come in. They completely missed. So I'm going to show you it again. You see all those interceptors? That's for one missile. They're trying to get the missile. Like an interceptor is you fire missiles at another missile. But the Fatah is like, I don't know if you understand how fast that is. Like it's a video, so our eyes are just like, oh, one object's moving faster than the other. No, those missiles are moving faster than airplanes, way faster. And then the other missile is moving so fast that during its like terminal reentry phase, its speed like is almost unimaginable. Like literally almost unimaginable. It's probably going like faster than the speed of sound. The fact that your eyes can see it is incredible. It's like faster than a meteor. It's like, I don't know how to even put it into perspective. That's what they're worried about. They're worried about if this happens, because Iran has a stockpile. When he says like 300 missiles that go 500 kilometers, no, bro, the range is way longer, and they go that fast on re-entry, and you can't stop them. That's what they're about. Hello, Grant's Wrench number 420. U.S. can mess up communications. No, so a lot of people are asking what this is, because I'm now actually monitoring this. I was watching news coverage earlier. There's a little bit of concern there's going to be an attack on Iran. So I'm just getting you all ready and showing you footage that's playing over and over right now. It's very hard to find this. You're not going to like see this on the news, but I'm telling you what it is. It's from the 12-day war in 2025 between Israel and Iran. When they got into war, like Iran didn't just cave when Israel attacked them. Iran, so those little small things you see going up are called Arrow 3 interceptors. They're very expensive. It costs 100. What you just saw in that image was $144 million of interceptors being shot. That's $140 million being shot. And then the Fatah comes in and just cannot be intercepted. Some can be intercepted using more advanced interceptor technology, but what do you think the Iron Dome is? It is just a bunch of missiles firing at other missiles. It's not some like secret space weapon. It's just good interceptors. So I'm trying to show you, like, that's the earlier version of the Fatah. The new Iranian hypersonic missile is the Fatah 2. And this is footage. It's very hard to find. It's from 2025, but it's real. It's from Israel during the 12-day war. Israel doesn't like this to be shown domestically because it, like, they don't want Iran to like claim that they were able to get a hit on Israel, but Iran has like people in Israel, like either through like a news network or like they look like diplomats, and like they film like when the missiles successfully hit. They give it to what's called like open source intel accounts, OSINT, and then those accounts will post it. But it's kind of like my reporting on Kathy Rumler in the CIA. You know, if you watch this channel, the documents say she was like a CIA like award winner. Does the New York Times say that? No. Like, are you going to see this like protected security footage from Israel on like the news? No. But if you really want to understand if this is going to happen, what we're talking about, you're looking at like an image of Israel firing its interceptors at what is actually the first generation hypersonic missile that Iran developed called the Fatah 1. Their version now is called the Fatah 2. I do not have any footage of a Fatah 2 even firing, because I don't know if they've used it. But they did, like when I say like they don't do this, like they only use this weapon, like they don't roll it out, because when they use it, Israel can like map its parabolic curve up into the outer atmosphere and back in, and then learn how to intercept it. The problem is, like, here, let me explain this to you, because I guess like you, like now that I'm seeing this is on the news, we have to talk about this. There's some things you have to understand about modern war. They're not just like planes and soldiers. It's more like firing missiles that other missiles can't detect. Now, what you're seeing is what's called the final stage reentry of this missile. Like the missile has already done all of its shit, and then it's like coming towards its target, okay? Before it got to this point, like this is what I want you to imagine. Imagine a missile that is launched from like 1,000 kilometers away. It is like hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from like New York to Ohio. It goes up in the air, okay, and it's fucking like flying at like faster than Mach 1. It's going so fast that it's like breaking the sound barrier, and you cannot catch up to it with a plane, with a missile, or like we have missiles that would do it, but like you can't catch it. It's up there, okay? Now, it needs to get to its target, so it's at what's called cruise altitude. This is the fucking craziest part of this, bro. I don't even understand how it can withstand the fucking G-forces to do this. It gets to, like, maybe, like, the border of Syria and Israel, right? And then it fucking, like, goes up in the air, okay? It, like, does, like, a vertical, like, loop, because it has to, like, trick the fucking, like, Iron Dome. So what they do is like they send a bunch of like conventional missiles first, like a wave of 1,000 of them. The Iron Dome has to waste its resources to like kill off those ones, and then coming above that is the hypersonic missile. The hypersonic missile doesn't just like go up and go down. It gets to the border, and I'm giving you a general approximation. It gets to the border, and then it goes straight up, like so high that it like leaves the atmosphere. Then it like comes back down, but when it's coming back down, it starts like doing loops, like almost like impossible, like, loops. Like, it pulls so many G-forces that, like, your body would get ripped in half if you were in the missile. And it's, like looping, like, constantly. Just, like, fucking going in circles at random patterns because it wants to trick the fucking Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is firing like hundreds. This is just the last stage where it fires like 12, like desperately to try to stop it. It's like firing hundreds of missiles while it's doing this fucking like pirouette. So you got like the like missile up there, like dancing around it, like hypersonic speeds, like pulling curves that are like impossible to trick the interceptors. Then, like, you can't just dance up there in the atmosphere. It's fucking useless. You have to come back into the Earth and hit a target. So it, like, determines when, like, it feels like it's thrown off, like, it's pursuing missiles. Then it fucking dives, and you are watching what happens when it dives. It dives so fast that even if you have an emergency backup system, like, great, like, 150 million worth of missiles, 12 missiles, 150 million, it just will penetrate your last line of defense. That's what they're worried about. So now, like, it's kind of funny to like think that like you might be like, Grant, there is no way you are an expert on all of this. I'm not really. It's just I used to be a war reporter, not in the war zone, but like I definitely like was earning my chops when I was before I worked for Jurist covering the war in Israel and Gaza. So I don't know what to tell you. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know like the missile repositories and batteries these people have, how they use them, how the footage promulgates, what the missiles like do, why this is concerning. I can't predict what's going to happen. I don't know why every single like international network thinks there's going to be an attack tonight. I don't know. I thought Nunya was just kind of trolling me. No, Nunya, you are the Iron Dome. How about them apples? All right, so we can do that. Let me actually turn on the news. I want to see what's going on. Give me 1 second. What is going on? I'll be able to tell pretty quickly. I promise you I'll be able to tell, like, really quickly. All right, let's see. What does Qatar think of this all? You can normally get a sense of like what's going on in Iran based on what Qatar thinks. Doesn't say anything about Iran. It says there's something going on in, let's see. What you don't want to see is Al Jazeera saying something's going on in Iran. That means something is actually going on. No, they're not doing any breaking news. What does RT say? Iran attack possible. Got to check the Russian media. They're kind of like pro-Iran. Ah, the Jerusalem Post said it might not be coming, but they can like run interference sometimes. I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, it's because Israel raised its alert level. Let me see. Let me figure out what's going on here. Give me a second. What does Australia think? Two Israeli sources tell CNN. Perhaps. I can't tell. It's unclear right now. Keep me updated, Nunya. Let's go back to our Sidebahs. All right. So we're now waiting for the next sidebar. We're back. We're starting on page 1. let me give you the sidebar link. We're starting on page 1593. Give me a second. Well, can you forgive me for being a little on edge after I thought Nanya was trolling me, and then it turned out there might actually be something going on in the rain. And like the Jerusalem Post saying it's not coming doesn't mean anything. They just troll the Iranians by lying all the time. They want to throw them off. Alright, I'm going to get you the link. I'm going to pin it up at the top. Because I really meant to do sidebars. We really have to get through this. It's been taking way too long. I can now understand why no one has done this. Like, some people are trying to do it, but it's really hard. And you can't do it as a team. You could do it as a team, but there's no point in just having someone else do it and then combining it with what you're doing. Like, the whole point is the holistic understanding is the most important part. Alright, here we go. Back to Sidebahs. Alright. Sidebahs. Alright. Sidebar link here. Yeah, we won't be... Yeah, but it's not really 204,000 for the missile. The R&D, oh my god, like a lot. Alright, Nanya, we're ending the poll. Oh, we actually need one more vote. Somebody split the difference on the poll. It's going to be Leviathan or Rousseau's First Discourse for Nanya. We need someone to be the tiebreak so I can end the poll. Otherwise, Nanya has to read both, and then they're just going to be confused. I guess not really confused, just like a Nanya. Alright. Oh, God. Oh, goodness. We're at that part about Karen Reed not being... Michael Proctor used some bad words about Karen Reed. I know, Nanya. We're going to wait for the tiebreaker. We're not going to make you read both. That would be torture. You know what? Maybe we're just going to read the Leviathan on stream to torture Nanya. I'm just going to start reading it. I have it somewhere. Don't make me do it, Nanya. Nanya's like, oh no. Alright, I'm ending the poll. Nanya? Nanya, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Aaron Gobrod, so good to see you. Alright. Nope, Nanya. We got 5 people to vote at the last minute. You will be reading Hobbes's Leviathan. We expect weekly reports on the chapters. Yep. Mr. Monk's understudy, it's so good to see you. I actually saw someone point that out. It might have been you, actually, Mr. Monk's understudy, serendipitously enough. And I remember saying, yeah, I don't know if it's the court reporter making a typo or... Because I used to do that wrong, too. I had to teach myself double N, double T to get Yannetti's name right. Hello. And it is very good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Enjoy your towel wrench. I can tell who the new people are because they don't have wrenches. Alright, let's go. Sidebahs. We're actually looking for sidebars. We're in the middle of Alan Jackson's Cross of Michael Proctor. Alright, now this is called Climbing Mount Everest. Maybe there are cliff notes. Lynn, Nanya, listen, Lynn's wonderful, and she's trying to help you, so she's going to get you the No Fear Shakespeare version of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, which doesn't exist. I'm trolling. There is no such thing. The No Fear Thomas Hobbes, written by Towell. So, basically, there was some shit going on with the Parliament and the King. And the King was like, Thomas Hobbes, bro. Like, you can't just be in England if you're not going to take my side. And then Thomas Hobbes was like, bruh, like, what do you mean I can't be in England, like, if I don't take your side? I'm not trying to get in trouble with the Parliament. Like, the Parliament controls London. You only control that, like, weird town of, like, Oxbridge or whatever the hell you call Oxford. And the King's like, but listen, Thomas Hobbes, you got to go to France, bruh. I'm kicking you out of England. You got to leave. And then Thomas Hobbes is like, all right, bruh, I'll go to England, but then I'm going to write you a love letter styled as a fucking, like, 4,000-page book. I'm going to call it the Leviathan, then you'll love me again, right, King? And the King's going to be like, yeah, you can come back now. You don't have to live in France. Like, they are kind of like French, you know? And so then he comes back, and that's the book. All right, everybody understand? Those are the cliff notes of Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan for Nunya. All right, sidebar. We have reached the end of this day. Trooper Proctor is not done. We have a sidebar. Mr. Monk's understudy, I think it is all corrupt. I'm not sure if David Unetti's name being spelled wrong is like the biggest piece of evidence of that, but you know, I'm not going to like tell you you're wrong at this point. All right. Nunya's off to go find a copy of the Leviathan. Good luck, Nunya. All right, let's begin. Nunya's like, what if I got trolled into reading the Leviathan? What has happened here? All right, here we go. One last time at Sidebar for scheduling. All right. So we're certainly not holding you to anything. Mr. Jackson, oh, I'm sorry. I was turning the phone on again. Sorry. The court, not because the court wants Mr. Jackson to turn the phone on in case she needs him to call someone for scheduling. So don't think he's being rude. He's doing what she wants. She already asked him to do this earlier today. The court, not holding you to anything. How long do you think you'll be with him, Mr. Trooper Proctor, tomorrow? Mr. Jackson, 3 to 4 hours. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, my outline is about 80 pages, and that's what it is with Brian Higgins. That's the best I can estimate. His cross of Proctor was 80 pages. The court, okay, so that puts us end of day Wednesday probably. Mr. Jackson, I think so. The court, do you think we'll finish with Proctor on Wednesday? Mr. Jackson, yes. The court, do you think we'll finish? Mr. Jackson, I will finish with him on Wednesday. I wish he didn't say with him there. Court, you think we'll finish with him on Wednesday? Mr. Lally, not Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Lally. That's so funny. That's so funny because she's teasing Mr. Jackson there because Alan kept calling Adam Lally Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Yannetti Mr. Lally. So Judge, just to be a dick, out of nowhere, I'm sorry to use that word, but Judge, out of nowhere, like Alan hasn't done that for like 2 hours. Judge is like needling Alan Jackson just to like sting him a little bit by being like, oh, Mr. Lally, I don't mean Mr. Yannetti. I'm talking about Mr. Lally. Oh, my God, it's Bunny. Bunny, listen, Pete Bunny Towel is buried right now under a blanket, okay? He buried his head in the blanket when he heard about the, like, whole Iranian thing. He can't come to the phone right now, but he says hello. He's a little, like, when Nunya started talking about Iran, Pete Bunny Towel literally buried himself in a blanket. You know, Nunya, you're traumatized the Pete Bunny Towel. What are you doing? Nunya's like, oh, no. Nunya's like, I'm trying to read the Leviathan. Oh, yeah, Bunny, and also Nunya has to read Thomas Hobbes's The Leviathan. It's a long story. All right, we're on page 1607 of the Sidebahs. You think we'll finish with Proctor on Wednesday, Mr. Lally? Not Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Lally. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. Mr. Lally, if it's 4 hours, I think, yeah, I'll have plenty of time in the afternoon to move on to other things. The court, okay, famous last words. All right. First of all, Judge Cannoni was trolling Alan Jackson, so I'm just writing that up. Yes, Nunya traumatized the Pete Bunny Towel. What have you done, Nunya? What have you done? Oh, my word. Oh, my word. We are a ridiculous channel. We're all wonderful, but I don't know if Nunya's actually reading the Leviathan. Oh, okay. I have gotten so in the weeds of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. Oh, Grant Spaces. And Karen Reed trial Sidebahs, not previously public, that I found Judge Cannoni trolling Alan Jackson, who earlier in the day mixed up David Yannetti and Adam Lally, and trolling Adam Lally by saying famous last words. That's so funny. She was trolling them. She did that. That wasn't even relevant to what she was doing. She was just trolling them. Dude, I didn't know you could troll people as a judge. Why didn't anyone tell me this? I might have actually wanted to be a judge. Dude, No one told me that you could become a judge and just troll the fuck out of people. That's hilarious, dude. I want to troll people like that. That's so funny. I get Alan Jackson was probably pissed, but dude, you can troll the lawyers if you're a judge? Why didn't anyone tell me? The most fun chat on the tunes of you. It is fun. I appreciate it, man. But let me just tell you, why did no one ever say to me, Grant, listen. If you become a judge and you just want to, like, troll the lawyers, it doesn't matter if it's the prosecutor, the defense, bro, you can just troll the fuck out of them. Dude, I would have trolled them. I would have done it. Oh, my God. No one told me you can do this. I thought it was, like a whole, like, formal thing, and you got to be all nice. Oh, come on. This is outrageous. I demand satisfaction. You can't. I am offended. I'm seriously offended. Why did no one tell me? Listen, they got to write this like on the law school, like during law school orientation, bruh. You got to write this shit down. You just got to be like, if you become a judge, if you get so good that you become a judge with lifetime tenure, you control the lawyers at Sidebahs. We'd have so many more judges. You don't understand. Kids these days, they fucking love trolling people, bro. Tell them they control people as a judge. They'll be judges. Listen, put me in charge. I'm ready to do this. Don't you all agree? Listen, I figured out the entire system. I know what to do. Put me in charge. In short, you get more people into the legal profession by telling them that they control people if they become judges. You got to tell them like this, though. Listen. You don't get to troll people really as a lawyer. You control people a little bit. Like, once you actually become a lawyer, you control people a little bit. But when you become a judge, oh my God, you control people. Like, you can just go up on the bench and be like, counsel, do I have nice shoes on today? And the counsel has to be like, yes. It's hilarious. You shouldn't do too much. But you can just troll them. Oh, so many people will want to be judges. Well, yeah, Lynn, I agree. But I'm talking about, like, you gotta, like kids these days, right? The youth, my generation and below, if you want them to, like, do things, you gotta be like, bro, you can do it for the lulz. If you just, like, it's called the LULZ. If you tell the kids, you want to motivate them, just be like, bro, you can do it for the lulz. Like, immediately light bulb. Like, you can get them to do any fucking profession you want. Just tell them they can do it for the lulz. They won't think they're working. If you just tell them it's okay to go into their job, just a little light lulz. Like, you can't do it all the time. But you want to, like, troll the lawyers if you get good enough? Dude, they'll work their whole lives to become a judge to troll people. They'll love it. Yeah, Nanya, it is a little, like, you know, God complex, but, like, if you're just doing a little trolling, just a little trolling. Like Judge Canoni just did there by randomly sua sponte being like, no, not Mr. Lally, I'm talking to Mr. Yannetti out of nowhere. Dude, that's fucking hilarious. And then she was like, Mr. Lally, famous last words. That's hilarious. Bro, like, I know we're all mad at her because she was kind of like in the bag for the state when it was very obvious it was a cover-up. And she was kind of like Adam Lally's super lawyer. But, like, bro, that's hilarious. On a Friday, on, like, at the end of the day, during the Proctor Cross, she's trying to, like, lighten the mood by just trolling them. She's not making jokes. She's just trolling them. Oh, being a judge is such an art form. I wish someone had told me this was allowed. Can we just write this, like sometimes people like me, we need it just written out. You know what I'm saying? Like, just write it out in a document. You control people if you get good enough as a lawyer that you become a judge. Famous last words. Bubble C. All right. What do you have after him? Oh, goodness. We have Brian effing Tully. Oh no. Listen. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that without just calling him Bucky Dent. Can we? All right. Motion to formally change Brian Tully's name on this stream to Bucky effin Dent. To Bucky effin Dent Tully. Yes, I'm down with it. No, I love commies. If you vote no, you have to say you love commies. So, I mean, I don't know how many you out there are communists, but This is called a push poll, and in short, we're calling Brian Tully Bucky effing Dent. All right, Bucky effing Dent Tully. That, like, when I have to read his sidebar, every time I have to say his name, I'm saying Bucky effing Dent Tully, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nope. Like, you visit my door, I'll spray you with my wasp spray. If you try to come in and I have to defend myself, I won't stop. Some people are voting that they're communists. Some of you are declaring yourself communists. The feds are going to find you. They're going to use the poll and be like, oh no, there's communists in his audience. I'm going to find them. What if that was my point? What if I'm baiting you to reveal yourself as communists? Damn commies. We're going to restart the House Un-American Activities Committee. It'll be hilarious. I won't be Joseph McCarthy, though, because I won't drink. So instead, I'll just get to run rampant and hunt the commies, you know? Not, like, physically, but, like, juridically, you know? Damn commies. I know. Listen, I'm telling you, I caught 12% of you out there admitting you're commies. It was a trap. It was a trap. You were all just baited into revealing you're commies. Yeah, Judge, I don't think that judge is going to be on Kelsey's case very long. I think Kelsey, you know, I think she's up against, like, a very powerful network, but they're kind of collapsing. I told her people they could talk to my people, but I don't have any people, so I feel like they kind of just told her, like, Grant said you could talk to his people, and she was probably like, he doesn't have any people. What does that mean? And that makes it even funnier. Oh, goodness. This is why you have to just give me the bully pulpit. Okay? Just make me Teddy Roosevelt. Let me storm up San Juan Hill and go to Washington and let me just troll them all. It will be hilarious. You all will think I'm the greatest president. I'll have so much fun. All right. They said Brian effing Dent Tully's name once, or Bucky effing Dent Tully's name once, and I couldn't keep myself in control. The thing is, I think he was just a small part of it. I kind of think, like, Divine was the problem. Kind of starting to wonder, like, what Higgins was doing with his snowplow biddies. You know what I'm saying? Like, who has snowplow biddies? He didn't use the word biddies, but, like, back in the day, we called it, you know, you called them biddies. Like, why you need, as, like, an adult, like, ATF agent, why you need snowplow biddies? Like, why are you bringing the biddies with you in your snowplow? Where are you taking the snowplow biddies? You just ride around with them? Like, I don't understand. What do you need the biddies in the snowplow for, you know? Like, hockey players need biddies, you know what I'm saying? Why you need biddies? You're like an adult ATF agent, you know? So anyway, I don't know if it was really Brian Tully, like, directly. I think he was involved, in my opinion. But, like, I'm getting the vibe this was, like, some bad men who, like, you know, like, we got to have that talk again about not buying sex. Like, please don't buy people. I know I'm kind of fucking with the money a little bit. Like, I get the sense some of the people who, like, you know, maybe got, like, a lot of money from that profession are a little mad at Little Towel. But listen. I'm not trying to legalize prostitution. I'm trying to do the opposite, which is get people to not buy sex. Like, don't buy people, please. Like, sex for procreation's all cool. You can even, like, I'm not down with it, but if you want to do it outside of procreation, just don't buy it, please. It ends up with, like, human trafficking, and unraveling this whole Epstein thing led me to have to see the doggy video. So, like, as a favor to me, like, you can talk to your family. Maybe, I don't think any of you listening to this, I pray to God, are out there buying sex, but if you are, please stop. It's not harmless. We're not going to legalize it. Like, it's very harmful, and it leads to sex trafficking. And by 6 degrees of, like, Kevin Bacon, by you doing that, I had to see a video of a doggy, and it was censored, but a doggy and a little kid, and you traumatize Little Towel indirectly. So, you know, talk to your family. We have to have this intervention once a day now. Talk to your family members and just be like, please don't buy any sex. You don't realize it wasn't your fault, but you caused my friend, who's a Little Towel, to have to see a video, censored though it was, of a little doggy and a little kid, and now he's traumatized. So please don't buy sex, okay? All right. Now, I realize it's really uncomfortable. There's no taboo around sex. I don't really have a problem with the sex concept. You all do your sex thing, whatever you got to do. Personally, I think it's a little bit of a distraction from, like, learning about shit. But, you know, like, do you, bro. Like, you know, be safe. Like, you know, don't hurt anybody. Like, consent's very important. Like, no animals, no children. I didn't know we had to have this discussion until like last week. We do. But, you know, on the topic of like buying people, it's not harmless. Okay, it's not like the drug trade where you can kind of like put regulations on it and then it doesn't, like, the money is monitored. No, you can't. It just, you buy people and then the money flows to really bad places. So please, like, just, if you care about America and Little Towel and all the other people in the world, talk to your friends, talk to your family. Just say, like, hey, it's totally cool that you like having sex, but please don't, like, buy sex. Please don't buy people. Like, ideally, like, don't do that. It hurts America. And just tell them this. Like, if we just all talk about it with people and nobody buys sex, there won't be a market for it. It's going to be kind of a little bit of a weird transition. Like, people are going to have to get new jobs. Like, they're going to have to do other stuff. But, like, we can do this as America. I don't know about the other countries, okay? Like, the Europeans, bro, they got to deal with their own shit. I can't help the Europeans. Like, Canada, I'm willing to help. Okay, oh, God. You don't understand. The Canadians have won me over. I don't really, like, hate them, even though they conquered Detroit. So, like, Canada, I can't believe I'm saying this. I am willing to help Canada. I feel so disgusting. They won me over. Fucking Canadians. Anyway, the point is, Laura's like, yes, I saved Canada. The point is, the Europeans, they're on their own. Dude, I'm not helping the Europeans. It's too complicated. They got their own, like, shit to deal with. I can't fix the Europeans. I'm telling you, they're, like, Europe's its own, like, can of worms. So anyway, we can fix it in America, though. Like, you just say to your friends, like, don't buy people. And they're like, but I'm just, like, you know, buying sex. And you're like, no, that's buying people. And they're like, no, it's not. Like, the person gets paid. It's all cool. And you're like, no, it's buying people. And they're like, what's the worst that could happen? That's when you have to break out the doggy video thing and be like, listen, I have this friend. He's kind of smart. He helped, like, take down, like, the CIA lady from the Obama White House. And he, like, you know, he's a little towel. And by you buying sex through 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, you forced him to look at a censored video of a doggy and a little kid. And he was mad. He wasn't really mad. He was just so traumatized he couldn't look at Epstein videos anymore to do his project. And he was sad. So don't do that. And then they're going to be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And be like, the point is you're causing harm. You are hurting America. Nanya's like, Grant, my solution to your problem is you should go to Montreal. Okay, Nanya, I'm thrilled that that's your input, but I don't know if that's really relevant to people not buying sex. But I love you anyway, Nanya. You want to go to Montreal, you have a great time. Oh, I was talking about Canada. That's right. I agree with you, Standing Stones. I blame Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel is the cause of all the world's problems. The Christian Democratic Union, ladies and gentlemen, blame Germany. All right? I'm not saying AFD is the solution. I'm just saying blame the CDU. Yes, the cause and not the solution to all of life's problems. I blame Berlusconi, too. His little bunga bunga parties. Bunga bunga party my ass. Damn Italians. Listen, I got a lot of things to say to the different countries of the world. We probably should not allow me to go to the UN. I would just go to the various ambassadors with a cigar and be like, listen. You know, back in like 97, your prime minister, he did something I really didn't like. And they'd be like, okay, he's dead. And I'd be like, I know, but I have a problem with your country about it. all of this started because they said Brian Tully's name, and then I got really mad. And so I started yelling about the Germans. Wait a minute. No, let's back up. I got mad about Brian Tully, so I started lecturing people about not buying sex out of frustration. Which is kind of funny. No. That would be weird. Listen. I think there's a lot of things I'm going to have to confront over the next, year that's going to make me feel really weird. I just had, to think through some stuff, and I was like, some things are starting to make a little more sense. Ooh. But also, and at the same time, I'm going to have to think a lot about this. We can't talk about that right now. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to even do if that were confirmed. We really can't talk about this right now. Do you see how, it doesn't really traumatize me to talk about Brian Tully, but, you say the name Brian Tully, and there are so many things that make me mad. I just start thinking about a lot of stuff, and then I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. And I think about the context, and I'm like, we can't talk about that right now. All right. I'm in a mood. You don't understand. I'm in a mood. Yesterday was a tough day. You're going to have to bear with me. Oh, we have Lieutenant Tully and then Trooper Paul. The court, okay, so Lieutenant Tully, how long? Tie up loose ends. Hey, let's play word association, Judge Cannoni. Brian Tully, tie up loose ends. I'll give you a loose end. There wasn't much independent work done by him, was there? Mr. Lally, no. So he is present for the search, which I'm going to go through quickly. But then, that was for Tully, by the way, not Judge Cannoni. But there's also the Canton Public Library video, as well as the Temple video. And then sort of then dovetails into the RTT that he did with the defendant's phone so far as location data and things like that. The court, all right, who's doing the cross of Tully? Okay, how long? He must have raised his hand. Mr. Jackson, I love how he raised his hand. 45 minutes to an hour. The court, all right. Mr. Jackson, focusing on mostly Mr. Tully's. No! Let him say it! The court, so potentially she cuts him off so much. He was just going to say what his cross was going to be about. She cuts him off. And focusing mostly on Mr. Tully's, the court, so potentially we could finish Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning if you put on Lieutenant Tully. Mr. Lally, oh yes, the court. All right, and then who do you have? So then it would be Mr. Cordo, Trooper Paul. The court, Mr. Yannetti, Trooper Paul. The court, Trooper Paul. Are you kidding me? Lally forgot the order of his own witnesses. From the state lab as well as Trooper Paul. David Yannetti's such a man on the mountain. I told you the second, Lally made a mistake, Yannetti corrected him, and then before the court could correct Lally, Yannetti had already done it. He's the old man on the mountain. We got to make a nice little portrait of him as the old man on the mountain from New Hampshire that fell down. Just replace that. Let's just do it now. Oh, we could do it together. Would you mind if I made something in David Yannetti's honor for him getting the Lawyer of the Year award, and then we can post it for him? And then you can all be like, we made that on stream with Grant. We saw him do it. He's a little towel. Okay, ready? Watch what we got to do. Old man on the mountain. Okay, it's from New Hampshire. Now watch what we're going to do. Okay? We're going to do something very special for Mr. Yannetti. Do we want it in color? I feel like black and white's more apropos. David Yannetti's a very refined public intellectual, so we got to do this in black and white. You're going to see. Now, it's gone now. You know, my dad took me to the old man on the mountain. He wanted me to see it. We were going to that hotel where they signed Bretton Woods. I don't know why my dad took me there. It was pretty interesting, I suppose. But anyway, he took me to see the old man on the mountain. A lot of you are probably like, Grant, what the fuck are you talking about? What is the old man on the mountain? Oh, I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you a thing or two about the old man on the mountain. Anybody from New England who's over like 40 should know about the old man on the mountain. All right. Yes, yes. I got to do a little bit of work to make this happen. All right. No, that's not what I want. I guess that'll work. Okay. Now, I got to get a picture of David Yannetti. Ideally, black and white. Yes, the old... Hello, Terry. It's so good to see you. Lynn remembers it as well. We're doing a little project before I get back. Listen, David Yannetti... I have this thing when I read the sidebars where, like, David Yannetti, like, constantly, like, says things that are wonderful, like, and then... But it's not, like, wonderful. It's more like he monitors everybody else and even the judge, and then they just, like, bow to him, and they're like, oh, it's David Yannetti. Yes, the old man on the mountain's face fell off. Now listen, I have to prepare our project here. All right, so give me a second. I have to do a little work before we can do this. And we're going to... Mr. Yannetti was nice about my dad when Tao Dad passed away. So we're going to do this for him live. And we're doing it not just like gratuitously. He earned it like throughout like 3,000 pages of sidebars, 2,000 or so. He just consistently is the old man on the mountain. So he won Lawyer of the Year. And we are going to make him a nice little image. Okay, everybody ready? Now, you might be saying, Grant, are you going to do the thing? Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the thing. Now, I'm going to have a little help. I don't really want to do it on my own. And I don't really know if it's going to be able to, like, face swap these two. So I have to, like, think about this a little bit. Right. Now, I think I'm going to combine them. All right, so I'm going to show you my two source files after I make them images. Then we're going to combine them and we're going to write a nice little post congratulating Mr. Yannetti on Lawyer of the Year. And we're going to make him the old man on the mountain. Alright. Yes, yes, you will be able to see the old man on the mountain. I just have to do a little bit of work to make this happen. Alright, should we do... Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Alright. Trying to think what's going to be the best. I think Gemini will do this the best. I think it'll be able to like rotate his orientation too, because the picture I have of David Yannetti and Karen, which I mean I'm altering. I think I was there that day. Yeah, I'm in the fucking picture. Ah! Dude, that's so funny. Okay, everybody ready to see what I'm doing? All right, so that's so funny. All right, so that's wait a minute. Is that right? No, I dropped it on the wrong one. 1 second. All right, so I'm trying to make this thing, right? And that's not the old man on the mountain. That's David Yannetti, right? But like I'm trying to work on this, so I like go grab the old man on the mountain, right? And I'm going to show you the end result in a second. But that's the old man on the mountain, okay? That's him, all right? And then that's David Yannetti. And I was like, oh, I wonder if I'm in the picture. It's Microdot's picture. I'm in the back of it. I'm just standing behind Mr. Yannetti's head. He sharpened Karen and David into focus, which is fun, and Mr. Reed. But, like, I am in that shot. I love it. All right, so... You all keep an eye on the old man on the mountain, and I'm going to show you the byproduct of my final work, and then we'll make a post for Mr. Yannetti. All right, let's see. All right. And then swap it with the face of the man in the middle of the second photograph carrying the briefcase. Alright. I think I got it. I'm going to do this for you in real time, then we're moving on. The sidebars are really hard to do. Even for me, who just like loves tearing through material, this is actually very hard work. All right, come on now. Where's my old... All right, there's my man on the mountain. Now I got to get the next one. If it can do this, I'm going to be so pleased. This is why, like, you don't do it by hand. Like the editing of the Sallyport, you let the bots do this. Because it would just look ugly if I cropped it. I could do it, but it wouldn't look how I wanted. Alright, come on now. Where's the one I want? Okay. You should imagine yourself as rising to the level of an expert in face swapping while doing this project, and I have faith in you. Okay, it's working. I don't know if it's going to work. This is probably going to come out ridiculous, but if it actually works, I'd be thrilled. All right, so it's taking the image of the man with the stone, okay, and then it's going to try to put David Unetti's head on the stone. Hello, it's good to see you all. Now you're enjoying our very slow, methodical climb. It's called Mount Everest. We're climbing Mount Everest. There's a lot of sidebahs. And David Unetti won Lawyer of the Year, and he just kind of pwned Adam Lally, so I made him a little image. I'm going to show it to you in a second. No! Okay, no. Okay. That was close. Oh my god, wait. I can't wait to see what it did. It totally screwed it up. How did you... So all I did was tell it to put David Unetti's face on the screen. Wait till you see what this did. Oh, I gotta try it again, but wait till you see what it did. Oh, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. You don't understand. Look at this. First of all, listen, everybody needs a moment of levity. First of all, there was no salt cooker. I can't. Nowhere in the picture of Karen and David was there Saul Goodman. Oh no. That's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. I told it to take the picture of David and put it on the man on the mountain, and it thought David was Saul Goodman. Oh, I'm crying from laughter. I can't. Oh my god, that's the funniest fucking thing. Oh my god. I didn't even know it was possible to actually cry from laughing. Oh, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Oh, alright, let's see. Aaron's like, I'm either crying or laughing when I watch the stream. Oh my god, you don't understand. All I wanted it to do was put David's face on it. Okay, that was a good try. However, let's swap that face with the man from the picture I attach here. You were so close. I am proud of you. We can do this. You got to give the AI encouragement. Oh my god. I should not be allowed to interact with AIs. You don't understand. Like, sometimes we've done it on stream, and the AI and I have the funniest interactions. Alright, we're ready for this. You gotta give AI, like, you gotta give it encouragement. So I was like, good job, let's try one more time. You can do this. You can do this. I have faith in you. I have faith in the AI. Come on now. For Mr. Yannetti, you could do this. You could do this. Come on, you could do it. You could do it. You can do it. You can do it. It's not ready yet. Oh, this is agonizing. Come on now. Show me a winner. This is better. See, I don't do gambling. I do that. Nope. Come on, do it. Do it. Did you do it? Oh my god, it's nerve-wracking. I gotta scroll slow. No, you screwed it. No. 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 I want you to swap Saul Goodman's face from the image you just rendered. Keep everything else the same. Put the face of the man from the photograph I attach. We can call him a character named David Yannetti for our purposes. He is not Saul Goodman. I don't know why the AI thinks he's Saul Goodman. He's just not. He's David Yannetti. That's why does the AI think he's Saul Goodman? I'm giving this one more try, then I'm gonna get mad. It's literally the easiest thing in the world to do. You could do this. He is not Saul Goodman. All right, Tumon. You can say that like one more time. Otherwise, you have to talk normally. We don't need. I think you're hilarious, but we don't need that. Like we other than when I'm like laughing, we don't need exactly that. All right, here we go. Come on, you can do this. He is not Saul Goodman. I've made it very clear to the AI. Come on, not Saul Goodman. Oh. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Okay. All right, hold on. We got to do one more thing if this is really going to work. Hold on. I got to be methodical about this. Okay. I got to get myself out of there. Okay. We got to give the AI just Mr. Yannetti's head. It did a pretty good job. Okay. You want to see version 1? Like, it did a pretty good job. It could do a little bit better, though. So I'm going to do this. You don't understand. No, it didn't. I finally got it to get away from Saul Goodman. Okay? Now look at its new version. I think you're going to be very proud of the AI. Everybody ready? Okay? This isn't the final version. Okay? I want to be clear. This is just I got it to understand. Now listen, this sentence, you wouldn't think you'd ever hear it. I got the AI to understand David Yannetti is not Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad. These are what we call our moments of levity during long streams. Everybody ready for this? Listen, it's going to blow your mind. Are you ready for this? Where is it? No, I downloaded it, didn't I? It says I didn't download it yet. Hold on. I'm getting mad now. Where's the one I just got? Hold on, I got to get the one I just got. Give me a second. It actually did. That was surprisingly decent. Alright, now I'll show you V2. Hold on, it's rendering it. Gotta wait for it to download. It's taking so long. Oh, it hasn't downloaded yet. Come on, let me download it. Oh, chicken and dumplings. You enjoy that, Lynn Britton. I want to hear how it was. I had a chicken sandwich earlier, so I'm not hungry yet. Alright, you ready for V2? This is on the way. We got one more. I like this one, but I feel like it needs a little bit more refining. It's not what's on your screen. I'm going to use that to make the final revision. All right, ready for this? Every family has a Walter White. Aaron, you're hilarious. The people of Ireland are well represented. All right. Look at what it did. Are you proud of it? Like, it's getting better, right? Okay? Isn't it getting better? It's not perfect, okay? But, like, that's getting there. That is great, Gemini. However, I think we can make the face look a bit more like our character, David Yannetti. Here is a better rendering of his face. Let's try one more time and really go for the gold. You can do this, little bot. Little AI bot who is wonderful. Okay, we're calling him a wonderful AI bot. You just praise it and then it does good things for you, you know? Nanya, you are not being helpful. You are just memeing. I need actual feedback. And the actual feedback is it's not good enough yet. We're getting there. It's not Saul Goodman anymore, but it's not what I want. Let's make sure the facial features really match up with the image I attach here. Leave everything else in your leave everything else other than the updated face the same. All right, we're doing it. Little bit botted. I'm a towel AI. Solid, you know he had a baby. This is so funny. I needed this little moment of levity. And this is the funny thing is this is what it would have been like if I did this not on stream. I just would have been laughing to myself. All right, it's building a new face for us. All right, do a good job for Mr. Yannetti. Now you can do this, little bot. Did it do it? Oh, that's actually really good. Holy shit. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I think even microtons would like this. Oh, this is really good. Listen, you don't understand. Wait till you all see this. I need you to vote on it because we can't post it until I do a poll. I think things are really good. Listen, I praised that AI until it rendered something that I think is fabulous. Look at this. How is that? Oh, it's great. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, I love it. It's great. Okay. Oh, I already have a poll up there. It was probably about like invading France. Okay. Do you like the final version of the David Yannetti Man on the Mountain image? Yes, I love it. No, I love commies. Okay, so you can say you don't love it, but as such you are a commie. It's a push poll. Okay, what do you think? I've put up a poll. Aaron likes it. Much better than the Saul version. Oh, this is wonderful. I know KDK Microdot's gonna love this. It even has his ear. Oh, it's so good. I think it came out really good. Alright, let me do some things to make it really good. Alright? That was really, really good. That was great. The poll is strongly in favor of it. Should we invert it? Hold on. We gotta poll an Adam Lally. Or we gotta poll a Norfolk DA. Does it look better like this? Or does it look better like this? I think it looks better like this. Should we pull a Norfolk DA on him? What do you think? Does it look better this way? Okay, I think it looks better like this. So we're going to call this A, okay, the original view, or this B. I think we all agree that you like it, all right? Oh, I'm going to post him, all right? Okay. Do you prefer view A or view B of the David Yannetti Man on the Mountain picture? View A, original. View B, inverted. Inverted. I like B too, but you gotta vote in the towel poll. Not inverted, inverted. Well, this is such a fun stream. We have so much fun. It's the most unique stream on YouTube. I talked to the people, and they were like, we don't have a lot of people like you who do streams like that. I was like, I know. Everyone likes B so far. View B is on the screen. I think we're going to go with B. I like B. View B. View B has taken an early lead. All right, I got to do some work to make a View B. 1 second. You have to kind of like actually flip it. I just flipped it in the editing software. I now have to actually go do the work to render it for Mr. Yannetti. And I'm going to put it into 4K. All right. All right, let me see. I think I can zoom it in a little bit without losing too much. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. Hold on. That might be a little too much zoom though, Grant. It probably is. Because I want it to look like he's looking out over his mountain. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. There you go. That's nice. He could frame this, I think. Can I get away with a little bit more? Yeah. Oh, even his hair. That's nice. He'll probably appreciate that. Okay. What about like that? No. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I think we should just do this. I think it's okay to give it a bit of a border. Just gotta be centered if I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's fine. And then I gotta flip it. Alright, I'm gonna flip it. Done. Okay, my masterpiece is ready. It's really fucking good. I give myself a 10 out of 10. Okay, you ready for the final version? Hold on. There. I'm going to render it. I'm going to post it. You can see me post it for Mr. Yannetti. I know it'll be a nice moment. Alright. Yeah, there you go. That's better. What do you think? Came out great, right? He's weathered from his wonderful work, and he sits out over his landscape and he monitors. It's really good, actually. I'm proud. I'm a proud little towel. All because of this interaction where he's done it a lot, but it all started because he knew that Yannetti was saying the wrong name of the witness who was next. Okay, you're gone. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You do not mention sexual. Does this seem, other than telling people not to buy sex, does this seem like the type of channel that you can just do that thing on? Okay, you're gone now. Thank you so much, Bunny and Pretty Kooky James. I know, right? Like, I really think Mr. Yannetti's going to like this. Okay, everybody, right? I'm so excited. I bet he's going to be like, this is so cool. And I'm going to be like, I know. I didn't know it was going to be that cool. Okay, we got to do our towel thing. All right, everybody ready? All right, I got to find Mr. Yannetti's profile. I think he follows me on Twitter. 1 second. Let me save this. I might need that Fatah link later if the freaking Iranian stuff goes down. Alright, let's go over to David Yannetti. Okay, nope. Mr. Yannetti. There it is. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, so you go over to Mr. Yannetti's profile. Okay, he's being a David Yannetti. And then you go to the post where he won the Lawyer of the Year. Congratulations on being named lawyer, named One of Massachusetts Lawyers Weekly's Lawyers of the Year. Oh, I guess you don't capitalize that. Mr. Yannetti. Hold on. In your honor, during stream today, I, and with help from my friends, made you this image because while reading Sidebahs, we have determined that you are the ever vigilant man on the mountain. I got to change some of the wording. That's how you spell congratulations. Grant, come on. I'm bad at spelling. Did I spell the word mountain wrong too? I spelled it right. Is everything spelled right? I don't believe that. Sidebahs is not a word. Oh, that's right. I added it to my dictionary. Grant, ever vigilant. That's not even close to a word. Vigilant needs to be spelled right. Vigilante, ever vigilant man on the mountain. With my friends. Alright. And my friends. How about and? Because while reading Sidebahs, we have determined that you are the ever vigilant man on the mountain. Let's just say one of the lawyers of the year. I mean, one of the lawyers of the year, Miss Unetti. In your honor, I and my friends made you this image because while reading Sidebahs, we have determined that you are the ever vigilant man on the mountain in our justice system. Oh, that's great. Okay, everybody ready? He can print this out. I made it in 4K. Very high DPI. And we got to make sure I get the right version with it looking the right way. So it should be the most recent one I rendered. Let's see it. Here it is. So we all like this one, right? Version B. Yes, that's the one. That's the winner. Everybody like it? That's what I'm posting. Any objections? Let me just make sure all of this is spelled right. I think it's all spelled right. You'd be surprised, though. I'm a bad speller. So I just go over to the spell check machine. Let's see, did I spell anything wrong? I spelled everything right. That's really good. Good job, Tam. All right. Here we go. He does not need a cigar. That would be very Winston Churchill. All right, ready? My friends and I. All right, it's going up. Ready? Is ever vigilant with a hyphen? I think it is. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. You got to be right when you're dealing with a lawyer. Ever vigilant with hyphen or without? It might not actually have a hyphen. Yeah, you don't actually need a hyphen. That was a little bit overboard. But it's exactly 240 characters. That's how you do it. if you're using it as a... Oh! While rarely used, it could technically be hyphenated ever vigilant if used as a compound modifier directly before a verb. The ever vigilant guardian. Oh! Yes! Ah, yes, I'm doing it. If it can technically be hyphenated before a proper noun, man on the mountain is a proper noun. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is the greatest moment of my life. I get to use ever vigilant with a hyphen, and it's technically, which is the best kind of correct, grammatically correct. Oh, what a glorious moment. Mateo. I really like words. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Done. Who else do you know gets excited about being able to technically use a hyphen in the word ever vigilant? You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. Where did that my friends thing come from? I don't know. I think I'm just speaking in a southern drawl. I kind of blame indirectly the glare for it because I taught him about the origin of why America's eastern seaboard is called Virginia. It kind of spiraled out of control a little bit. Defender of the Boston Realm. Yes. Okay, that literally all started. Literally, I'm not kidding you. I've been like, please. I was meaning to like congratulate Mr. Yannetti, but like the only reason I made that image is because of this exchange between Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Lally, where he corrected him about the name of Mr. Lally's own witness, and I had been thinking for days, like Mr. Yannetti just stands there and monitors the sidebars, and then he proved it, so I made the post. It was funny. You don't like what, Nanya? I don't know what you don't like, but I can't do anything. If you don't like semicolons, bro, I can't do anything about that. All right. You all have decided to just start memeing about this man that I don't know, so yeah, you have fun with that. Whoever that man is. I don't want to give him any play, so you all can talk about whoever that man is, but I don't want to get into the drama. I think a lot of those people feed off negative attention. You just ignore them, they just wither away. You don't need to like pour water on someone we'll use the initials like KP. You don't like pour water on them like a movie with a witch, bro. Like the equivalent here is just ignoring them, and then they just wither on the vine. And she's like, I'm melting. I'm like, you've never had any power. Now it's gone, even though you didn't have any. But yeah, on an entirely unrelated topic, don't sell people. Who knew? That would really piss me off. I know, right? Like, you never would see it coming. Don't fucking sell people. Just entirely unrelated topics. I'm just kind of like spitballing here. Who knew that would piss me off? Just in general. Entirely unrelated. Again, two completely different topics. Who knew I would get really mad if you sold people? Like, just think about that. Like, Mattel, just generally, entirely unrelated to anything we've been talking about. Mattel, I don't like people who like do bad things to other people's autonomy. Don't sell people. But completely unrelated topics. I'm just kind of like thinking about the state of the world. You know, I'm talking about like pining for the fjords of Norway or something. I'm not sure. Monty Python's a great show. All right, let's continue. No, Nanya, I cannot remove semicolons from the English language because you don't like them. Like, Hemingway likes them. I'm going to make you read. Like, are you reading Hobbes and are you mad because he's using semicolons? Nanya, remember, your book report is due. It's not a book report. You just have to answer questions in chat in 2 weeks about the first chapter of the Leviathan. And I'm going to reread it. I'm going to listen to it at night for the next 2 weeks, the whole book, and then I'm going to quiz you on the first chapter. And you have to get the questions right, or I'm going to make Emily C. become the captain of your boat, and then you're not going to have a boat anymore. You're going to be a sad little Nanya. She's going to take your boat. The people who want to watch this for the like actual sidebars are probably like, what has happened? Listen, we had a really tough day yesterday with the Sally Port video. I don't feel quite the same today about the state of this case, so I'm just trolling the bastards, and you have to go along with it. Hello, Swiss Miss. It's so good to see you. Swiss Miss, Jimmy's more like an Andy Kaufman. I'm more like Jimmy Lawler. Jerry Lawler in Memphis, or like Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South. I just kind of like to entertain, to use that as a way to keep people interested so they learn things. And then they're like, oh, we're learning. One time I trolled people into watching documentaries about like the history of Saudi Arabia, and they were like, what? He tricked us into learning. I was like, I know. It's not being tricked. It's you're having fun. We're all having a good time. Oh, you learned something. Oh no, you walked away and learned something. I used my brain to make you learn something while having fun. Is anybody really harmed? No, you're empowered. I'm not indoctrinating you. I'm not making you think anything. I'm empowering you, and you don't even realize it's happening. That's what makes it so fun. Think about it. If everyone who ever manipulated you was just doing it, and some manipulation, but if everyone who tugged on your neurons, we'll use that phrase here, was doing it to engender your standing within the larger participatory democracy, the world would be a wonderful place. You'd be sitting there, you'd be like, wow, that guy, he was really smarter than me, but he left me with so much knowledge, and I just felt like he was telling me about everyday life. Oh, that was to make me learn. If every single person who was in control was doing that all the time, we'd be such a great society. Yeah, it would be kind of bad if I played for the evil team. Let me just say, I think I probably would have perpetuated the old system for another 100 years. It's a good thing they didn't get to me, and that you all got to me and made me feel loved. Because imagine, I could never do it. My soul cannot do that shit. I just bear all. I have to. But imagine if they ever got to me and made me play for the other team and captured my soul. Oh, that would be really bad. Cup of coffee in the big time, Petty LaBelle. That's what I and Macho Man Randy Savage say. Cup of coffee in the big time. Speaking of that, let's go till 6:30 and we'll see how I'm feeling. Maybe so I've been trying to stay up later and then sleep later, so we might do another late night session tonight. Some people like staying up later. Somebody messaged me this morning. It was like, I fell asleep and I woke up to you yelling at Christy and banning her alt account from the chat. And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Imagine sleeping, right? And you're just you're watching somebody read a court document, and you need to watch it because it's you need to know the non-public sidebars. And you wake up, you're a little disorientated. Maybe you had your hot cocoa before bed. You're just sleeping on the couch. You wake up and it's me just trolling Christy in the chat, being you are banned and you can't come back. That's the best way to get woken up. Forget 2 a.m. infomercials. 2 a.m. towel is the best way to get woken up from a nap. What is going on right now? Oh, it's just Grant trolling Christy. Oh, okay, I'm going to go back to bed. All right, let's continue. Could I have Trooper Paul's report? Mr. Lally, of course. The court. It wasn't introduced to the grand jury. Not Swiss Miss Coco. Yes, maybe we should all have hot cocoa tonight. Here's the thing. If that actually happens in Iran, I have to, get a coffee. So, Nanya, you really, I'll get a coffee anyway, but, I know you can't control the future, Nanya, but I'm going to blame you if they don't, attack, Nanya. And I'm going to be like, Nanya, if it doesn't happen tomorrow, I'm sending you over there. You've got to run CENTCOM out of Qatar. You caused this. You made me drink coffee at 5 p.m., and look what has happened. Seriously, give me coffee after 4 p.m. at your peril. Bro, give me 1 cup of coffee after 4 p.m. I'm let's go. Let's go. Right now, I'm ready to conquer Eastern Europe. I don't really know what I need with it. Give me Greenland. Stop arguing. I'm a little bit worried, that if me and Broken Baker meet, I'm going to convince him to find the King of Denmark on the street and be just give America Greenland. That's my kind of thing, I really want Greenland. Some people want the Denver Broncos. I don't want, Homer Simpson wanted the Denver Broncos or the Dallas Cowboys. I think he got the Denver Broncos but wanted the Dallas Cowboys. I just want Greenland. It's really not too much to ask for if you think about it. Just give me Greenland. for 3 weeks, people have probably been telling Broken Baker, like, Grant's talking about you again, and Baker's like, let me guess. He said he wants Greenland. I'm hilarious. I'm a little bit worried that I think I'm so funny that if I did stand-up comedy, half of the skit would be me laughing at my own jokes. Screw a laugh track. You just can laugh at yourself. You want a whaling park? What? Okay. Spacey. Oh, sorry. Petty the Bell. If I get Greenland, you can have a whaling park off the coast. I'm bringing you on board with this plan. We're not giving a city to, like, Mark Zuckerberg. No. We are giving Petty the Bell a whaling zoo. And then we could go hang out with the little whales. No, Nanya. No. Pause. First of all, I got to go back to reading. Second, I understand you want an amusement park. You can have one of those in Greenland. But Petty LaBelle gets to have a whale observatory right off the coast. Petty just gets to sit there with a little, like, beach chair, and then there's just whales. All right, Petty, we got a plan here. This is all starting to, like, line up. I understand what we're gonna do. The possibilities are endless. Lynn, okay, Lynn. All right, Lynn, the world is your oyster. So, Lynn, I think you could, like, do any number of things. I don't know if you want land in Greenland. Like, it's a little bit, like, inefficient. If you want to bring some penguins up there, if you want to, like do some kind of, like, experiment, you can have a whole pasture, you can have a farm. Like, we should try to be nice to the native Greenlanders, so, like, don't take their land. But, like, you can just, like, go live there. You can have, a big house. I don't know. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you want to write things? Do you want to do research? Do you want to watch me on YouTube all day while looking out at Greenland? Like, it has to be, like, relatively centered around Greenland for this. Like, you can have other places too, but, like, if we're going to do this plan, I just need to know what you want to do in Greenland. Oh, all right. Well, we got okay. Now, all right, I got this figured out. All right, so, Petty LaBelle needs a whale observatory. Nunya needs an amusement park. And Lynn Britton needs me to talk to Emily C. because she needs some penguins to live in Greenland so she can sit in a house and be on YouTube and watch me while she sits out and looks at the penguins from her veranda in Greenland. All right. I can do this. Now, this has become... Listen, the thing with Monty Python is it was from the 70s. John Cleese, Eat Your Heart Out. That was better than anything that you put out in the past 40 years. Mostly because you haven't put any Monty Python out in the past 40 years. And Faulty Towers is kind of boring. I'm sorry, it's a little too hoity-toity for me. That was better than anything they've done in 40 years. No one's going to tell me otherwise. That was fucking hilarious. Nunya, I am more than happy to give you a space ride. All right, you can bring one of the penguins on it. You cannot bring one of the whales on it. They have to stay in the ocean. As a matter of fact, I'm a little worried if Nunya is like allowed near whales, he will try to put one of them on a boat. So no, Nunya, you and the Japanese who like to go whaling, stay away from Petty LaBelle's whaling observatory. Like, we could make a whole video game based on this. Like, Petty just hangs out with the whales. People try to attack the whales. She protects the whales. I think I'm starting to see, like, a whole TV series here, all right? It's going to be centered around Petty, okay? Now, Lynn Britton is going to live in a big house with the penguins a little bit across the road. And then Nunya's going to have an amusement park, and he's constantly going to go try to bother the whales. And Petty's going to be like, no, you cannot do that, Nunya. You have an amusement park. And Nunya's going to be like, but I want to, like, get the whales. And Petty's gonna be like, no, Nunya. I bet Garen Reed tunes into this sometimes and just is like, by God, How can one human be so good but also so ridiculous? And also, why isn't Monty Python a thing anymore? No, Nanya, leave the whales alone. Petty, you're going to have your hands full with Nanya. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to try to get to those whales. Free Chloe. Listen, we need a free Willy emoji. But for now, free Chloe. What about Chloe? Can Chloe come to the whale park? Listen, whatever you think about Chloe, okay? You can blame Chloe. You can love Chloe. You can be her doggy handler in the doggy CIA like Laura and find out that she actually has a CPAP machine and has a wig because she was a key federal witness. We can't talk about it. But the point is, listen. You can love Chloe. You can think she's a federal witness. You can not like Chloe. The point is the same. She's free. Okay? She's free now. Whatever she did to get her agreement. I don't know if she proffered. What the fuck's a doggy proffer? She goes in there. She barks. Josh Levy looks at her quizzically. Maybe Josh Levy speaks dog. I don't fucking know. I've never talked to Josh Levy. Frankly, I don't know if he speaks dog. The point is, Chloe's free. Okay? 3 Clerk Monty, it's great to see you. We were talking about how Karen Reed must turn into this stream sometime. Tune in and be like, oh dear God, like what have I gotten myself into? How is this man helping anything? And then it's like, oh yeah, he's a Tao. I bet she forgets sometimes, and then she's just laughing, and she's like, why am I laughing at this? And I'm like, I care. And she's probably like, oh my God, he knows I'm watching. I know. You know. You gotta be careful with that. Gotta freak her out a little bit sometimes, you know? Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright. Could I have Trooper Paul's report? Mr. Lally, of course. The court, it wasn't introduced to the grand jury because it wasn't finished at the time. Mr. Lally, right. The court, alright. I would just like it in advance, if at all possible. Mr. Lally, sure. I have an extra copy. The court, you have an extra copy here today? That would be great. If not, email it to Mr. McDermott. Mr. Lally, I can send it. The court, is there any objection to me having a copy of that report? Mr. Jackson, absolutely not. The court, it just makes things more move along more quickly on evidentiary questions. Mr. Jackson, I understand. The court, all right, so how long? I've seen him testify before, Trooper Paul. It takes a little while, right? Mr. Lally, it does. This one I don't think is terribly complex, so that's that famous last word. Famous last words. So I think it'll be a little bit quicker than you're probably used to seeing me do with accident reconstruction. So I would say recon. Adam Lally, you out there with like glasses on, like monitoring the courthouse with infrared vision, doing a little recon. So I would say probably an hour and a half to 2 hours at most. Who's doing the cross exam? Who's doing the cross exam? Your Honor, Mr. Jackson. Your Honor, I am. The court, okay, all right, it's going to be an hour. The court, okay, all right, so the longest, that would be the end of the day Thursday, but you're hoping not. Mr. Lally, so what I'm hoping is if we can finish Lieutenant Bucky effing Dent Tully on Wednesday, what I would probably do is put Mr. Porto, I thought she was going to say Mr. Potato Head, I was going to be like, where'd you get a Mr. Potato Head? Mr. Porto, who's the DNA from the state lab, on first. Oh, the court, okay, Mr. Lally, just because I think he's a little quicker as opposed to have him sit downstairs while Trooper Paul is on the stand for hours and hours. And then Trooper Paul after that. Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Thursday is the court. Yeah, you got to get your other people. Mr. Lally, so I might just do all the DNA. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Mr. Lally, so I might just do all the DNA and then Trooper Paul after. The clerk, start with Bodie at 9. Mr. Lally, well, I think... Why is the clerk helping Mr. Lally with scheduling? Mr. Lally, well, I think the problem is I think I need to get Mr. Porto on before we get to Bodie because... some of that testing comes from what Mr. Porto did at the state lab. And then I also have Sergeant Gallerani because he does the buccal swabs. But I still think I can get, if we finish with Lieutenant Bucky effing Dent Tully on Wednesday, I should be able to get Mr. Porto, Sergeant Galliani, Mr. Bradford, and Miss Chart done in the morning. The court, I think that's extremely ambitious. The court reporter, Jimmy, the bags, Mr. Lally, that would be my goal. The court, all right, just try not to be repetitive with Detective Lieutenant Bucky effing Dent Tully. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, if there are things people have already seen, Mr. Lally, no. The court, and there's already in evidence, he doesn't have to testify to identify them again. Mr. Lally, so there are a couple of physical pieces of evidence from the 29th because they're the ones who took them. So it'll be Mr. O'Keefe's other shoe and then a couple of pieces of the tail light. I don't need him to take them out of the bag or any of that kind of stuff unless counsel wants to. The court, do you agree that they're in the bag? Mr. Jackson, yes. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, the shoe I would have to take out of the bag just to match to the other shoe. Oh no, the shoe. But the tail light, no. The court, all right. So hopefully you'll have your doctor here, here on Friday afternoon. I'm not sure we'll reach her. Look, Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, we'll have a better idea Thursday, but we need to get your people on and off, right? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, all right. Do you need me for anything? Mr. Jackson, no, Your Honor. The court, okay, we'll see you Wednesday. End of sidebar. Anyone else think it's weird that Lally was telling him which order to, Trooper Paul was, the clerk, Jim McDermott, was telling Lally the order to call his witnesses in? Isn't that a little weird? Am I the only one who thinks that's weird? I suppose. Oh, we're definitely getting the shoe. Maybe I still have a little sickness. I didn't take any Dayquil today. My nose is a little runny. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, I should have muted when I blowed my nose. All right. Are we done? All right. Next day. Oh, is there? Nope, next day. So there was a break. Wednesday, June 12th, the resumption of Michael Proctor's cross. We are on page 1614. Yeah, good question, Spacey Woman 8. I don't know. Oh, like the list of connections between them all? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think Jim McDermott got in trouble for something. I don't know. This whole day is Michael Proctor. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's 300 pages of Michael Proctor. And they get all the texts in. ZZ, AAA, BBB, CCC, DDD, EE, FFF, GGG, HHH. Oh, yeah, I remember that 3-clerk Monty, the Turtle Boy notes. But, yeah, I remember looking at, some of them. Somebody posted some of them or something. I don't remember. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I hit the special cord. Tao's computer has a special cord. Charlie Kane. Wow, 3-clerk Monty. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Thank you. I am Light427. I love your username. We are so grateful to have you here. And you have a Tao Ranch. All right, so we are now on, what day is it? It is Wednesday, June 12th, resuming Michael Proctor's Cross by Alan Jackson. All right? Right into it. Here we go. Oh, sidebar. Wait a minute, sidebar. We have a sidebar alert. 1618. You might be saying, sir, what is a sidebar alert? Well, that means it's a sidebar. If we have a sidebar, I'll let you know. And we are covering sidebars because it's incredibly important to understand the context in which a sidebar occurs. I'm going to get coffee in a few minutes. But it's incredibly important to understand the context because a sidebar in and of itself is ambiguous. The lawyers may say this is that, that is this. But if you read what comes before, it's important. the court. So I appreciate. Let's see, what's this? Wait, what? This can't be right. Mr. Brennan? What? Pause. 3 Clerk Monty, are you here? Am I losing my mind? I'm not. 3 Clerk Monty. I know how to read, right? Can you please explain to me why on June 12th, 2024, Hank Brennan has appeared in the trial transcript? I object. I object. Where did Hank Brennan come from? I object. I object. Where did Hank Brennan come from? Hank Brennan was not there. I don't think Hank Brennan knew about, was even involved in June of 2024. Who is Mr. Brennan? Nonsense. Nonsense. Right. Okay. Mr. Brennan was not involved in the case in June of 2024. Nonsense. Nonsense. What is going on here? I call typo. More than a typo. I call, inserting a mystery man named Mr. Brennan into the sidebar. Not even the sidebar, just inserting him into open court when he was not there. I object. Mr. Brennan did not magically appear in the courtroom. I object. That's a serious typo. Damn typos. Oh, come on. That's a serious typo, you know what I'm saying? A serious typo. Oh, come on now. Why does the trial transcript from June 12, 2024, in the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, say that Hank Brennan started speaking in open court? Hank Brennan was not involved in the case at that time. Was he motion activated or something? I'm stealing that joke. That's hilarious. That's ridiculous, though. Absolutely absurd. Where does it... Come on. Mr. Brennan. I've seen, inserting, the wrong person in the courtroom, who was standing next to the person. I've seen Mr. Lally, speaking, but it's actually Judge Cannoni. I've never seen Mr. Brennan just appear. That's outrageous. Where's my sidebar link? Oh, here it is. And what page is this? This is source page 1617. Source pages 1617 through 1618 of 5481. Okay. I'm just saying. Hank Brennan wasn't there. Sidebar. 3 Clerk Monty, he was hiding behind the curtain. It was Hank Brennan behind the curtain, apparating with the blur bar and some blending, and Adam Lally somehow switched bodies with him, and then the video editing became real life, and then Adam Lally was Hank Brennan for a second, and then they switched again. It was Freaky Friday, but it was Adam Lally and Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan, who's actually a time traveler, and went back to June of 2024, took over Adam Lally's body, started speaking in court just for one line, and then left. It was oh, God, I'm getting out of here. Yep. Oh, yeah. You can make a whole Back to the Future series based on that one moment. That was the moment that time traveler Hank Brennan said, like, listen, I got to go just, like, into the court record at, like, this specific moment. I got to actually go back in time. And then I just got to say something in open court, and that'll change the future. Prosecutorial drift. No, listen, I get that theory. But the much more obvious explanation is that Hank Brennan's a time traveler. He's not a D. Hold on. Unless we see evidence of someone complaining about flies in court next to Hank Brennan, we're not jumping to he's a demon. As of now, the most plausible explanation is it's not a typo. It's just that Hank Brennan's a time traveler. Duh, like, I should have. That's like one of the most basic, like, laws of reading court transcripts. Hank Brennan can travel through time. They teach you that on day one of law school. Whenever you're reading a trial transcript, just know sometimes Hank Brennan will pop up. Yeah. Even on cases when he wasn't on the docket, and he'll just be in the record, and that's just kind of how law works. We call it illegal time travel fiction. Oh my God. Yep, that's exactly what we needed. Time-traveling Hank Brennan. You know what I'm saying? Like, with everything else going on in the world, and even with our last segment, whatever that was about, what we really needed was time-traveling Hank Brennan. Like, that kind of puts it all together, like, that just makes everything make sense. Like, the world is collapsing because Hank Brennan's a time traveler who by accidentally screwed something up and threw off, like, the universe. I mean, come on. Listen. Think about what's going on in the world right now, okay? You got this, like, crazy situation with the Epstein files. Everyone's resigning. Like, the Norfolk DA's office is in, like, chaos. Like, the town of Stoughton, like, is having, like, a Facebook, like, revolution peacefully. Nunya, do not get any ideas. And then, like, Connecticut's having a meeting around a nutmeg tree. All of this didn't just happen, right? And we can't blame that thing under the ground in Switzerland. I have a much more plausible explanation, okay? This is what we're going to call Towell's Monty Python theory of the universe, okay? Everything that is going on right now in the space-time continuum can be explained because Hank Brennan is a time traveler. I do have a feeling Hank Brennan watches or reads some of my content because he keeps looking at my Facebook and it tells me and I laugh about it. Oh my God. I love befuddling and confounding lawyers. It's my favorite thing to do. Nunya, you have 2 billion children? Yep, there you go. Yep, there you go. The owl socks and the checkerboard socks and the owl stuff, it was actually a message that Hank Brennan's a time traveler. All right, listen. I have chosen you all to preach this evangel. You are to go out and tell people that the reason that the world is in chaos, although it's reforming somewhat, is that Hank Brennan's a time traveler. They're going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? And just say, like, basically, like, Hank Brennan's a time traveler. They're going to be like, who's Hank Brennan? Pay the bell, listen. I blame the fact that I left the comments to the right of the PDF so I see them from time to time. And then I just want to laugh. Nunya, I'm going to have to stop looking at the comments. Aaron, we solved it. We have put it all together. All right, there's been a lot of big pieces leading to this moment. It's not just the Sally Port video, not just like the Epstein stuff. It's not just Kathy Rumler or the like people in Connecticut and the nutmeg trees or the town of Stoughton or whatever the hell else is going on in the world, right? Or Iran. No. It is one person. There is one focal point. It's like the airplane engine in the movie Donnie Darko. That is Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan is a time traveler, and he threw off the space-time continuum. No. Nanya, I want you to do the opposite. You can chat about whatever you want. I have to learn that, like, when you all are chatting, I can't just randomly start making, like, skits out of it. That's, like, bad discipline. You chat about whatever you want. Aaron, you are a detective. I'm not exactly sure what we were solving. I kind of forget. But you go about your business and tell me what you find. Let me know. If it involves a penguin of some kind, I think Lynn wanted a penguin. So if you could investigate, like, where we could get her one, that would be great. I'm sorry if you had another thing in mind, but, like, the penguins take priority. This is why I'm not sure if we should put me in elected office. I would be sitting there in the White House like, listen. I know we got a lot of stuff going on. But my friend Lynn, she had a pretty simple request. I'm like, she really wants to have some penguins in Greenland. And, like, I don't like the whole, like, corporate aristocracy. So I don't want to give them Greenland. I want to give my friend Lynn Greenland and a penguin. And I just want to be like, you all, like, at, like, NORAD or whoever the fuck deals with the penguins, figure this shit out and give her a penguin. I think it would be fucking hilarious. I want a formal report about how we can do that, and I want to judge them on it. Like, well, listen, I think your acquisition plan for the penguin is a little bit off. Aaron, we got it. Listen, Lynn is going to be thrilled. Yes, Hank was... No, it wasn't Hank. Hank is too skinny. The man in the Sally Port was very hulking. He kind of reminded me of that player named Hulk for Brazil, except if he were like 6'2" and some kind of undercover agent for some kind of agency I've never heard of. Anyway, I'm just thrilled that Lynn's going to get her penguin. She's over there cooking dinner. She's like, oh my God, I'm going to get a penguin. Oh, Aaron, I am so grateful. God bless you and the people of Ireland. Free dairy. Free Chloe, but also free dairy. How about this? Aaron, can we compromise? If I put Chloe in, like, the Bogside or Cregan, like, or the Moor, if I put her there and then I liberate free dairy and I give it to the Irish people, will you free Chloe? Like, will you just kind of take responsibility for her as, like, a people's in Ireland and just free her? Can we make that deal? I think that would be great. You can have free dairy, I can have free Chloe, and then I can troll the British by being like, ha. Excellent. Terry, I love the idea. About speaking to the aquariums about the penguins for Lynn. Now, Lynn's going to come back from dinner and just find out there's all these people working on getting her a penguin. I don't think she really wants to go to Greenland. I don't think penguins can live in America. But, like, we'll give it to an aquarium. Imagine if the commies tried to appease me with pandas. And I was like, we'll take them, but I still don't like the commies, and then just gave it to Lynn. He'd be like, I don't know what to do with this panda bear. She's resourceful. She would figure it out. Yep, comedy hour with Towel. All right, side back. Yes, everybody be nice to Aaron's like I live in Seattle, but okay. Well, Aaron, perhaps you should have thought about the consequences for Ireland of that. I don't know if all the Irish people are ready to take Terry back yet in exchange for a penguin. I mean, for a Chloe dog. Oh, no. All right, here we go. Oh, I'm glad. I'm hip to it, Magic 7098. Lynn's like, I have a passport. I'll go to Greenland. Lynn, I have good news. If my plan works, you'll be able to go there with your license. Oh my God. Imagine if they gave me a TV show in the 60s and all the families in America just gathered around and it was just me smoking cigars and doing this. Oh my God, the world would have been such a fun place. Oh, Timothy Leary, eat your fucking heart out. All right. You all work on that whole, like, penguin thing. See, Nanya, you don't have anything to worry about. They're now planning the, like, penguin thing. So, Nanya, you fit right in here. Nanya's like, I'm the captain of this ship. the animal boat. All right. Here we go. The court reporter, ZZ for identification. Aaron's like, my stomach hurts from laughing. The court reporter, ZZ for identification, Your Honor. The court, thank you. What's the objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, it's the same objection I believe we dealt with the last week as far as indiscernible. As far as the rule of completeness, Mr. Lally, you didn't say the damn rule of completeness last time. You just rambled for like a paragraph where you like tried to explain by way of other words, the rule of completeness, because you didn't want to say the rule of completeness because no one cites to 107, bruh. Like, who uses 107, the rule of fucking completeness? That's the most weakest rule in the rule of evidence. It's not supposed to be used as an argument for putting in documents that you don't have. It's not meant to work like that. It's like a isolated silo conversation. That's the rule of completeness. Your Honor, he said this, she said this. Oh, but Your Honor, the person on the stand only said what he said. I deserve to be able to say the response. Rule of completeness, very simple, not really a relied upon doctrine. Like, Mr. Lally, you're like going up there and swinging with like heavily disadvantaged posture if your argument is based on the rule of completeness, and you should lose, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel. In short, everybody hates the rule of completeness. It has a purpose, but it's literally limited to... Sorry about that. It's literally limited to... I told you, I was a little sick this week. Can you blame Motel? It's been stressful. But can you really blame someone who's in Mr. Lally's position for arguing the rule of completeness here? Because he wants to keep out Proctor's text messages at all costs, and the only way that he can really do it... Aaron, I'm thrilled that you're Irish. Hello, Terry, again. The only way that you can make the argument here that you're Lally to keep this stuff out is if you basically say to the court, listen, we only have like 15 of 80 messages from the Fed, and because that's not enough for me to know what the full conversation was, the rule of completeness should apply. Judge Cannoni's like, no. I mean, she should be like, no, but that's like a terrible argument. So this is picking up from the sidebar from 2 days ago. I appreciate you giving me copies. I copied them yesterday, too. The court reporter. ZZ for identification. What's the objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, it's the same objection I believe we dealt with the last week as far as indiscernible, as far as completeness, as far as it's hearsay. The court, all right, well, hearsay, that's a little bit, but I don't... Mr. Jackson, because that's the text that's being referred to. The court saw how the evidence was indiscriminate text, and it was multiple. The court, I don't think indiscernible. Mr. Jackson, understood. And it certainly was not any fault of Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally was doing the best he could to get the indiscernible. The best evidence is actually the text messages. It's right here, indiscernible. State of mind will have an effect on the indiscernible, the text messages. Mr. Lally took great pains to certain of the text messages. Not all of them. I will go through others, not all of them. But this is a true reflection of the text messages in which were reflected back and forth. So, for instance, this is the first one that I want to have marked. I anticipate asking to mark about 8 packets that are just various, they're short, but they're all reflective of group chats, text messages with the sister, with his colleagues, with his high school buddies, things of that nature. The jurors are entitled to see the actual text messages look like, and he's indiscernible, all of these. The court. All right, so authentication, I'm not concerned about. So you get the text messages from the Worcester. You put it up as a chalk with each and every one of these from the Worcester. Why do you go to Worcester? Where did Worcester come in? Dude, this is absurd. Where did Worcester come into this? He didn't go to Worcester. Did he go to Worcester? I don't know. What does Worcester have to do? Dude, I'm not going out to Worcester. What the fuck you mean I'm not trying to go to Worcester? Bro, Worcester's a fucking hike out the fucking bike. What the fuck is this woman talking about? I don't mean this woman. What is the fuck the court reporter talking about? Worcester. He didn't go to fucking Worcester. Worcester, what context would Worcester make sense there, bro? He didn't go to Worcester. What are you talking about? Random sentence about the text. Oh, this is about Worcester. No, it's not about Worcester. What the fuck are you talking about going out to Worcester? Don't miss the exit on the pike. You'll end up in Ludlow, motherfucker. That's not time travel. That's the clerk the court reporter just wanted to go out to fucking Worcester on the pike, bro. She was so excited to take the fucking turn off 128 in the traffic. She didn't want to get stuck in the Route 2 jam. She's just like, I'll fucking take the pike out to Worcester. In the middle of the sidebar. Listen, we're going to call them sidebahs, and I get to use Boston accents for every word like Worcester and out the fucking pike, kid. You go down 128 and out the fucking pike. You get it? Listen, we're going to have a Boston lesson. You go down and up 128. Like, first of all, it doesn't matter if you're, like, actually below Boston or not. Everything is relative to Boston. So if you want to go down Cape Cod, like down 128 or like 495 or 24, whatever the fuck, you say, I'm going down 128. You want to go up, like, anywhere north of Boston, bro. You want to go to, like, Lowell or whatever the fuck's up there. I don't fucking know. I don't go up there. When the fucking north of Boston, motherfucker. I don't want to go up there. You want to go up there, you say, I'm going up 128. Everybody understand? Okay, so we're learning how to talk here from Boston, okay? You want to go south of Boston, you say, I'm going down 128. You want to go north of Boston, I'm going up 128. You want to talk about going anywhere, like anywhere outside of, like, Boston to, like, the inside of the country, because the water's on the other side. You say, I'm going out the fucking pike. That's it. Okay? Up 128, down 128, out the fucking pike. There are no other directions. The other direction is the water. So just use those. If you're ever talking to someone from Boston and you need to orientate them, just be like, oh, either up 128, down 128, or out the fucking pike. If you say those words, they'll be able to, yeah, down the fucking Cape too. But, like, down the Cape is the same as, like, I'm going down 128, bro. Who the fuck takes Route 3 and 93 south to go to the fucking Cape? Do you know how long it takes to go 93 fucking south from the fucking interchange at the fucking pike to, like, south of Dorchester? Bro, on a good day, no traffic, like 2 in the morning, it takes you, like, 45 fucking minutes. You hit that stuff during rush hour, oh my dear God, it's like trying to swim through molasses. No pun intended. I'm not kidding you. Who takes 93 to Route 3 to go to the fucking Cape? You're out of your mind. I don't understand. I want to tell those people they don't understand. I just want to yell at them. You don't understand. Don't get me talking about traffic in Boston. What is going on here? Oh, yeah, somebody said Worcester out of nowhere in the sidebar. No, you take 128 south to the fucking split, and then you take 24, then you take 495 to 195, and then, or 295, whatever the fuck it is, that 2-lane shitty road down there, and then you take that to the fucking bridge. And if you do the other way, you're an idiot. I mean that in a loving way. When we say that in Boston, it means you in a loving way. Fucking Route 3 to go to the Cape. Don't insult my intelligence. I stare at those people. I look down on them. I don't look down on anyone except for people who take fucking 93 to Route 3 to get to the fucking Cape. If you don't live in Plymouth, what are you doing going Route 3 to the fucking Cape? 490. It's 128 south to 24 to 495 to 195. And 195 is that 2-lane little shitty road. I don't like that little road. I hate that road. People from Boston are like, oh my god, he's lived here for like 40 years. I actually was like drinking my Gatorade. I almost spit it out because Lynn was made such a great comment. Listen, all this because the court reporter put Worcester in randomly and I got mad. Standing Stones, you got the infamous Cape Tunnel permit. I'm so happy for you. You gotta hook me up with one of those. Nanya, I'm gonna make you farm cranberries on 195. How about that? That's some shitty work for you. I know what shitty walk is. Hey, cranberry farmers aren't that bad if you like spiders, you know what I'm saying? As long as you can deal with a lot of spiders, bro, cranberry farming is for you. Let's throw Nanya in a cranberry bog. You've done this to yourself, Nanya. By the way, like, so you get the text messages from Worcester, you put it up as bro, no. Nobody got the text messages from Worcester. I don't know, Worcester is a city. What does this mean? This is not a sentence. Nobody went to Worcester. Alright. This is not my fault. I can't get through like an exchange where the sentence is so you get the text message from the Worcester. No, cranberry farming is a very spider-infested process. I wouldn't look too much into it if you like cranberries. Oh no, Aaron, I'm going to ruin them for you. I mean, they do sanitize them, but it's a little rough to be a cranberry farmer, let me just tell you that. You gotta like you gotta flood the bog and shit, it's not pleasant. Dude, I ain't trying to flood no fucking cranberry bog. I need to know how it works because it's local agriculture. I have to understand economies of scale. And cranberry production in, like, specifically the 9th Congressional District in Massachusetts is probably, like, I don't know, I need to run the numbers, but I'd say it's, like, a substantial part of the seasonal economy. Like, its tourism economy is pretty big, but, like, you want to talk about, like, the agricultural industry in southeastern Massachusetts, bro, like, most of it is cranberries. No, I'm kind of exaggerating, but, like, in the 9th in particular, bro, and you got to know about economies of scale in the state where you live because you have to understand every congressional district so you know what their economic sort of structures are like, so you can facilitate appropriate distribution of subsidies, you know? Of course. You know, it's very important. Fertile. That's why I like to look up corporate records. I like to know what companies do. If you're not a local company and you fuck with the money of my state and you take tax dollars, oh, we're going to have a problem. Like, I petition my government, and the tax dollars from my state go to companies owned by local people in my state. You can take your big agricultural nonsense and shove it. You don't understand how ruthless I am. I literally give subsidies to companies who don't have lobbyists. And then I just kind of laugh because I'm better than the lobbyists. Cranberry orange muffins do sound good. I've never had one. All right, the problem is I just want to point out, we're running into an issue here because these conversations are becoming absolutely unintelligible I don't know if it's on purpose or if they were just excited and like yelling at each other, but like I can't understand what they're talking about. I don't know what Judge is trying to say. She didn't say like Mr. Jackson got the text messages from the city of Worcester. Maybe the city of Worcester. No. I'm not even joking about this. There is no reasonable like way to interpret what she's trying to say there. Like, you got the text messages from the Worcester? No, bro. I need to know who he got the text messages from. How dare you write the Worcester? It's not the Worcester. Now I'm actually mad. Like, I need to know what that says. Who did Alan Jackson get Michael Proctor's text messages from? Bullshit. Now I'm actually upset. That is not Worcester. So you got the text messages from the blank. It's not code. It's the court reporter replacing what Judge Cannoni actually said with the word Worcester. That's actually really weird. Because it's an authentication question. So, like, who gave them to Jackson is important. Maybe we'll tell from context, but, like, Worcester, no. So you get the text messages from the Worcester. Maybe from the witness. Maybe it's not saying who Jackson got them from, but, like, the order, how he wants to do it. So you get the text messages from the witness. You put it up as a chalk, each and every one of these. Yeah, it's witness. Oh, but come on. Like, first of all, that totally alienates the context. It makes it sound like she's talking about who gave him the sidebars for authentication purposes. Second, it's a typo. It is a typo. It should be, so it's typo on page 1619. It should say, you get them from the text message from the witness, not the Worcester. Oh, my dear God. Another one for my typo bounty program. Nanya, you're hilarious. So we're going to go for, like, another, like, I'm going to try to get through the end of this day. Then I'm going to go get a coffee. Then we'll come back and do more. I'm adjusting my sleep schedule, so. No, it's not as serious as I thought, because I thought it was hiding, like, who gave Alan the text, which we know is the feds, but I need to hear what the judge says. It's not that. It's the procedure. Like, I figured out the typo in context. First of all, I shouldn't have to do that. This is not, like, good. I'm telling you, though, it says, so you get the text message from the witness, you put it up as a chalk with each and every one of these. Mr. Jackson, correct. That took me, like, 10 minutes to not laugh and then 5 seconds to figure out, so maybe I should focus. The court. All right, so I'm going to withhold whether they're going to get introduced into evidence. I need to think about this because I want you to indiscernible. Dude, no. No. How dare they? I want you to blank. Indiscernible. Indiscernible. I object. I demand satisfaction. I demand satisfaction. Sir, I do declare that I, as a Southern towel, a refined gentleman who is also a towel, do not agree with the presence of indiscernible in the transcript. Ms. Giannetti, it's okay to publish? The court, yes. Mr. Jackson, great. That's all, at this point, that's all I need, as long as it's a chalk. The court, and because I'm going to do that, I'm going to indiscernible. I object, Your Honor, I object. As a towel, as a man of integrity who uses words like anteroom, but I'm not Alan Jackson, I'm a towel. I want to lodge my objection in the court of public opinion. I demand satisfaction and the country of Greenland. Okay, we all on the same page? Give me Greenland. Mr. Jackson. But you're not moving. They're out yet. Just the court. Right. Mr. Jackson. Okay, that's all I want. The court. So here is ZZ that you gave back to us. Mr. Jackson, may I take this back to the courtroom? The court. Yes, all set. The court. Mr. Jackson, all set. All right. I'm making a post about this because I'm mad. I'm mad. All right. I have read so many John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial Sidebahs that I have located a section where the word indiscernible renders half the transcript entirely indiscernible. I'm hilarious. But also concerned. Because it was about Michael Proctor's text message. Michael Proctor's phone text messages. Because the sidebar. How's that? And Michael is not spelled with a U, Grant. And that's not the word in. What was it? It was a weird word. Indiscernible. How about censored? Entirely indiscernible. All right. So I have concerns. You may not have that many concerns about this because you may be saying it's just some like illegible parts of the transcript. No. It is far more serious, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. It reflects a sort of concerning, like, obfuscation of whatever they were talking about. And what if you as a court reporter are just like, oh, that's like something that the judge doesn't want out there. I'll just write indiscernible. How do I know? I can't audit the transcripts if it just says indiscernible. That's concerning, you know. So I got to do this. Got to do this. Got to get the sidebar link. All right. Now, what pages was that? That was pages specifically. Let's see. Pages 1618, 1619. All right. 1618 through 1. Mr. Brennan's back. Oh, no. The time traveling Mr. Brennan is back. Wait a minute. Wait, where's the end of the sidebar? Okay, so the sidebar ends on 1620. The time-traveling Mr. Brennan is back. Okay. The time-traveling Mr. Brennan is back. I repeat, the time-traveling Mr. Brennan is back. All right, here we go. So the sidebar ends, okay? The sidebar after indiscernible ends. Mr. Jackson, then they do housekeeping. The time-traveling Mr. Brennan is back. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, the time-traveling Hank Brennan. This is going to become a thing. Okay. I got to go find the first Hank Brennan post, though. Listen, people are going to love time-traveling Hank Brennan. He is all... Listen, Hank Brennan somehow has turned the day June 10th, 2024. I mean, this is like the crux of, like, Hank Brennan Back to the Future, you know? Okay, that's it. I am declaring Hank Brennan a time traveler. Hank... He says I have to call him Hank. He told me to call him Hank once. I have to call him Hank until he tells me not to. Somebody said he was going to tell me not to. He hasn't, so what are you going to do about it? He has my email. I reached out to him. He never got back to me. Hank has appeared somehow for the second time in the transcript from June, what day is it? 12th, 2024, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. This day must be the, what's the good word here? Must be the inflection point of some kind of Hank Brennan based time travel movie. I mean, seriously, what do you want me to do, bro? He's now shown up there twice. Like, he's a time traveler. All right? Clearly. I'm kidding. I'm clearly kidding. I don't think that, like, Hank Brennan used the day, June 12th, 2024, to alter the space-time continuum. But also, like, wouldn't that be kind of cool? Like, if Hank Brennan, like, is a time traveler. I mean, with everything else that has happened, bro, like, I could kind of, like, accept that. I'd be like, I mean, as long as he didn't know Jeffrey Epstein, like, okay, you know, like, I hope he doesn't, like, cause a black hole. Like, I'd kind of be, like, I trust him, was kind of, but also, like, now I'm worried. And also, like, if you can time travel, like, I'm a little worried about that. Like, I just have a lot of questions, okay? But I don't think he's actually a time traveler. But if you, like, proved it to me, like, if he, like, stood in front of me and was like, okay, I'm going to go back to Victorian England, and I'm going to get, like, a thing that only I could get from there, and I'm going to bring it back and prove it to you that I can go to Victorian England and come back. I would be like, okay, I believe that, but also, like, you know, like, I'm a little concerned that you can do this. So, like, we probably need to talk about, like regulation of this. Like, I don't think you should just be, like, popping up in random, like, criminal trials and just, like, saying things, you know? Like, why are you, don't you think that, like, kind of fucked with the space-time continuum a little bit? You know? And, like, also, are you, like, some advanced race of intelligence where, like, do I not know the reason you're doing this? I don't think it's actually him. My point is, with everything else going on in the world, if he proved it to me, I would believe it. I wouldn't be like, you're out of your mind. I'd be like, well, you know, like, after this past 2 weeks, I'm willing to roll with this. Like, I'm not going to time travel with you, bro. Like, I don't trust that shit. You think I'm not leaving, like, this part of space-time? What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, it took me long enough to figure out how this part of space-time works. I'm not fucking with time travel. Anyway, even if he proved it to me, I still wouldn't be, like, blown away. I'd just be like, yeah, like, okay, like President Obama's, like, probably gonna get arrested. Okay, there's, like, I gotta deal with other shit. Don't abuse the fucking time travel shit. Like, make some kind of department to regulate it. I gotta go. That's what I would say. You know, if I actually ran into that problem. I don't think Hank Brennan's a time traveler, but I have it all planned out. If he actually is like, listen, I didn't, like, nobody was supposed to see that. Like, you're right, I'm a time traveler. I'm like, well, fuck, bro. I really was, like, come on. I know I said I could deal with this, but, like, that's a little absurd. 1621 5481. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a little absurd. Like, I think Hank Brennan built. Yeah, I'm not sure if Hank Brennan built a time traveling machine, but, like, we know, like, we have two examples of Hank Brennan time traveling. They're just errors in the Matrix, clearly. All right, let's keep going. All right, say goodbye to time traveling Hank Brennan. All right, back to the cross. Trooper Proctor. All right, witness doing things. Alan Jackson being an Alan Jackson. You know, just doing his little Alan Jackson thing. Hopefully we can get to the end of this day. I'd like to get 2,000 pages done before I go get my coffee. Wouldn't that be fun? I don't know if we can do it. Maybe we can do it. We're on a sprint. Oh, God. They're going to start yelling at each other. They have so many sidebars. Like, I loved the last read-through we did because the sidebars were fun, but there weren't that many of them. Bro, there's so many sidebars in this document that I think it's reasonable that it's going to take me, at this pace, probably, like, 40 hours to do this. Sidebar! Nanya says that Hank Brennan got eaten by a dinosaur. Yeah, time traveling Nanya. Nanya, were you there when he got eaten by the dinosaur? Are you a time traveler? All right, here we go. The court. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. All right, what's this? Oh, there's multiple sidebars. Wait, what? He said what? A person by the name of Whitey? The 1980s band Warrant? What did Doc write? They're not from other people. They're to him. And it goes to his state of mind. They're dehumanizing. Okay. Sidebar. Very important sidebar. In the court. All right. Your objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, the remainder of this packet identification is from this witness. It's all from other people. Mr. Jackson, they're not from other people. They're to him. And it goes to his state of mind. They are dehumanizing, absolutely offensive, dehumanizing text messages that he was receiving, and he did nothing to correct it. And every one of these was on the heels of him disclosing private, confidential medical issues about Miss Reed with his friends. The court, okay, these aren't coming in. There was one response from him, indiscernible, end of sidebar. What? Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. The court, what was up the whole time? I told your IT guy to take it down. I excluded it, and we come out and it's up? Mr. Jackson, he just put it up. He didn't know. He didn't know the instruction. The court, no, but he shouldn't have put it up without you telling him to put it up. And that can't happen again, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, okay, understood. The court, why don't you go tell him so I don't bring him up here and tell him in front of the jury? Mr. Jackson, sure, I will. I have one follow-up question. That is just, was there I need to close the loop. Was there a continued conversation there you received without telling me any of the conversation? The court, yeah, that's fine, but he better not do that again. Mr. Jackson, okay, I'll let him know. The court, and honestly, if he does, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I excluded it. I sit him down, I look up, it's there, and he won't be in the courtroom again, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, in his defense, he didn't hear you exclude it. That was the sidebar. The court, but it doesn't matter when it's excluded and we're at sidebar. He's not to put it up until you tell him you can go ahead and put it up. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, go tell him right now. Mr. Jackson, okay. Oh, my God. Oh, my word. We knew about did we know about this line? Right, this is wild. Alright, I'll make a video about it. Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent journalist covering the Epstein files, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, Sandra Birchmore case, number of other important cases. It is 6:38 p.m. on Wednesday, February 18, 2026, and I am going through the second tranche of newly public Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial sidebars. This is June 12, 2024, during the cross of Michael Proctor. Now, there is something that has just come up in a sidebar between Michael Proctor, between Alan Jackson, Judge Cannoni, specifically Alan Jackson for Karen Reed, the defense attorney, and Judge Cannoni. As Alan Jackson is about to ask Michael Proctor about not just a question about the infamous leaky balloon knot text where Proctor was dehumanizing Karen, calling her terrible names in the days after the investigation into John O'Keefe's death started. It was started on 1/29/2022, and this is February 3rd, 2022. So they're talking about a balloon knot, Michael Proctor and his friends. Text that only got discovered, not in state discovery through Rule 14 like they were supposed to by the prosecution turning them over to Karen Reed's team, but through a federal investigation and a TUI request that was then able to be used in the state criminal trial. Okay? Now, as Alan Jackson is about to ask Michael Proctor something that I didn't even hear because this was quiet on the audio and it wasn't necessarily clear every exchange that occurred even in open court, Michael Proctor was asked by Alan Jackson, Were you talking to your friend named Whitey on February 2nd, 2022 about Karen Reed? Did he ask you, like, what are you guzzling on, quote, drinking? And did you say back, nothing, writing a warrant? Proctor says yes. And then did you share some sort of video? Excuse me, did Whitey share some sort of video with you? Proctor says yes. And then Proctor was like, Alan was like, do you remember it being like of the 1980s band Warrant? Proctor was like, I don't remember. And then someone else in the like group chain with Proctor and his friends laughed and wrote, wait, and replying to Proctor about like the leaky balloon knot, why does her a-hole leak? And then Proctor says, yes, that's what he wrote. And then as Proctor's about to be asked, what did your friend Doc write in response to that? Mr. Lally says, objection. The court sustains the objection. They go to sidebar. Mr. Lally is asked by the court, what's the objection? The court says, listen, this is just from other people, not Proctor, even though Proctor's in the chat. It's from other people, and Proctor only responds one more time. Mr. Jackson says they're not from other people. They're to him. And it goes to his state of mind. They're dehumanizing, absolutely offensive, dehumanizing text that he was receiving, and he did nothing to correct it. And every one of these was on the heels of him disclosing private, confidential medical issues about Miss Reed with his friends. The court says right away, okay, these aren't coming in. There was one response from him, indiscernible, end of sidebar. Then something wild happens. As Alan Jackson is about to go, like, move on and ask a question where, without getting into the content, he asks about the one response. The tech person for Mr. Jackson goes on to the next exhibit, which is what Judge Cannoni didn't want going up, and it's shown up there while Alan's asking his next question. This must have been very serious, whatever got shown up there at that moment, because Judge Cannoni interrupts, brings them up to sidebar and says to Alan Jackson, was that up the whole time? I told your IT guy to take it down. I excluded it, and we come out and it's up. Mr. Jackson's like, he just put it up. He didn't know. He didn't know the instruction at sidebar. The court says, no, but he shouldn't have put it up without you telling him to put it up, and that can't happen again, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson says, okay, I understand. But the court keeps going. Why don't you go tell him so I don't bring him here in front of the jury and tell him? Mr. Jackson's like, sure, I will. I just have one follow-up, and we just need to continue to close this loop. Was there a continued conversation that you received without telling me any of the conversation? What he's going to ask Proctor. The court says, yeah, that's fine. But your tech guy better not do that again. Mr. Jackson's like, okay, I'll let him know. The court again harps on it. And honestly, if your tech guy does that, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I excluded it. I sit down, I look up, it's there. He won't be in the courtroom again, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson's like, Your Honor, in his defense, he didn't hear you exclude it. That was a sidebar. The court was like, but it doesn't matter. When it's excluded and we're at sidebar, he's not to put it up until you tell him you can go ahead. And then it ends. She threatened Judge Cannoni to throw the IT guy out over this. And it doesn't feel like it was over the mistake. It was over the fact that there's something in there she wanted to protect Michael Proctor from the world knowing at all costs. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, youtube.com at Grant Smith Ellis. Twitter.com, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. You can learn more about these sidebars. We are climbing the Mount Everest of a 5,481 page document slowly. We're at page 1,656. You can buy me a coffee. I'm going to go get one in like 30 minutes. 15 minutes, actually. We're working hard. You can get me some dinner. You can help. Okay, we have good donations. I think I'm going to be able to extend my car rental tomorrow. But money sign Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo at Grant-E1. And paypal.me/Grant Ellis for the international viewers. I'm a Tao. Thank you for supporting independent journalism. It is powered by viewers like you. And Tao loves and appreciates you all dearly. Okay, let's write this up. That was pretty wild. This is wild. Right as, hold on. Judge Cannoni threatened to throw Karen Reed's tech expert out of the courtroom permanently during an intense series of sidebahs regarding Michael Proctor and his friends texting about Karen's leaking about Judge Cannoni would not let the evidence in, and Karen's tech guy made a simple mistake when Alan Jackson resumed his cross, leading to Judge Cannoni basically not in tone but certainly in form screaming at Alan Jackson because this specific series of texts was shown on the courtroom TV screens. That's wild. I mean, that's absolutely wild. That's one of the wildest things we've come across while doing this. I'm telling you, that's wild. I want to quote it. It's so wild, I want to quote it. She threatened to haul him in front of the jury too. She didn't do that to anyone else. Wow. I mean, seriously, that's really not good. Instantly escalating to we're going to go tell the tech guy. Then Judge Cannoni closed with this ominous and somewhat what's the word? Disproportional threat to Mr. Jackson. I mean, it really was disproportional. That's not how you spell disproportional. That's a tough word to spell. Disproportion. No, not even close. Put an extra. There you go. That's good. All right, got to get the actual ominous part. Anyone who says honestly, the standard adage is they are used to not telling the truth. And then it is page, hold on, it is pages, alright, source pages 1653 through, hold on, wrong one, 1656. That was an Epstein file research we can do later. That was pretty wild, though. I mean, that was quite wild. Almost coffee time. 10 minutes. Then I'm taking my coffee break. Then we'll resume later tonight. 10 minutes till coffee break. 10 minutes. That was a pretty wild series of events, though. His name is Craig Bates. K2K, it's definitely some kind of violation. Justice for Craig Bates. Hashtag free Craig Bates. Should I give him some play? I guess we can give him some play. All right, Craig Bates, Judge Canoni just made you famous. Tech guy, Kevin Bates. Thank you, Lynn Britton. Dinner is done. You tell me all about that dinner, Lynn. I'm going to go get my coffee in 10 minutes. Good timing. Then I am going to spend like a little time getting coffee and dinner. Then I'll come back and we'll do our night session. Primetime Towel. That's what they'll call it. Primetime Towel. All right. Oh, yes, I suppose I should extend the car rental for tomorrow. It's expensive. I'll do it. I'm working on it. We should be good. Yep, we're good. Alright, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it live. That way I don't have to be nervous about it, you know. So I'll do it while that thing uploads. Give me 1 second. I'm extending my car rental for tomorrow, so that way, you know, I won't be nervous. I'm so grateful for everybody's help. I'm a little towel. Things are okay. At least till tomorrow. And we got Towel Friend working on getting me a more stable car. He's doing good work. He's a towel. I don't know if he considers himself a towel. I should ask. Oh, nope, not that. Oh, hold on, I'm doing it. Let's see if I can do it. How much is it going to be? It's going to be expensive. $73. Oh. Alright. $73 it is. Let's do it. God bless the people who have been helping Little Towel. Okay, everybody ready? Okay. Go over here. Go over here. Go over here. Alright. 75 is going to be a fee. 73.69, 73.47. I'm going to have 21 cents left in my bank. Everybody ready? 3, 2, 1. It worked! Yay! Good job, everyone. I'm so proud of you all. We did it. Another day where Tal doesn't have to worry about whether or not he's going to be able to survive. I'm so grateful. Are you including Saturday and Sunday in your crowdfunding in case you don't get to stream on a day? Lynn, that's a good point. I didn't actually anticipate that. We're okay for now. As we get closer to Friday, I probably will just continue streaming on the weekend. I feel very empowered by doing this. It kind of gives me meaning in life, so I'll just keep doing it every day. It's not really for the money, but if things get bad, I think if we make it I don't know, how many more days? I think if we make it to a few more days, it will get a little easier. I don't know. I'll keep you updated. Lynn, I think you're wonderful, and I'll tell you all about, my brain's a little weird. It goes day to day, and I'm not great at long-term planning, but that's exactly the kind of advice I need, where someone's like, well, don't you think you should think about the weekend? But maybe I'll just stream on the weekend. But I love you dearly, Lynn. You've been very helpful to me, and I like your energy, so stick around. And I will keep taking your wonderful suggestions. All right, let's get back to work. All right. The fact that the tech expert almost got thrown out, though, that's a big deal. Standing Stones, I love the penguin emoji. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. You are wonderful. All right. Oh, no, we have a sidebar. Or is this a sidebar? Hold on. Sidebar. Oh, my God, a lot of sidebars. 1660. I am climbing Towel Mount Everest. All right, here we go. All right, so he's about to ask about what? Oh, his relationship with the Alberts at the federal grand jury. Federal grand jury sidebar. starting page 1660. What's the objection? Mr. Lally, the objection is there's one page that he's shown the witness doesn't appear the question that he was asked that's talking about a discussion with other people within the district attorney's office about what he told them, not what he testified to as far as his knowledge goes. That comes up later, in which his testimony there is consistent with what his testimony just was. Oh, my word. They asked about the Norfolk DA at the federal grand jury. Oh. Oh, my word. One thing after another. That's a big one. That's a big one. All right, here we go. I'm going to email you with another idea as well. Got it, Lynn. You go ahead and do that. I will read that email, absolutely. Your suggestions are helpful. All right, here we go. The court, what's the objection? Right, so we talked about that one. How Proctor's talking about, like the feds are asking about other questions with the DA's office. The court, what page is the later testimony? Mr. Lally, I haven't been able to locate that just yet, but it's also within a much longer discussion. So I think it's unfair to the witness to show him one page and ask him a question that doesn't reflect the testimony that he's asking about. The court, what do you want to say? Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lally is fully capable of cleaning up whatever he thinks need to be cleaned up on cross, repeating Judge Cannoni's exact words to Jackson from an earlier sidebar. He has a photographic oratory memory, and he's mocking her. On direct examination, this is direct testimony from him talking about whether or not he has a relationship with the McCabe's. And he testified under oath that he told members of the DA's office that he did not. And he said in a question before that his answer was the same. The court, this is the Mr. Jackson correct. The court, so what are you putting in on this page? Mr. Jackson, starting with respect to your conversation, you told the DA's office that you oh, this is a federal grand jury question. Starting with respect to your conversation, you told the DA's office that you didn't have a relationship with members of the Alberts, and he answered yes. The court, and you're going through lines 8 through 19, Mr. Jackson, yes. The court, okay, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let him do this, and then we'll take it from there regarding, I received a packet this morning of photos. We'll deal with that separately. Mr. Jackson, okay, and that's coming in soon. I'm going to establish the foundation for this. The court, I don't see how you're getting that in, but we'll deal with it when it comes later. Oh, she's talking about the photos of, like, the connection between Proctor and certain people on social media, I think. She's already trying to say, like, I'm not going to let him in. Mr. Jackson, okay. So do not let your tech guy put that up. Mr. Jackson, understood. Wow. Oh, so we did hear this in open court. Huh. He said, mm-hmm. I'm reading the transcript very closely. Okay, another sidebar. Sidebar, starting 1667. Cheese and bananas. I don't know what that has to do with it. All right, it's 7 o'clock. All right. I really want to get to page 2000, but bro, that's going to be so hard. I'm going to do it. I'm going to power through. We can do 300 more pages. You could do a towel. That page 2000 and then go in and get a coffee will feel really good. I can do it. Ready? Watch me. Watch me. Watch me get my second towel wind. The court. So I don't know what tab 3 is. The photos. Mr. Jackson. It's 13. The court. So I mismarked everything else. I thought we were just doing text messages marked for identification. Mr. Jackson. I knew that this was going to be a different animal. The clerk. I can't be on the sound because Miss Karen can't hear. Oh, you have to keep your voice down. The jurors can hear you. What? Does she call Karen Reed Miss Karen? Is Miss Karen the court reporter? Is there someone else named Miss Karen? Is the clerk calling Karen Reed Miss Karen? Who's Miss Karen? The court, thank you. Mr. Jackson, understood. Thank you. The court, all right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, as far as any of these are concerned, they're far too removed as far as the days go. They're completely irrelevant. It doesn't go to anything as far as impeachment or bias. He's already indicated that he has relationships, or his sister has relationships with these parties. The part that's unclear as far as comments in this is complete and utter hearsay. So essentially what you have is a photograph of this witness when he graduates from the academy with his sister, him and his sister having photographs with other people that the witness has already indicated they knew. The court, what's this marked? The clerk, which one? The court, tab 3. Miss Little, she hasn't marked it. Mr. Jackson, we hadn't marked that one yet because we knew there was going to be a discussion. The court, I'm going to have it marked. Whereupon Exhibit 3 was marked for identification. The court, all right, are you done, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, yes, Your Honor. The court, all right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and make your record. She's going to rule against him. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, we've been extremely diligent to be refined in the photographs and information that we intend to use. There's 13 photographs there. Every single one of them establishes a period in time literally going back decades or a decade, with various individuals that know and are associated with the Alberts and the Proctors. The court, okay, specifically though, anybody beyond the Julie, Chris, and Colin Albert that he's already said that he knew and his sister was friends with? Mr. Jackson, no. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, the bulk of these are Julie, Chris, Colin being associated with his sister, himself, his father. The court, Proctor. Mr. Jackson, Proctor himself. Proctor's sister, Courtney, who he's testified is his best friend, and he talks to 5 to 6 times a day. His father, his mother, those individuals being at his parents' home. There's photographs of that. There's a lot of indicators that Julie and Courtney are best friends. Oh, Julie Proctor and Courtney Proctor, that they communicate consistently. And the reason this becomes important, the court. Now, how does Julie's sister, who is best friends with Courtney, well, Joan and Julie both, I know it's like, I need a chart. Yeah, bro, you need a towel chart. Joanne Daniels and Julie Albert so Jill Daniels and Julie Albert are sisters. The court, right. And Courtney, who is Michael Proctor's sister, is friends with both Jill Daniels and Julie Albert. Very, very close friends. Courtney Proctor is very, very close friends with Jill Daniels and Julie Albert. The relationships span not just years, but also specifics concerning this particular instance. Julie is texting. What will come out next is that Julie was texting with Courtney, who was texting with Michael on days and within minutes of each other having interactions with each other. So I need to establish that Courtney Proctor and Julie are extremely close, that Michael and Courtney are extremely close, and that the relationship has morphed into Michael being close to Julie's family, specifically Julie Albert, culminating with, in the zenith, I love the zenith of all of this, is the last couple of indicators are they texted with each other. Julie Albert and Michael Proctor texted with each other 10 days before John O'Keefe was killed that he was considering having Julie babysit his child as well as having his mother, saying the Proctor family and Albert family are second families with one another. Try following that. The court, okay, Mr. Jackson, we've been pretty refined about these, and I don't have to spend a lot of time on each one, and I think the jurors are entitled to see what he says as he just testified. I don't know. I have a limited relationship with these folks. That's just not true. He had a deep-seated relationship with these folks, even though his best friend and sister, Courtney, as well as himself. Even through his best friend and sister, Courtney, as well as himself. The court, okay, anything else, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, no. The court, okay, the objection sustained, they're not coming in. Mr. Jackson, may I refer to them? The court, how so? Mr. Jackson, ask him, are there Facebook posts that you're aware of? Are there photos that you're aware of where you and your family, your immediate family, is commenting on posts about you, etc.? The court, what's the Commonwealth's position? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, if he's aware of them through intimidation and what he's received in regards to this case. The other thing the court, all right, so you're on notice that if you do it, it does open that door. Mr. Jackson, I'm fine with that. I mean, good luck. I mean, yes. The court, but if there's an objection, I'll have to hear it. Mr. Jackson, especially as it refers to the first photograph. If you look at the fourth post down, that's not from, is it fourth post or the court? Julie Daniels Albert. Mr. Jackson, yeah, that's not from someone tangential. Julie Daniels was interviewed by that man several years later, and he never disclosed. The court 10. Mr. Jackson, right, that works in my favor. The court, all right, so these are not coming in. I'm not going to let you reference them. If you feel that there's an absolute need based on an answer given by the witness, I'll decide that first. Mr. Jackson, might I just have a moment? Counsel confirmed. Mr. Jackson, right. Counsel has just reminded me, just to remind the court, or inform the court that there are multiple photos in there that are from 2021 and 2022, both preceding and post-dating the death of John O'Keefe and his involvement in this investigation. So I would ask that I at least be able to reference those. I think those are towards the rear. Right, so that's from 2022. The court, and that's Proctor's mother. Mr. Jackson, Proctor's mother. The court, are you objecting to that, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I haven't seen these. What I was sent was 3 photos. So if I should take a look, the court, you're making noise on the camera. Step back with that because the moving of pages is disruptive for Madam Court Reporter. I've done it here too because there's no place to put anything over here. They're just like doing things on the desk. Is there an objection? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, all right. The objection sustained. If you develop something, come to sidebar before you think there's something in here that was developed that will change my ruling. Your right to reserve. Mr. Jackson, okay, so I don't want to step on the court's ruling and get dressed down for it. If I can reference that he's aware, he was indiscernible. I think every single one of these photographs at the other proceeding, I think he was asked about. Wow. Well, that doesn't mean they're admissible here. Mr. Jackson, that's not what I was suggesting. I was going to ask, am I allowed to ask, are you aware of certain posts and text messages in friends groups and things of that nature that your sister and you and your family and your mother and father all have developed over the years with the Albert family, with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert? The court, all right. So if that question were asked, I would sustain an objection based on the question. Mr. Jackson, right, but I can figure it out like 10 different ways to ask it correctly. That wasn't the court. I'm not so sure, frankly. No, move along from this. You've got a long time, and we can address it again later. End of sidebar. Oh, wow. She really doesn't want those photographs coming in. We knew that, but wow. This is wild. I didn't know Proctor was asked about the photographs at the other proceeding. Wow. All right, let's do it. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent journalist covering the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, Epstein files, Sandra Birchmore case, and others. And I have just found a very, very concerning section of the sidebars from June 12, 2024, not previously public until Friday of last week, through a public records request, response, and lawsuit by Corey A. Hopkins, known as Marbury v. Madison on Twitter, on X. Now, on page 1674 of 5481, which is my copy of all the second tranche combined, you are going to see that Alan Jackson reveals to the court that Michael Proctor was asked about all of the photographs between him, his sister, his mother, and the Albert family, okay, over a period of 2 years during the federal grand jury, okay? Michael Proctor was, says Alan Jackson, indiscernible, asked about probably, I think, every single one of these photographs at the other proceeding, the federal grand jury, on February 1st, 2024, right before the state court testimony. Judge Cannoni will not let this in under any circumstances. She just tells Alan we might be able to come back to it, we might be able to revisit it, but when he first brings it up, she will not let it in, okay? Like, she won't even let him ask if he was aware of them, despite he was asked about it like 3 months before this at the federal grand jury. Like, she just will not let Alan Jackson bring this in or reference it. Okay? And then they immediately move on. Alan tries to build more foundation. And at one point, like, it's so weird. Like, Alan Jackson's like, the court's like, Adam Lally, the prosecutor, makes the argument that, like, yeah, I mean, if you open that door, like, it's going to bring up the intimidation issue. And Alan Jackson's like, yeah, good luck with that. Okay? So it's just a fascinating dynamic at play here. And it starts on page 1671, as I mentioned. And, you know, as soon as this comes up, Mr. Lally's like, he's only aware of these posts through intimidation. Excuse me, he was asked about them at the federal grand jury. And the court's like, right away, like, Mr. Jackson, if you ask about him, you're on notice. That can bring up the intimidation issue, which was part of a pretrial ruling that, like, if either side opens the door, then the intimidation of witnesses comes in. No, Mr. Proctor was obviously made aware of this because he testified about it at the federal grand jury 3 months before. This is June 12, 2024. He testified literally 4 months and 10 days or 11 days earlier on February 1st, 2024, at a federal grand jury for 6.5 hours in front of then acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy, and this was brought up. Something is just off. All right. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Follow me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going through these sidebars. We're almost at 1,700 pages out of the 5,481. Climbing Mount Everest, as we say it, one day at a time. Support my work if you want to as well, because I'm a towel. Thanks. All right. Let's write this up. We are making such slow progress. Well, this is getting more concerning by the moment. Michael Proctor was asked at a federal grand jury on February 1st, 2024, about connections between himself, his mother, his sister, and the Albert family. However, Chris and Julie. However, in June of 2024, Judge Cannoni banned the question because, what was her logic? Because, quote, Proctor, her logic was basically like, because, in so many words, Proctor could only have learned about the posts because of third parties intimidating Proctor, which makes no sense when one considers those very social media posts were brought up during the federal grand jury just 4 months prior. So, anyway, that's nonsense. That was weird. It makes it so hard to get through this when every single sidebar is Judge Cannoni doing something ridiculous. Not even like ridiculous legally, just like she's so protective of them. It doesn't even make sense. All right, what is it? It's like, all right, where are we? All right, so it's page 1667 through, let's see, 1675. 1667 through source pages 1667 through 1675 of 5481. It's very methodical work. It's really, like, I think that's why people don't want to do this. It is just so methodical. I like Loophole Lawyer. He's good. He's great at going over stuff. I don't watch him that often. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Like, I don't have time to watch anyone. Like, somebody sent me a 15-second clip of the glare being like, I don't agree with anything Grant says, but I like him. And I was like, oh, that was nice. But, like, I could not have seen that live. Like, I don't have time to watch my own stuff. I clip, like, one thing a day if I'm lucky. Do you understand I have to clip live? Because I don't have time to go back and make 40 clips. Like, I am both streaming to you and then also clipping myself live and then uploading the clips. Like, I don't have time to go back and make, like, 40 clips after I'm done streaming. I'm, like, making the most efficient use of my time possible. Like, I'm doing the stories, I'm reading the document, I'm making the clips, I'm uploading one at a time, and then we move on. It's methodical, like, to a fault, but it's also exceedingly efficient. If I had to do this, like, in blocks where I was, like, streaming and reading, like, writing down notes on the interesting parts and then writing everything up afterwards, bro, it'd take, like, 4 days. No, let's do it live. One, take it. Let's get through it. It's going to take, like, 7 to 10 days, but I don't care. Let's do it. Oh, Aaron, that's great. Yeah, I did. Someone sent me a clip, which was really nice. They're a super Tao. Like, clipping nice things people say about Tao. I think I'm going to go get some... I'm going to have a very nice coffee after this. What kind of coffee should I get? I want to get a Dunkin' Donuts, just regular coffee. I got a latte yesterday. It was a little bit too much, Brad. Towel doesn't need lattes late at night. So I'm going to get a regular coffee. It's only like $3. And I'm going to get it plain and maybe like, I don't know, some sugar, a little bit of sugar, one thing of sugar, and then some cream, and then maybe like French vanilla. I like French vanilla. Butter pecan's pretty good. I'll mix those two together. It'll be pretty tasty. That'll be my coffee. Then I'll get some dinner. It'll probably be a small dinner. Then I'll come back and talk to you more. It'll be wonderful. Well, thank you, Aaron. Hello, Melanie. How you doing? It's hard to disagree with your characterization of Michael Proctor. I will say that. Also, David Yannetti, I made him a nice post. Why? Someone thinks it looks like Bruce Springsteen. I don't know. Listen, bro. There's a lot of people that I ran that image of David Yannetti by. No one said it looked like Bruce Springsteen. Also, I kind of feel like, notwithstanding whatever the hell Bruce Springsteen's politics are, which, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like Born in the USA was sardonic, bro, and, like, he's always been, like, a liberal hippie. He's a fucking music artist, bro. But my point is, like, notwithstanding Bruce Springsteen, like, being a hippie, he's Bruce Springsteen. Most people who are, like, my age or David Yannetti's age, like, he's older than me, but, like, our general generation, bro, I'm going to be like, that's pretty cool. You think I look like Bruce Springsteen? Oh, my God, he's the boss. I'm not going to think, like, oh, he opposed the Vietnam War. Like, yeah, bro, I know he opposed the Vietnam War. Okay, I'm just talking about the one comment on the Twitter post that I made, the image that we made of Mr. Yannetti. The one comment on there is someone being like, it looks like the liberal hippie Bruce Springsteen. And I'm like, bro, like, I agree. Born in the USA. Yes, Lynn, we are good for dinner today. God bless you. I do not need any assistance today. I'm doing just fine. Thank you so much for asking. I will let you know if it becomes an issue. We're doing okay today. I'm going to get a nice small dinner and a coffee. But we got to get through our work, by the way. I'm getting distracted. I'm not stopping until I get through 1,700 pages. I said I'm going to do 1,700 pages. Excuse me. I'm doing 2,000 pages. I'm only at like 1,700. I'm not stopping. I made a commitment to you all as the towel peoples of the world, wherever you are, Seattle or, you know, Greenland, even if you're a penguin. No. I said that I was going to, oh my God, listen. This is truly the Mount Everest of legal documents. You don't understand. If this case ever got appealed, it would have taken like 77 years. If you dedicate all of your life to reading this document and you know everything about the case, it still is like climbing Mount Everest. Oh my God. I just want to like go get a coffee. So I'm like, I'm just going to get through another 300 pages. Bro, oh my God. I could do like 7 cases in an hour if we were just reading slip opinions from the Supreme Court. This is the most methodical, like detail-orientated, like read of any legal document. It is like the Goliath of legal documents. This is what they should like make 3Ls do, like to torment them. Like, you have to read the entire Karen Reed trial, both of them. You have to, as an appellate lawyer, read everything, including the sidebars, and then you have to, like, sit in front of Grant, and he's going to quiz you and make you write and do, like, appellate oral arguments on just random shit he finds in the sidebar, and he's going to be like, tell me why Judge Cannoni was right or wrong on that ruling. Go. And that's your final in 3L. That's like what everybody's worried about all 3 years. Like, oh no, I have to sit in front of Grant and I have to read, what are we at now? It's probably like 7,000 pages across the 2 tranches, and we're not even done. Oh no, I have to sit in front of Grant after reading all of this, and if I get anything wrong, he's going to yell at me and call me dumb. Yep. Yes, no, Terry, don't worry. I'm going to get food and coffee, but my brain works a certain way. I set 2,000 pages as our goal. If I do not get there and I just go get coffee, I'll feel like a jerk. Even though I'll just come back and do it, I would still feel terrible. You don't understand. I set a goal. I will myself to that goal. I don't care if I have to move mountains, lasso the moon. You don't understand. That's why I'm a very good ally. You know, you want me in your corner. Because then, especially if I want to lasso the moon for you, bro, I can't pull it towards Earth. It would fuck up the tidal flow of the oceans. But, like, metaphorically, bro, like, Jimmy Stewart, like, eat your heart out, I will lasso the moon. I'm literally, like, you want to go up to the moon, bro? Like, I'll build you an elevator. I'll get you up there. I'll talk to some guy with a rocket ship. I'll get you to the moon. I'll put a rope on it, and I'll be like, see, now it's yours. I don't think it works that way, but, like, you know, we can try. I'm a hopeless romantic. What do you want from me? A hopeless romantic who refuses to engage in any sex whatsoever just to be, like, an intellectual powerhouse. Terry, DoorDash is great, but I also like to get out of the house. I just have to get to page 2,000. This is not a negotiation between me and my brain. I love that you're very compassionate about me, though. God bless you for that. Sidebah, we are on page 1683, page 5481. Okay, go ahead and make a record, Mr. Lally. All right, Mr. Lally, it's argumentative. This is a question about reporting back to his sister about the homicide investigation. All right. Go ahead and make a record, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, it's argumentative. Mr. Jackson, were you reporting your progress to your sister on your homicide investigation? That's argumentative. That's an actually open-ended question. The court, it's still a bit argumentative. His answer is going to be no, right? Go ahead and ask him. Mr. Jackson, I know, but the jurors need to hear it. Thank you. The court, and so just, you know, all these times that you do this for the jury needs to hear it. If the answer is no, there's no competent evidence of this, right? Mr. Jackson, I've read the evidence code, Judge. The court, it's not a code in Massachusetts, but yeah, I need to be sure on all of this for closing arguments, so just keep that in mind. Go ahead. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, I'll give you this. That's funny. Judge is like, are you sure you're, like, asking a well-founded question ethically? Jackson's like, I know the rules. She threatened him. Did she really threaten him with ethical sanctions for asking an open-ended question? Dude, what is Michael Proctor, like, the most protected human in the state? Dude, back then, this has got to be Epstein. It's got to be. There's nothing else that explains why Judge Cannoni would give a shit about Michael Proctor. Who gives a shit? Seriously, he's some dude, bruh. There's lots of cops. Like, there's some good cops, a lot of bad cops. You know, they got to work on their profession. They got to stop buying prostitutes. The big thing is, like, the cops, like, okay, to all the police officers, I know you're listening, some of you. I just want to be, I think you're wonderful. You love America. I know you want to get the bad guys, etc. It's a hard job. It's dangerous. It's intense. Stop buying prostitutes. Why do we have to have this conversation the most with, like, firefighters and fucking cops, like, and DAs? Stop buying prostitutes. Stop. Stop it. Nope, you're not doing it tonight. Don't do it. Do not do it. I know the girls are going to get really mad. I mean, you don't understand. I think some of the girls are really mad. Like, really, really mad. They're like, Tao, you can't just end the profession of prostitution. I'm not... I didn't say you can't have sex. I just said you can't have sex, like, for money. They're really mad. But like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not trying to like cause like a problem. We'll get you some other money from like the paintings, or I have ideas. But like, you can't go to prostitutes. It's a non-negotiable principle. You can't hurt the doggies. You can't hurt the little kids. You can't go to prostitutes. Like 1, 2, 3. Mary P, it's going really good. Mary P, I actually have something to show you. Remind me before I go get coffee after we get to page 2000. I want to show you you got a shout out by the AI during my lecture on the history of philosophy the other day. It was like, Mary P is right. That was an excellent insight. And I was like, how the fuck do you know who Mary P is, Gemini AI? And it just knew who you were, Mary P. It must have read the comments or some shit from YouTube. And it was like, Mary P's a genius. I'm telling you, it's like the bot. Listen, Mary P, the AI is so smart, it knows about you and what you said about the philosophy lecture, and it was like, Mary P got it right. I'm telling you, I'm going to read it for you after we get to page 2000. I've been thinking about you for like 3 days. You featured in an X post, Mary P. All right, let's go. All right. So they keep going with that question. We are going through our Sidebahs. Yes, the famous Mary P. Like, even the AI knows about Mary P., That's how, like, prominent Mary P. is. You think you're well-known, folks? No. Like, Mary P.'s so well-known, the AI looks up to her. How about them apples? Have you ever had a bot rely on you? All right, let's keep going. We finally hit a little patch without Sidebahs. I feel like my prayers were answered and we made some progress. Listen, this is the first time we have gone 20 pages without a sidebar. Like, no! I cursed myself. No, ladies and gentlemen, I have brought down the reign and wrath of the Sidebah demon on myself. 1, I have a southern accent now, and 2, I was doing so well. We got like 20 pages for the first time, like in days, and then there was a Sidebah. All right, let's go. Are you aware that at 12:20 a.m. Brian Higgins sent a text to John O'Keefe coaxing him to 34 Fairview? I'm aware of that. I saw that text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe. Wait a minute. I thought people said, oh, this might have been from John O'Keefe's phone. I thought we didn't have these texts from John to Higgins. We never saw them. Oh, is this about to come up right now? Wait a minute. We just got the text from Higgins to John. That's what led to the whole prostitution thing. Listen, I've been on a 5-day kick. I'm trying to stop prostitution, not to make it legal. People are like, Grant, you just want to do what you did with weed with prostitution. No, bruh. No, I'm not trying to get the government involved in prostitution. There's too many people to do that. Listen to me. We have to stop going to prostitutes. It's like a big thing. And I got all mad about it because John and Higgins were talking about the prostitutes and snow and partying. No prostitutes. Damn it. Stop it out there. Don't make me get a ruler and come slap you with a hand. Don't go to prostitutes. Stop it. That's that text, Mary P. Now let's find out why it didn't come into evidence during the first trial so I can yell about things. I'm ready to yell. Who's ready? I'm ready to yell. Sidebah. Hello, Kevin from South Boston. I am a towel. You're a time traveler. I know Hank's a time traveler. This is going to go viral. Hank's going to get a call tonight or look at Twitter and be like, what the fuck? I am not a time traveler. Why is Grant what? Then he's going to eat dinner and be like, Grant is absurd. And I'm going to be like, yeah, bruh. You think Picasso was absurd or Dali was absurd? Motherfucker, wait till you see me in action. Put me on national TV. Let me go. I just want to do my thing. I don't even need to be on national TV. I have a bigger audience than most of the quarter hours. On my one platform, X, in a week, my total numbers are bigger than every major network's quarter hours over 4 days during prime time during the week. How about them apples? No, Kevin. No. Kevin, sex for procreation. Kevin, don't make me get the ruler. Kevin from South Boston, I will get the ruler. Sex for procreation and based in love. And not to enslave people and not for money. Okay, you want me to spell it? Procreation. Okay, you have to write that. Don't make me make you write that on the blackboard 500 times like Bart Simpson. No. Okay, sex equals for procreation and love. It's like a math equation. Sex equals procreation plus love in parentheses. Ideally, don't separate those two. What are you procreating for if you don't love your partner? What are you doing? The partner's going to be like, why do I have this baby? You don't even love me. What are you doing here? So, sex equals procreation plus love, parentheses. I just used math to make a point about morality. How's them apples? I know. You could make a whole movie about good towel hunting, you know. It would be fucking hilarious. Towels adventures through the city of Austin. I just go up to random people and just troll the fuck out of them. No, Kevin, I already responded to that. No sex for Bunny, no sex for food. All right, let's go. Kevin from South Boston, I'm going to come to find you in church, and I'm going to tell your nun and your priest that you've been making ridiculous suggestions. Yes, we're getting Lynn's like we're going to get Kevin a tattoo so that he does not get confused. Listen, Kevin, like it's a very simple tattoo. Like procreation plus love, you know? It's very hippie-like. Jesus was kind of a hippie. He wasn't a commie, but he was kind of a hippie. Kevin's like, oh no, I've started a sermon. Sidebah 1722. What's your objection? It's argumentative, Your Honor. As far as the questions that are being asked, I don't have any objection to him asking him the factual questions of what he was aware of, but the characterizations, that's his closing argument, and that's fine for his closing argument, but that's not fine for cross-exam. There's no evidence in the content of the text he was coaxing John O'Keefe there, let alone for some nefarious purpose, or that the defendant was ignoring his text. As far as were their texts sent and did she respond, that's fine. The court. So sometimes one word can mess up your whole sentence. No, it's not the defendant. It's between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Did he respond? So the court. So sometimes one word can mess up your whole sentence. I'll blank the objection. Just, Your Honor, it's a reasonable interpretation of that text that he's coaxing Brian Higgins. No, coaxing John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe. Higgins is coaxing John O'Keefe. That's a typo, or Alan said it wrong to the location. That is not argument. This is cross-examination. I should be given some liberties. If he says, no, I didn't see it as coaxing, then the jurors can weigh and balance that. The court, but when there's an objection, if there's a part that's objectionable that I think should be sustained, I have to knock out the whole question, and you don't want that. Mr. Jackson, no, I don't. And I don't know how many more times I have to say, ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. It's on those occasions, so just knock out the language that shouldn't be in there. That's wrong. It's not 220. Oh my God, this transcript is fucking butchered. Oh my God, I'm mad. I can't keep track of. Oh, what? I'm not a single fucking like giant auditing department for the fucking court transcripts. Oh my God, page 1723. Oh my God. Oh my God. Line 6 should say coaxing John O'Keefe, not Brian Higgins. I hate my life. Why? And then line 23 on that same page, it's not 2:20 a.m. It's 12:20. I saw the fucking text. I saw the source text. I object. I demand satisfaction. I want my bounty. Somebody give me my bounties. The court should pay me. They should just give me $50 every time I find a typo. Like, oh yeah, we should have paid him. No, he didn't need to type it up. That's way too much work. He's got other things to do. But we should just have him read things, find typos, and pay him bounties. He's a funny towel. Then he will eat food. And he won't be nervous. Okay. Page 1723. Line, which one was this one? Line 23 should say 12:20 a.m. I object. Oh, well, Standing Stones, you know what? God bless you. Oh, Kevin God bless your little towel baby. He or she could be a little washcloth. And then Standing Stones, God bless your grandchild. He or she can be a little washcloth. Okay, you tell them you're a little washcloth now. They're going to be like, what are you talking about? Be like, listen, I don't have time to explain. I'm with it. They're going to be like, what? With what? You're going to be like, listen, I know how to meme. They're going to be like, you know how to meme? And be like, yeah, like you're a little washcloth. That's a meme. And they're going to be like, what's a meme? And listen, the way you gain respect of the younger generation, bro, the way they do it. Okay, the kids, they like go on their iPad, right? They're all like memeing, right? Like with these like weird, like fucking like, I don't know, like fake Italian shit. I don't have time to explain it to you. Let me just give you the basic premise, okay? If you go to the kid, right? Like your grandkid or your child, and you're like, bro, like I'm trying to meme. Like if you meme them, if you're like, you're a little towel, and they're like, what do you mean? And you're like, I'm like, don't you know how to meme? They're gonna be like, oh no, like grandma or grandpa or mom or dad like is watching the internet and they know how to meme. I can't like be getting away with the stuff like that where I'm looking at it, because what if they notice I'm looking at bad stuff? They know how to meme. So just like meme at them. I don't know how to explain it. Like, be authoritative in your memeing, okay? I'm not the person to be giving this advice. I'm a towel. But, like, you, like, troll the kid, but, like, lovingly. Like, you tell the kid, like, you know about, like O-Block. Like, if it's, like, a 13-year-old, you gotta be like, listen, I know you're watching videos, like, about O-Block, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, chill with that. You don't need to be learning about that. You're, like, 13. And they're gonna be like, but I want to know. Be like, bro, I'm going to blow up your spot, like, figuratively, if you be looking at that stuff. You got to, like, meme them a little bit, troll them. Like, if you don't troll them, they won't respect you. Like, kids these days, I don't know how to explain it. Like, you tell the kid they're a little washcloth, and they're like, what do you mean? And you're like, I'm memeing you. They'll be like, that's funny. How do you know what a meme is? And you're like, excuse me? Like, I grew up on the internet, young ma'am or lady. How dare you question my internet knowledge? Then they'll get all scared that they shouldn't go on bad parts of the internet. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let them know you are technologically savvy, so they won't do bad things on the internet. It's like Tao's parenting plan 101, but all of God's children are my children. Okay, that's how I think about it. I don't have any kids. I don't think I ever will. I love, people. They're wonderful. I think people should have their kids and like populate the earth and do all that good stuff. But like. I can't deal with. I'm sorry, it's too hard. Like I do my best, but I couldn't like dedicate 70% of my life. I couldn't, But I love people who do. Good for them. You should definitely troll the fuck out of your kids, in a loving way. Listen. They watch YouTube videos. Okay, they're trolling the fuck out of you. You got to troll them back, or they're not going to respect you. And you can troll them in a loving way by being like you're a little washcloth. It's hilarious. Listen, Kevin from South Boston. I don't want to hear about your adventures in Tukaville. What the fuck were you doing at the bus stop? First of all. Second of all, like, what are you doing? Like, are you like Tekashi 6ix9ine, like trolling the ops by? First of all, they're not even your ops. Are you just inserting yourself into Chicago gangland politics because you want to like mess with the GDs and BDs? So you go there at 2:30 in the morning and film a video, and you're like, I'm hilarious. Not really very funny. Kind of a little scary, but anyway, that's hilarious. I'm just generally a hilarious person. Like, you understand, like, I could probably just, go anywhere on God's green earth, and, like, if I had $1, I could double my worth. I don't need a lot of money, but just introduce me to people. I talk to them about things, and they're like, how do you know all this stuff? I'm like, I don't know. Just gotta troll the F out of them. Stay away from that bus stop, Kevin from South Boston. Stay away from that bus stop. I know what you did. I know what you did. And no putting pack out on the street. Kevin from South Boston, what have you been up to, young man? I guess you have a child now, so you're not a young man anymore. But still, can't be going and putting, pack out on the street now. I am concerned. We have to have an intervention. Oh goodness, yeah. Well, was Big U your homie too? You can get the taps from him. You'll bring them all down. I think it's a RICO case though. I wouldn't mess around with that. I don't want to get involved. I'm a towel. I'm a reporter towel. All right, let's go. Apparently, I have a southern accent. A lot of you might be saying, Battelle, you are not from the South. Well, I taught the glare about Virginia and how Virginia is like named that way because she's a Virgin Maidenhead. And now I have a Southern accent. I'm not really exactly sure if those two things are correlated. I don't think you just like start speaking with a Southern accent because you teach the glare about the origin of the Eastern Seaboard being named Virginia. But, I'm willing to go there. Like, I just feel like it's reasonable at this point with everything going on in the world. I'm just going to adopt a Southern accent. A lot of you have had questions about the Southern accent. I would just like to let you know that's the only explanation you're getting. Yeah, I know. Like, it was a bit of a hodgepodge circumstance that led to me adopting my Southern accent, but now it comes out from time to time, and I'm just a simple towel, so I figured it goes with the character, So I'm from the South now, apparently somewhere around the Appalachian Mountains, I'm going to have to start learning how to do a holler. I'm a little bit worried about that, though. I don't really know how to holler. I'm just kind of a towel. But I feel like I could be a pretty good actor. I can adopt all sorts of different accents, put different emphasis on the different syllables, you know what I'm saying? That was from a commercial for a movie in like 2003. I think it was Mike Myers. He was a steward on an airplane. Don't really remember what the movie was about. I just remember that specific line. I have to be careful about watching media because I remember everything that I see and hear. So, 2003, one random line from Mike Myers in a movie permanently imprinted in my brain. All right, Sidebah. We are looking... Oh, the timestamps. We're looking at the video. The Sallyport video. 508 to 550. He's asking about the gaps in the video. Give me Sallyport video Sidebahs. All right, this is starting 1774. The court. All right, go ahead. Make your record, Mr. Lally. What's the objection? Ooh, Lally's going to lose. Mr. Lally, well, I believe it was Mr. Jackson's point last week that the video speaks for itself. And this jury has already seen the video, multiple versions of it multiple times. Whether or not the specific witness recalls exactly when it happens, essentially, Mr. Jackson, he's testifying as to what the video shows. The court, go ahead, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, I'm asking a factual question. Whether he's aware of the gap in the video. He's the one that pulled it. He said he's the one who retrieved it. He's reviewed it. Mr. Lally, I don't even know if he said he's the one who pulled it. Mr. Jackson, I want to know whether he's aware of the gap in the video and whether or not the gap was consistent with the time the car arrived at the location. He's in the best position to know. The court, so those are two different questions. If you ask them all at once, it's problematic. Ask two different questions. Oh, hello, Boozy Beauty. Listen, these questions are incredibly important. Well, not the questions, but like the fact that Lally really did not want Proctor to get asked about the Sallyport video is really telling. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist going through the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial second tranche of Sidebahs. Well, I'm on page 1773 of 5481 of my copy. Michael Proctor is about to be asked about the infamous Sallyport video. And listen, if you haven't been following the Sallyport video, I just want to show you why this series of exchanges between Michael Proctor and Alan Jackson are incredibly important. So if you go to my Sallyport video coverage, which you can find on my X feed, you can take a look at this specific video, okay? So you're going to find it. I shared a bunch of different copies, but I reposted Joey Bag of Donuts, and the clip starts exactly where I want to talk about it. So take a look at this, okay? You open up this video. This is what Michael Proctor is about to be asked about. It's a series of videos between 5 p.m. and 40 p.m. or so, roughly, in the Canterbury Sallyport. Now, there's only a certain amount of footage when there should be more footage. And the argument is that there was a motion-activated camera that caused various pop-ins and footage to not be there. But I have definitively proved through my advanced towel technological videographical analysis, that was just me being lyrical and whimsical and hilarious because Alan Jackson likes to talk like a 17th century diplomat. Anyway, the point is, This example that I'm about to talk to you about is the video that we're about to look at being discussed in Sidebar, and Adam Lally really doesn't want Michael Proctor to be asked about it. The Sidebar isn't that substantive. Lally loses the objection, but the context here is that Adam Lally has concerns about Michael Proctor, the man in the little blue hat right there, who is next to what could be the prime suspect in John O'Keefe's death, in my opinion. The mystery man. We don't know who he is. Watch this, folks. Watch this. The smoking gun. Not only the square, but a perfect, like mouse-clicked blur at the body. This is the guy's head. You see a square right up above. That's his head. Why is this so important? 5:38 p.m. on January 29th, 2022 at the Canton Police Sallyport. There are two men, one known, Michael Proctor over here, one unknown, right behind Karen Reed's tail light. That's the driver's side. The passenger side is over where Proctor is, the broken one. Okay? And there is blatant video editing. And watch what happens over the next few frames. It trails here. And then here's the smoking gun. It's a straight line, bro. It's a straight line. This is a blur box. They left the yellow down here. They forgot like to blur it. So it looks like pixelation, but it's not. And then the white box, the blur box, goes over a little bit of Karen's car. It also goes over the taillight, but they blended that a little bit. This is the back driver's side taillight. It blends, but it doesn't blend right here. They fucked up right here. This blur box goes over the bumper, okay? And then it goes down to here. They try to, like, you see how it's like you see how, like, if I clicked my mouse and, like, wanted to blur this out? That's what that is, okay? I'll show you an example of it. This is going to freak you the fuck out. And I'm going to jump forward to show you the next scene. So, like, you're going to see an example of the rounding right there, okay? See how I'm doing it with my brush. I painted a nice little Bob Ross tree, okay? That's an example of a blur box. That's an example of me editing the blur box, okay, to round it. Now watch the next few frames. You notice the comparison to what we just did? That's his head, okay? It's just square. They got lazy. But this part's square. They left the blur box. They kind of blended the snow part, and they used it perfectly on his silhouette. They literally used a blur box, okay? His body is like... Watch what happens with his body. Ready? Watch. Watch. Watch him move. See the blur box? It goes with him. The edge, it's a frame at a time. It's like painting. Okay, watch the next frame. Wait for it. It's at 0.25. Watch the frame. Watch the blur box extend. It stays a square back here, but it only extends with his body. Okay? Look, they're doing this by hand. Then they kind of like give up. It's just a but. It looks like they use like rectangular like lines like this, like fence blur. Like it's like individual. I'd say it's like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 across, and then like 10 down, 12 down. Not inches, more like millimeters. But they're individual like fence posts that kind of like go up and down. It's very poor. Like it's a very poor job. And then when we watch it stretches with him, okay, and then it immediately goes away. Why does it go away there? Because he's in the dark. His face has moved from the light to the dark, therefore rendering it impossible to see him. Boom. That video is what Adam Lally was vociferously objecting to, okay? Right as Michael Proctor was about to be asked about the Sallyports from 5:08 to 5:50, as the car was brought in, Adam Lally, the state prosecutor, objected, and Judge Cannoni would not allow the video, would not allow Lally to prevent the video from being played. So Alan Jackson prevailed on this. Wild. Like, you can see Lally's nervous. That video is clearly edited in post-production to veil the identity of the mystery man. And Proctor was standing near the tail light when the mystery man appeared in a blur box that was clearly edited in post-production with like clear lines painted to blur and blend on the shadow of the figure, on the body of the figure. Something's wrong. Something is deeply, deeply wrong. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I think Michael Proctor and the Mystery Man know a lot more than are letting on about what happened at 5:38 p.m. at Karen Reed's taillight in that Canton BD Sallyport and what happened with that taillight afterwards. And I want answers. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. I have questions. Answers, indeed. Perhaps forthcoming. I don't know. The reference is page, again, 1775 of 5481 of the document you can find linked in the post below. How was that, ladies and gentlemen? The very first Sallyport Sidebah video, and we immediately get something that immediately must be written up. So let's just repost this one. I've proven it. I have proven it. I believe I've proven it. Forget a forensic analysis. You just need towel. Well, oh, this is interesting. Norfolk DA prosecutor Adam Lally was quite uncomfortable with Alan Jackson asking Michael Proctor specific questions about the infamous Canton PD Sallyport video that was clearly edited in post-production to hide the identity of a mystery man at the center of... to hide the identity of a mystery man. We're just going to call him the Mystery Man. I made a lot of typos. I was trying to get that done quick. I still am not close to getting my coffee. I told you I was committed, though. You don't understand. When Tao's doing work, you just... like, I can't do a lot with my body because my body doesn't work very well. But, like, when I'm doing work, you don't understand. I put in work. Like, my work ethic, my brain, I can just will myself to do things. I got to get some coffee. Also, Boozy Beauty, if you're listening, I have a southern accent now. I have decided that I am a southern accent Tao. We're not really sure why. I mean, I guess we kind of know why, but I'm just a Tao. Okay? And I'm a southern accent Tao. All right, so let's go. What was it? Where did the sidebar start? Sidebar was 1774 through 1775. Source. Pages 1774 through 1775 of 5481. I'm a southern accent Tao. All right? If you have any problems with that, address it to the state of Virginia. Don't ask questions. I'm a Tao. All right, let's go. No time to wait. All right, here we go. So they go back to the Sallyport questions. Okay. Let's learn about it. Okay. Video from the interior of the Sallyport. The second Sallyport video. So Tully was the one that asked for it. Wait, he didn't see it until a few months ago? SUV being brought into the garage. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Buchanan's there, I believe. Chief Berkowitz, the retired police officer. Where was he? He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards the back open garage gate. Are you telling me that was Chief Berkowitz? Chief Berkowitz? Was Chief Berkowitz kind of like a fat guy? Like, did he like wear sweatshirts? He didn't look like Berkowitz. Oh, hi Kyle Sharkey. How you doing? I'm a Tao. The back door where you were. Yeah, he was the person. Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to operate out of nowhere? Yeah, there was one individual at the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that just kind of appeared. Bro, he was not pushing a broom. Also, towards the back of the vehicle, somebody, just while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the sally port, correct? Yes, it was that Chief Berkowitz? Yeah. Oh, my God. The unknown mystery man is Chief Berkowitz. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it's Chief Berkowitz. Chief Berkowitz is the unknown mystery man? Wow, I didn't know that. This is wild. It's Chief Berkowitz. Chief Berkowitz is the mystery man. Oh, my word. Chief Berkowitz is the mystery man. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and if you follow the John O'Keefe and Darren Reed trial, we are reviewing trial transcripts and sidebahs. We are on page 1779 and 5481 of my copy from the second tranche, released last Friday to Corey Hopkins, Marbury v. Madison on X. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, there is an unknown mystery man that apparates out of nowhere near Karen Reed's taillight, ladies and gentlemen. And that unknown mystery man, oh, we have to start this recording again. I'm so sorry. We have to wait for this to finish uploading. You don't understand. I can't just start talking about the mystery man without the footage of the mystery man. So we gotta. I love to one take it. I'm so pissed this upload wasn't ready because I can't go watch the video I wanted to watch. I'm so mad I wanted to one take it. Listen, you don't understand. You hit it in the booth and you one take it. Boozy Beauty, I'm mad. All right, I'm like Lil Wayne when he feels big, you know, not big as in like fat, but like big as in large. Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand. I hit it in the booth and I one take it. I don't have to stop because the fucking upload wasn't ready. I'm mad. Okay, one take, always one take. I don't do fucking redos. What's the fucking point of a redo? That is entirely inefficient. It's procedurally inefficient. It insults my integrity as a towel. I'm offended at myself. I have offended myself. I demand satisfaction. What am I looking at? Kyle, what did you do? Kyle, what has happened? I have looked at chat. Wait, no, it's not. Wait a minute. I'm looking at chat. Okay, I'm looking at chat. What have I done, Kyle? What have I done? Wait, no, Berkey is in the... Oh my goodness, Boozy Beauty, I have looked at chat. Good thing I started the recording again. Boozy Beauty was using her like special psychic powers. She was like, Grant, stop. That can't be Chief Berkowitz. The story is it's not Berkowitz. We win. I've done it. Oh, God bless. I slowed down. Kyle, listen, by the time you posted the chickens, I had slowed down. Listen, what do? Do I run around in circles? Oh, this is a big moment. We've done it. God bless America. It's not Berkey, and Michael Proctor perjured himself, and he blamed a dead man. When did Chief Berkowitz die? Oh, my God, he blamed a dead man. Hold on. When did Chief Berkowitz die? What was this? I bet Boozy Beauty knows. When did Ken Berkowitz of the Canton PD pass away? When did Chief Berkowitz die? On December 28th, 2024, so he was still alive. He was at the very end of his life. So he didn't blame a dead man. He was retired, but he only had, let's see, oh goodness, 6 months to live at this point. Wow. Okay. All right. So, but we know that it's not him. He was alive. I mean, if he had blamed a dead man, that would have been even worse, but he was alive. I got to re-record this. This is a serious problem. So we have definitive confirmation and proof that at this point in time, it is not possible for this to be Ken Berkowitz. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not possible for this to be Berkowitz because Berkowitz at this very moment is inside the Canton PD. We got it. Oh my goodness. That is it. It is the mystery man, and Proctor cannot possibly have identified him correctly. He perjured himself. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big problem. I have to do this report like Walter Cronkite towel. I have to get into towel mode. You don't understand. It's all culminating. The video's edited. It's not Berkowitz. It's the mystery man. It can only be one person. Well, that makes sense. It's one man. That's very obvious, Grant. I think you're trying to imply something. I'm not punning. How dare you? I'm just saying it's a single lone figure, so it must be one man. He was technically the chief in January 2022, but he was on medical leave, and Helena Rafferty had taken over. And then Helena Rafferty crashed into someone and had to retire. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a breakthrough. Michael Proctor could not possibly have identified the mystery man as Chief Berkowitz, because Chief Berkowitz was inside the KTPD with Yuri Buchanan at 5:38 p.m. on January 29, 2022. How do I know this? Because Boozy Beauty has tracked all of this. We're doing it with the goats on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. It is a dark day for towels. One small step for towel kind. One giant leap for the goats. And Kyle. And the chickens. All right, here we go. Should I do some kind of... Well, you can't inauthentically do a Walter Cronkite moment, motherfucker. How are you supposed to do that? You got to like... All right. I'm ready. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I've been covering the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial sidebars. And I bring to you a seriously concerning development on this Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, at 8:01 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, if you have been following the saga of the unknown mystery man and the edited Canton Police Sally Port footage involving the Karen Read and John O'Keefe case, specifically, if you have been following the activity of Michael Proctor at that right rear tail light, it is actually the passenger side, the one that is at the center of John O'Keefe's death, which is still unsolved, then you will know that this mystery man is not just crucially important because of his apparition, quote unquote, into the middle of a live video frame with no explanation, in the form of edited videos that stretch the blur box specifically around this man's frame until he walks out of the light of the Canton Police Sally Port. And you might be saying, that's not possible. It does not stretch with him. Yes, it does. Not only does it stretch with him, folks, but as it stretches with him, the lines of blur, of shading between the blur box and the rendering of the actual film stay where they are. And furthermore, a ghost leg is over there in the left that stays exactly in frame as this man is moving. So you might be saying, so are you telling me that not only have you identified evidence in a felony murder trial that was edited in post-production with very obvious blended blur boxes that have hard ends in this right corner, and also literally line up with like a brush stroke that you would do in like composite video editing with the frame of the mystery man? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. And then I'm telling you that the one clean shot of the mystery man that we get is in when his body has moved from the light source, which you can see casting a shadow to his left, therefore it is coming from behind him, from the light source out of the light source. Therefore, there is no indicia of who he is. Well, if you go to a trial transcript from the John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial, specifically page 1779 of 5481 of the document you can find attached to this post, you will see that Alan Jackson, the lawyer for Karen Read, is asking Michael Proctor, the man in the video, the man whose head is up here for reference, he's asking him, Alan Jackson is asking Michael Proctor, excuse me, did you see a man apparate out of nowhere and just appear at this specific time, at this specific place, like the Aurora Borealis in the kitchen of Principal Skinner? He didn't say that. I added that in for dramatic effect. And Mr. Proctor says, yes, there was one individual, and they talk about a broom. But then Mr. Proctor is asked by Alan Jackson, no, towards the back. Somebody, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct? Yes. And Alan Jackson says, was that Chief Berkowitz? Then Chief Berkowitz, who was on medical leave, and Helena Rafferty had basically taken over the department in January of 2022, on January 29th, 2022 at 5:38 p.m. Eastern Pacific. He was on medical leave, but his best friend, Brian Higgins, had an office and had met with Chief Berkowitz throughout the day as Brian Tully set up a command post for his unit of the Norfolk DA State Police Force that was investigating the death of John O'Keefe in the Canton Police Department. And Proctor says, yes, it looks like him, yes. That is not Chief Berkowitz. Chief Berkowitz at that moment of time, was inside the Canton PD, not in the Sally Port. He was in the Canton PD with Yuri Buchanan. It is simply impossible that the man that Michael Proctor identified in that footage was Canton Police Chief on medical leave, Ken Berkowitz. And there is missing footage, and it was not because of motion activation. It was because of post-production editing. This footage was not obtained until Brian Tully got it at some point in 2023 or 2024. I think Colleen Crawford and John Fanning were involved. That's my opinion. In something to do with this video file. Who edited it? I don't know. How it was manipulated in post-production, I've basically refined. But the key conclusion of this report that you've just heard from Towell, an independent reporter who has uncovered a lot related to this Sally Port video and its post-production editing at specifically 5:38 p.m. Eastern, which is just a few minutes before someone could have theoretically started to plant taillight at 34 Fairview Road without anyone knowing, in the dark, as a blizzard had just happened in Canton. Is not Ken Berkowitz. That mystery man, ladies and gentlemen, cannot be Ken Berkowitz. We don't know who it is. But I believe now more so than ever before, after reading Proctor's response in open court to Alan Jackson's question, that is not Ken Berkowitz. That mystery man is the prime suspect in the as of yet unsolved death of John O'Keefe, in my opinion. And if you can identify, any of you or anyone out there, who that man is, if you can get the source video file that was turned over to the Karen Reed defense by the state prosecutors, that is missing a bunch of footage, that was turned over as an EXE file initially, that may not even have its metadata intact. That is the key to the mystery of the murder of John O'Keefe. Karen Reed was framed. There is no doubt about it. Write it down. I am one of the foremost experts on this case. I've known both sides intimately. I understand the factual record, every pretrial motion. I've watched the case. I've read the case. I've looked at the sidebars. There's no doubt in my mind that someone framed Karen Reed. Michael Proctor knows who did it. Michael Proctor was intimately involved. I've seen the edits to this video. That's my opinion. Whoever this man is the prime suspect in the death of John O'Keefe. And it is on us. You really care about justice for John O'Keefe? It is on us to see this through. And it is on Adam Deutsch and the federal government to make sure that even if the answers are uncomfortable, the public, John's family and others, learn the truth. Because whatever happened to that man, whatever he did before he died, it was wrong. That's thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were misled for years to protect this man. I want answers. We deserve answers. And if you care about justice for John O'Keefe, this has become something so much bigger, because you don't pull off something like this unless there's context. And what we've seen in the past few weeks in the United States of America is a reckoning. A reckoning for systems of power that thought they were untouchable, uncheckable. That they answered not to God but to Baal, to some kind of demon. And everywhere, from academia to the halls of our nation's most prestigious institutions, to government, to intelligence apparatus, and otherwise, are facing a reckoning, and the Massachusetts State Police Unit, localized in Norfolk County and enabled by Michael Morrissey and his financial backers, are facing what every other powerful person deserves, which is having to answer for an unchecked, egregious abuse of a prosecutorial apparatus that became a tool of coercive control. And I'm going to prove it. We have proven it. And now it's just a matter of locating the mystery man and the federal government holding him accountable. Or Adam Deutsch doing it by way of the Norfolk DA's office. I won't stop until it happens. Come hell or high water, no matter the price. Because the truth is not supposed to be comfortable. It is not supposed to affirm what you thought. It is supposed to be the apotheosis of your participatory democracy coming to light through a fact-finding process, because none of us were there. And this man is at the center of that conflagration that, in a microcosm, swallowed whole this justice system and turned it into a mechanism of enslavement. And I don't know if the core was human trafficking or drug trafficking or sex trafficking or hurting little doggies or hurting little children or some of the other terrible things that I have seen in those Epstein files. But the connection to the Police Explorers program, the connection to Learning for Life, Maxwell, Epstein's trips to Stoughton, all of this. The public deserves the same answers that they're going to get, whether it's Kathy Rumler or Les Wexner or whatever scientist or PhD or whatever position of power you think you were in. You are no different and should answer the same questions to the same members of the public that you. And it's the least that we deserve. And it begins in this place, at this time, at this moment, with the identity of this man. All of us are going to have a reckoning, and we are going to confront who killed John O'Keefe and why, and come hell or high water. I don't care if you cry. I don't care if you're pleased. I don't care if you're angry. You must be peaceful. I don't care how you feel about it. We're all going to confront it, and we will get the answers we deserve. And it's that man who knows them, and he is alive. That is not Ken Berkowitz. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I want answers. How about them apples? I am mad. Yep. That is not Ken Berkowitz. I know it's not Ken Berkowitz. Boozy Beauty has laid out why. We already knew why, because he was in the Canton PD, and the footage shows where he goes. It's not Ken Berkowitz. Proctor perjured himself. He hedged by saying, I think. But that is not Ken Berkowitz. John Fanning has corporate... Oh, dear God. Listen. In limine, you and... do you have an X account? There's somebody we should talk to. In limine, do you have an X account? I now got to write up my video. Oh, what do you mean you're blocked from sending? Like, oh, like, is it because I don't follow you? In limiting, just send your X account here. I'll just follow you. I have to follow you for you to be able to send me messages. New. Although Michael Proctor identified the mystery man from the Canton PD Sally Port footage, who was near Karen Reed's taillight at 5:38 p.m., but obscured from the footage via post-production editing. Obfuscated as Ken Berkowitz, and Boozy Beauty, and there's an E. What? Where? Oh, too many O's. Have confirmed that is not possible. Who is that mystery man? I demand to know. I demand to know. I demand to know. I demand to know. Oh, just send me your X account in Limonene. Sorry if I was yelling. I was a bit mad. Oh, just send me your X account here. If you just send the X account name in the chat, I'll find you. Berkowitz had just followed Yuri Buchanan to had just followed to the interior of the Canton Police Department on camera, leaving only Proctor and the mystery man near on camera at the moment when on camera near the taillight at the moment the infamous Sally Port video is obviously edited via a blended blur box across multiple frames to hide the identity and clothing details of the large hulking man. I demand to know the identity of the mystery man. I want an answer. And I yelled. I bet Laura's going to clip me yelling and be like, Tao was really mad. Well, yeah. Yeah. Berkowitz. Berkowitz. It's like that, right? Berkowitz. Yeah, that's what it is. Berkowitz, then chief of the Canton PD and on medical leave, previously, during the afternoon, Berkowitz had been hanging out at the Canton PD station with his friend Brian Higgins, the last person to text John O'Keefe before his death, where Higgins had an office. Higgins also went to the Canton PD at 1:30 at around 1 or 2 a.m. on the morning of John O'Keefe's death to move his personal vehicle in the parking lot. It is unclear where Higgins was at 5:38 p.m. Eastern on 1/29/22, or where he went in the subsequent moments. Wow, if Alan had only known this when Higgins was on the stand, the world, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial world demands to know who is the mystery man. It's not a black blob, Kevin from South Boston. It's like heavily edited, but on the last frame, you have to like watch it on a bigger screen. You have to watch my source video on X. Like, you don't want to be watching it like me commenting on it. You want to go to X and watch the video. Boozy Beauty, like, you want to like talk to Boozy Beauty. She's a genius. She can send you the link, or I can send you the link. I got to follow In Limonene though. Hold on. Okay, I did it, In Limonene. You can send me messages now. I'm a towel. We got to keep working or I'm never going to get my coffee. It's an hour and 20 minutes later and so much important things keep happening. I never got my coffee. But I'm getting to page 2,000. I told you. It's not even a debate. You don't understand. If I set a goal, I'm accomplishing. But listen, if major things keep happening all the time, how are we going to get through this, bro? Like every page, I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. At this rate, it's like, oh my God. I don't know what else could possibly happen. I was just reading public testimony there too. It wasn't even a sidebar. We're at the point, you don't understand. We can't get like anything done because even the open court testimony, I'm like, oh my God, I want to talk about it. I'm a little tired. I'm the only person who has so much fun. It's just a document. It's just text on the screen. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at page 800. We are powering towards 2,000. Listen, if I get to 2,000, I'm going to be so excited to get my coffee. I hope you're all proud of me. I work so hard. We're like 207 pages away. You got to have work ethic, folks. Even if your body's breaking down, you got to have work ethic. The court. Okay, take that down. Sidebar commences. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I believe when I was going through the text messages with this witness, these are among the group that counsel specifically indicated that they were not going to go over as they would find relevant. Now they're up on the screen and we're going over them. Which ones are these? And that was on February 4th. I didn't give my... So he texted about Karen on February 4th. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael. Oh, so Courtney Proctor was donating to the O'Keefes. Mr. Jackson, that's not true. He didn't ask about the hope she blanks herself, and but I absolutely intend to go over that, and we'll go over that. It's the court. I'm going to allow in the hopefully she blanks herself. Are you objecting to the context then? Mr. Lally, yes. All right, so what do you need for context? Mr. Jackson, that's all I'm going to ask. It's the next text. The court, so don't put it out. Mr. Jackson, which one? Don't put the court, you can put that in, but just that alone. Mr. Jackson, fine. I don't need to put it on the screen. That's fine. The court, okay. Wow. It's the next text. Wait, so the Courtney Proctor like says she gave a donation to the O'Keefes, and then Proctor says back, "I hope Karen blanks herself." Oh my God. Wow. That's terrible. Oh yeah, and then they do the she's blank. Yeah, you dehumanized her, Proctor, because you were framing her, in my opinion. I'm just a tad. Karen Reed was framed. I never thought they'd push me into this corner, but the edited video did it. You don't understand. Before, I was like, listen, I'm starting to think, like, they went after Karen because she knew some shit that, like, John told her. Now, I'm like, bro, they framed her. Bro, they totally framed her. You don't understand. They framed Tiffany Overstreet. Why the fuck would they frame Karen Reed? Now, I don't know the why. I think she was just like a crime of opportunity to frame her. I hope. I hope she wasn't like, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you all understand? Do you understand that the fake criminal charges, I said that 3 times for emphasis, the fake criminal charges that were brought tended to be brought against like women who like got out of line in the operation. Now, I don't think Karen was in no operation, but, like, why'd they do this to her? Like, what did John tell her? What was John doing? What did Karen know? What was Karen seeing? What did Karen talk about? What was going on? Why was she involved? What did she know? Did she give information to the feds? Is it Epstein? Does she know about it? Was she tangential? Did they tell her? Did John tell her? I have lots of questions. You might be saying, Grant, that's a lot of questions. I know. You don't understand. Like, I don't want all the answers to my questions. I don't. I really don't want all the answers to these questions, because what if it's like Higgins and just like, what if, right? Like, thought experiment. What if it was like Higgins and like Robert Devine? Remember how Robert Devine treated like, what's her name? Tiffany Overstreet? Okay, Karen's not Tiffany Overstreet. Karen's a boss. Okay? Like, Tiffany Overstreet didn't know what she got herself into. You see the picture from her mugshot? Read Turtle Boy's article about her. She was completely overwhelmed. Karen's a boss. So, like, why'd they do that to Karen? They should have seen that, like, Karen wasn't going to be no Tiffany Overstreet. So, why'd they do that to her? I don't understand. I need answers to my Tao questions. I guess I don't need them. I want them. Yeah, I think they really were, like, thinking about trying to, like, Karen was worried that they were going to do something to her and make it look like a suicide. Now that I see, like, how this all fell out, I think they really were going to try to get to her, and she was just so well protected by David and Alan that they couldn't, well, David at first and then Alan quickly after, they couldn't get to her. Kyle, when did that come up? Oh, I saw that. Is that just today? And then also there was that case about the state police covering up for the drunk driver. Listen, when we start up the stream again in a little bit, we're going to start with the... Oh, it was today, Kyle, or yesterday? Oh, it was right now. Wow. Kickback schemes by the state police union head. But then there was a drunk driver, a cop who killed someone on duty in a state police cruiser with a high OUI. Basically, he was accused of that by the family in a civil suit, and the state police hid it from the Norfolk DA. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Not that guy. I'm talking about the guy, the state police guy, the former head of the union. He was Dana A. Pullman and Anna M. Lynch. One was sentenced to 2 years in prison, 1 year of supervised release. The other 15 months, 1 year of supervised release. $40,000 in restitution each. But yes, we'll talk about the DUI cover-up next. That one's really bad. I sent Kyle the article earlier. It's wild. All right, so we're at page 1800. We're less than 200 pages away. We're on the redirect. Oh, we immediately have a sidebar. Oh, it's the Mr. Yannetti at the school parking lot sidebar. Oh, this is going to be a good sidebar. What a night. Wait. There was no complaints against him. None of these wild accusations. It was done with the utmost integrity. Yeah, I don't believe that. Mr. Yannetti showed up in the parking lot. He was just meeting Lucky there. Is Courtney Proctor in the building? Mr. Jackson, he better have a witness for this. This is absolutely outrageous. That never happened. What he's describing on the witness stand is completely the court. Mr. Yannetti, I want you to come back here. Come back here. Mr. Jackson, it's an utter lie. Everything he's saying is an utter lie. Mr. Yannetti went out yesterday and interviewed Lucky Lofgren. Mr. Yannetti has no idea where Mr. Proctor's kids go to school. He couldn't care less where Mr. Proctor's kids go to school. They mend the parking lot so that they could drive on the route that ultimately as Mr. Lofgren is expected to testify to, and this person gets up on the stand and this person and suggests Mr. Yannetti was asking about his minor daughter. That is absolutely insane. Oh, he exploded. He just started yelling. He has never said anything like that during his sidebar. He's just yelling at the judge. The court, I didn't hear that. I don't even think Mr. Jackson heard what he said. He was just mad. Mr. Jackson, he just said he started asking about, does Courtney Proctor, does my daughter go? The court, Courtney's the sister. Mr. Yannetti, it doesn't matter. It's all made up. Wait a minute. I'm never going to be able to get my coffee because every fucking 2 pages takes 2 hours. Oh my God. We're still 198 pages away. You don't understand. Just wanted the towel coffee. Just wanted the little coffee. I guess I could have a DoorDash, but like, don't you all feel that's kind of like, all right, we have to take a poll. We literally have to take a poll. Okay? Kevin from South Boston is laughing. Okay. Is it appropriate? I have a car. I am not door dashing it. No, absolutely not. The answer is no, but the Dunkin' Donuts is going to close. I guess I could go to the other Dunkin'. Okay, listen, we've got to the point where I've gone so long that the Dunkin' Donuts is going to close before I could go get my coffee. What is wrong with all of you? What is wrong with me? I can just not stop. I'm a towel. I shouldn't have set that 2,000-page goal. All right, listen. If we're going to do this, and I'm going to really commit myself to this, like, I don't understand. I'm so mad at myself right now. Why do I do this to myself? What's the most efficient use of my time? I have to really think about this. We have to take a poll. Well, I can't make coffee. No, I can't go over to the Dunks. Actually, you know what? I might be able to pull this off. All right. I'm going to the Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not telling you which one, okay? You're going to watch this video, okay? I'm going to put Boozy Beauty and Lynn Britton in charge. So, like, I'm going to do that. So here's how this is going to work. If there's any questions while the video is playing in chat, like Lynn Britton and the Penguins are like technically in charge. However, Boozy Beauty just gets to weigh in and yell at you all. Like she gets to get her microphone and she just yells at you and she's like, don't do stupid things. And then I'll be back in like a few minutes. Okay. Nobody, you're all like on your best behavior. I'm going to go get a coffee. I'm not telling you where I'm going. You're going to watch this video where I talk about the man in the Sally Port. Everybody calm down. As I mentioned, Lynn Britton and Boozy Beauty are in charge. No, I don't have instant coffee. And then the problem is, like, I need my Dunkin' Donuts. You don't understand. I'm from Boston. I live on Dunkin' Donuts. I need to get a coffee maker. I'll do it next week. I've never had enough money for a coffee maker. You don't understand. I don't even know what to do with a coffee maker. I'd be a little baffled, frankly. You know, I don't really understand, like, the mechanics of existence. I'm just a metaphysical type. All right, I got to go. Have fun with the video. Not only the smoking gun, not only the square, but a perfect like mouse clicked blur at the body. This is the guy's head. You see a square right up above, that's his head, and then it trails here, and then here's the smoking gun. It's a straight line, bro. It's a straight line. This is a blur box. They left the yellow down here. They forgot like to blur it. So it looks like pixelation, but it's not. And then the white box, the blur box, goes over a little bit of Karen's car. It also goes over the taillight, but they blended that a little bit. This is the back driver's side taillight. It blends, but it doesn't blend right here. They fucked up right here. This blur box goes over the bumper, okay? And then it goes down to here. They try to, like, you see how it's like you see how, like, if I clicked my mouse and, like, wanted to blur this out? That's what that is, okay? I'll show you an example of it. This is going to freak you the fuck out. And then I'm going to take my dinner break. And if you want to donate to support, God bless you. We're still, I'll come back later. We can raise more later. But yeah, we're right at the precipice of having enough for the car rental tomorrow. So God bless you for everyone who helped. And I think my towel friend did make efforts to get the car that is mine to my possession. I don't know if it's going to happen soon. I'll let you know. We're going day to day. I'm trying not to be very nervous. Let me show you this, though. It's going to freak you out, but I'm sorry, we have to confront this together. So let me show you what they did. Like, I talked about it earlier and then couldn't process how intense it was, so I didn't show you. I'm just going to show you. And yes, it's going to freak you out a little bit. All right? So I'm going to use an image, my favorite image. It's going to be a towel. All right? Now, if you're thinking, oh no, is he about to show us, like, actually what they did? Yeah, I'm not going to do it on a video because someone said it was amateur. Like, okay, maybe it doesn't require, like, government-level software, but, like, you have to actually be a pretty decent, like, real-time video editor to, like, do blending of a blur box in a, like, frame by frame. You have to literally slow it down frame by frame and, like, paint like old school animation like that. There's no tricks to it. You can't do it with AI. It's manual. It's like an artist, like a Michelangelo, kind of like painting with a brush. But this floppy as fuck. So let me show you what I mean by that. All right. And I can only do it like. I hope you're going to appreciate this lesson. It's kind of like a towel Bob Ross moment. I can only do it by actually removing the background on a picture. So I'm going to show you how to do that, all right? We can do it on a picture of Karen, I guess, right? I don't want to go find the picture of Karen, though. It's annoying as fuck. I'll just find, like, the first picture I can find. No, I don't want to do a picture of Epstein. He's a douche. Alright, I need like a good picture, like that I can like cut the background out on. Yeah, I guess that one will work. No, yeah, okay. Alright, so let me show you. Alright, ready? Now, what I'm going to show you is going to really make a lot of you like sick to your stomach. I want you to do your best to process this, okay? Take a look, again, at this specific line, okay? I want you to look at it very closely and see how I'm tracing my mouse on it. And then look at the box over here, okay? So box this side, and then this side has like a trace, like a mouse trace to blur it or get rid of the blur box for this part. Okay, you ready for this? First of all, I have to make sure it's going to work. I think it will. All right, you ready? So I have an image here. I made this image with some, you know, artistic rendering. It's a towel crying. He got his Pulitzer, but, you know, and he has a little virgin mother by him, but the price was high, you know. So I click background remover, right? Now the AI is going to do it for me. It's going to process it and pull the towel out, right? Watch. Like it knows what it's doing. See how good that is? Do you see how it's like really, really good? Okay, well watch this. Okay. Let's say I had like not done it right? Okay, so let's say I had done it a little wrong, and it didn't really do exactly what we wanted, right? It would look like that. Now, let's say I was like, shit, like I got to do this by hand, bro. Like the AI is like not good enough. Okay, you see how I can change the DPI of this selector? When I'm just erasing away from him, I can kind of just like, oh no, I fucked up. You see what I mean? Then I got to do the undo button, right? And you don't want to hold the click for too long because you want to do each stroke as a new click. So if you undo, it does it as just like that, all right? Now, you see how I can like get close to him, but I don't want to get too close with this like really big one. So I want to switch the DPI, right? Now I can bring the DPI, if I'm like a really refined artist, I'll bring the DPI that low and just do it by hand, right? You see what I'm doing? All right, we don't need it that low for like half an inch away. Now, let me show you what you'd actually do. Again, this is going to make a lot of you really freaked out. You just have to watch. So what you're going to do if you're like really editing is you're going to zoom in on your palette with a small brush stroke, okay? So I'm going to do Control plus, and then I'm going to do this. Do you see how I can manipulate my palette? My 11-inch brush at that zoom is good, but what I really want for the type of work is a 1-inch brush. Now, this is why I say it's kind of like being like a Michelangelo. If you're going to do this, like, and you're really doing it, and it matters, it's going to Reuters, it's going in a court record, you better meticulously fucking paint this brush stroke. And it's kind of like, I'm pretty good at it. You need a very steady hand. But like, I'm zoomed in on like a microscopic level, and I'm really good at this. I've been doing this for a very long time. And that's what I mean. You know how I was kind of saying earlier, like, it's not a joke when I say they meticulously did it. They're just amateurs, like rank fucking amateurs. Because like, no matter what you do, if you do it, like, they couldn't use AI. It was too precise. So they had to do it like this. Okay, now do you see how I build like a buffer here? This is the most important part. My buffer. See how I fucked that up right there? It went into the blue. I got to undo those, right? Because that fucked up the most important part. Like that part, like what touches the blue is everything. That is what's called the blend. I have to nail this. If I want to make this without AI a perfect cutout, I can't fuck up this trace. I can go north if I want to like pull away from it, that's fine, but I cannot go into the blue or it's going to fuck up. Like, I have to literally trace the arc perfectly or it's going to be obvious, okay? So this is what the person who did that editing was doing. They were by hand doing this, okay? Once you have your buffer, okay, we're just using this as an example, but they actually traced the dude's like full kind of frame and they wanted to like alter it. Now, do you see how hard it is? Like, I'm good at what I do. I'm using a 1-pixel brush and I'm just painting down along his arm, okay? Maybe we add a nice little tree in there, you know, just a little tree. It's a beautiful little tree. It looks kind of like a saucer, but it's just a little tree. Okay, maybe it has, you know, it doesn't have any branches. You know, it's just a little tree. Maybe a few birdies on it. Okay, that's our tree. You know, it doesn't have a very nice area to it, but that's our tree. Okay, it's a nice little tree. All right, so you can see the point, though. I want my buffer. Then it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm using my buffer. It doesn't matter if I bump my buffer, like when I'm doing my painting here, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really matter, bro. See what I mean? If I bump my buffer, it does, like, oh shit, fuck that up. See what I mean? And then it's going to take away everything because I did it as one stroke probably. I'd never do it as one, like, paintbrush. But you see what I'm doing here? Like, that's good. Like, you're getting the point. Then I go in here, like, I get rid of my little tree. He was a nice tree. Still got to, like, be careful. But, like, if you have your buffer, like, all you're really, you can work with a bigger, like, thing and reduce the time. But, like anytime you get close to the edges, you got to be careful. Now, look at this. This was the towel edit. All right, watch what it'll do it. You see this? You see this specifically? How like it kind of Like, it's okay. But do you see, like, how it's, like, obvious? Like, I fucked this up. Like, there's, like, a gap there. Like, we can look more closely. But, like, I fucked this up. There's, like, a gap there. Like, it's not good. Like, this part I just gave up. Like, you see how there's, like, a very obvious what's called trace line? Because that's what someone did, okay? This is why you're going to freak out. Oh, did someone send a donation? That would be amazing. Nope. It was them. It was Cash App telling me I owe them money because I used their payment feature. So I guess that's even more reason. If you're learning something, help the channel. Someone who asked if I need a little help earlier. Yeah, we're close. We're like $55 away from today's goal, and we got 16 minutes. Then I'll do dinner and come back, and we can keep working on it. But anyway, do you see the point here? I've just showed you a live demo of what, like, happened with that file, okay? Like, when you're doing it on a picture, that's one thing. When you're doing it on a video, bro, like, and I'm not saying they superimposed this. What they did was something a little different. They, like, let me give you an example. They put, like, hold on, let me zoom out. They did this, okay? Let me show you what they did. They, like, took a blur box, right? So, let me see, blur box. It's like this, right? And let's see if I can get a yellow one. So this is for a picture, but you get the point. Like, they did something like this, okay? All right? And they wanted to, like, blur, like, they use more of, like, a rectangle. So let me get, like, a rectangle one. But they used, like, squares like this, okay? Did you notice how it had, like, a cut line? And so they just lined them up like that. And then what they wanted to do, ideally, like, they didn't really want it like that, but they wanted to, like, have the blur line kind of, like, stop at his form, you know? And so what they were really doing was taking, like, the blur line and then editing it. You know what I mean? Like, they were rounding the corner of the blur line. They were doing what I just did with that, with the blur line. Okay, it's actually somewhat impressive. Like, they were actually like literally like using like something like this, okay, which is like an erase tool, okay, and then they were doing like this, okay, and you see how, like, it's a similar concept to our background remover, but I'm erasing it, okay. Like, I'm still painting a line. It's more, like, complex when you do it, like, for an erase versus a background. But, like, I'm just taking that blur line, erasing it, okay? And then watch what happens to my composition. Okay? Let me go back over here. And see how the blur line is now starting to erase around him? Okay. Well, if I really want to make the point, like, using background remover for this is stupid, but, like, you click background remover, you bring up the setting, and then, like, you just actually remove the background. Like, I didn't have to use the magic eraser because it kind of dulled it, but it gave me, like, a good, like, guideline, and then I just, like, fucking erase it, okay? That's what they did. They put a blur box, they erased it, okay? And then you have to go down here. Hold on. You click done. Now watch. Look, that's all they did. And, like, she curved it better than I did. I have an idea who did it. But, like, do you see what they did? Like, it's harder when you're doing it this way. But they just, like, curved it like this to match his figure. They curved the blur box. All right? And that's what's, like, freaking me out. Like, that's exactly what it would look like. A hand, it's called hand touching. It would be a hand-touched, like, edit of the blur box. And so, you see what I mean? Like, look how it, like, kind of curves to his head, right? Like, it's not perfect. I got more work to do. But they just, like, put a blur box on it and then curved it to the dude's figure. I've just proven it for you. I'm telling you, like, hold on, it's full screen, but on the wrong screen. I want to move it to the other screen. I'm telling you, I'm looking at. I've analyzed this in depth. We're on a very high resolution, for our purposes, zoom of it. And I'm telling you, if you watch my mouse, you notice the comparison to what we just did. That's his head. Okay, it's just square. They got lazy. But this part's square. They left the blur box. they kind of blended the snow part, and they used it perfectly on his silhouette. They literally used a blur box. Okay, his body is like, watch what happens with his body. Ready? Watch. Watch. Watch him move. See the blur box? It goes with him. The edge, it's a frame at a time. It's like painting. Okay, watch the next frame. Wait for it. It's at 0.25. Watch the frame. Watch the blur box extend. It stays a square back here, but it only extends with his body. Okay? Look, they're doing this by hand. Then they kind of like give up. It's just a it looks like they use like rectangular like lines like this, like fence blur. Like it's like individual. I'd say it's like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 across, and then like 10 down, 12 down, not inches, more like millimeters. But they're individual like fence posts that kind of like go up and down. It's very poor. Like it's a very poor job. And then watch, it stretches with him, okay, and then it immediately goes away. Why does it go away there? Because he's in the dark. His face has moved from the light to the dark, therefore rendering it impossible to see him. I've proven it. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, it's indisputable. Yeah, like I mean, it's not that. Like, that's so low quality. I need the source file. That is not the source file. The state turned this over to the Reed defense, we know from the sidebars, as a EXE. When, like, we need the source video file from that recording. Then I can really tell you what happened. Oh, hell yeah, I can tear into it. I wouldn't analyze the gait. I would analyze the silhouette. The gait is useless. His like walk, yes, like his hulking walk is important, but you're not. Gait isn't going to get you there. It will give you a clue. What's going to get you there is this, his head, if that's a hat, a black hat, and if the wording was visible on the back of this sweatshirt in one of the prior images, and like the fact that he's going like this, that like holding his belly, and the fact that he has a pop belly. Like that and those shoes. That's going to get you there. No, you can strip the metadata from a file. You really can. It's called like ID3 tag editing or something. ID5. You can just strip it. You can't strip the MD5 hash. An MD5 hash is every file has it, but bro, just ID3 tag editing, that goes back to like iPods. Don't make me pull out the iPod. All right, so maybe I should do like a quick video explainer. All right, I'm back. I got a sandwich. I'm a towel. Was your sandwich good, Kevin? I had a donkey sandwich. It was they don't have the meal deal anymore, which kind of pissed me off. They have the meal deal, but it's only like this breakfast wrap, and I didn't want a wrap. I want a sandwich. You know, I need like at least 600 calories because I only ate one meal today. So, and before that. So anyway, I got a sandwich. It was good. I just wish it was cheaper. Being alive is very expensive. I object to that premise. I'm trying to work on it so you guys don't have to spend as much to be alive. I don't really know how to do that, but I'm working on it. That's a lie. I know how to do that like 80%. Like, I don't want your milk to be cheaper. That's like that's like one good barometer. I want the purchasing power of your dollar to be stronger. Do you understand what I'm saying? Boozy Beauty gets it. She's actually an undercover economist. Don't fuck with the undercover economist. So anyway, like, in short, like, I want your purchasing power of your dollar to be stronger. And so, like, then things will be cheaper for you. Does everything make sense? Or you could just, like, have chickens like Kyle. Then you don't have to buy eggs. The chickens just make the eggs. What this has to do with sidebars It doesn't really, I suppose. I just wanted to talk about that. I thought it was funny. All right. Everybody ready to get back in the zone? I can't guarantee you that this latte will not turn me into a super towel. I also want to have some Tylenol. Allow me to take my Tylenol because I hurt my shoulder. So this is... I got the cheap Tylenol. It's literally like the brand name acetaminophen because it was the cheapest one. So I hurt my shoulder. I don't know how. I think like I either like hurt my like right shoulder yesterday and was like massaging it too much, or I slept wrong. But I hurt my shoulder, so I have to take some acetaminophen. That's what they call it in England, at least. But yeah, it's very painful. Like, to put it lightly, I don't know what I did. I won't watch you make me take my Tylenol. I won't make you watch me take my Tylenol. But yeah, I don't know. It's unpleasant. Hurt like whatever this muscle is. Like whatever goes from like right here to like here. Like it doesn't really hurt as much in here, but like this part in particular, yeah. I think it's like my pectoral muscle probably. I hurt it pretty bad. But are you figuring out on gas? Yes, Lynn. Okay, so thankfully the rentals I've been getting, like it's actually not that bad for gas. I'd say I can get by on like 20 to 30 a week on gas. I don't really go anywhere. I need to like get to certain places to do my work, like before I sit down to stream. The coffee shop, various other places, food, like errands, medication, doctors, you know. But like on the whole, the cars I've been renting, like I'm shocked, like $30 a week in gas at most. It's kind of cool. After like having that car that my mom was letting me use for so long that required 93 gas, I had to spend so much money on gas. She was like, hey, aren't you so grateful? I was like, yes, but also like, do you understand how much it costs to drive like 7 miles in a Porsche? Like it costs like $40. I'm kind of kidding, but I love this cheap gas. I can get 87 now. It's the greatest thing I've ever, whatever the cheapest one is, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Dude, I've never been able to get 7 gallons of gas for $20. Are you kidding me? Every time I go to the gas pump, I'm just jumping up and down with joy. $20? 7 gallons? Oh my God. I used to get like 3 gallons or like 4 gallons for $20. I get like 7 gallons now. I run around like in a little circle. I'm like, oh my God, $20 get you $7 worth of gas or 7 gallons. That's the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Yeah. So my so apparently Boozy Beauty is an expert, okay? I know nothing about any of this, but yeah, I've hurt myself. And it's either my front delt or my chest. No, I appreciate it, Lynn. I'm keeping an eye on it, and like we're going day to day. When I get into like, oh, I'm not going to get till tomorrow, I'll let you know. But like today and tomorrow, not like horrible. And I'm also just thrilled like that gas is actually that cheap. It's probably like $2.70 around me. That's amazing. I've been paying like $4.50 for like 10 years, 5 years with my mom's car. And you'd be like, that's not possible? Yeah, it is. Well, you'd think that, Kevin. The engine was cool, but it was 2008. It was just her old car. She was very nice to let me use it, but like when you have to pay $4.50 every single gallon, even like when the other gas is cheap, like the cheapest I could ever get 93 if I went to Speedway with the 7 cent a gallon discount was like maybe $3.93 on a good day. Try like $4.79 if you have to go to a Sunoco for 93. It's horrible. And the problem is like I didn't start putting 93 in it. She put 93 in it before I got it. And because she put 93 in it, once you put 93 in a car, you can never go down. You can go up from 89 to 93, but you put 93 in like a car to start, oh, you're cooked. Because you can, like, that engine needs 93, and you put 87 or 89 or 91, it will lock up right away. And I don't, like, really understand why 93 gas is like, I guess it's like a very refined molecule. So the engine like adapts to run only on that molecule. But like, I'm telling you, I remember one time my mom put like 89 in, and she literally lost the engine, like $3,000 down the drain. She lost the engine on the highway. It like blew out. It like the engine knock, like shut it down because she put in the wrong kind of gas. I love smart cars. I wish I could fit in them, Lynn. I'm like 6'2". I kind of want a little smart car, but apparently the car I'm getting is a little bit like bigger, which is good, but it's a hybrid, so that'd be cool. It'd be very cheap on gas. I like hybrids. Just drinking my coffee. The reason why I had to get this coffee is I'm going to do a dramatic reading of this sidebar for you, and I'm going to yell really loudly like Alan Jackson because I'm a towel. It'll be really funny. I know you got rewarded for your patience. You would be shocked at the amount of material. Like, I can now see, like, why my mom was losing her mind. I think it's possible my mom knows that this was a cover-up. But now it's, like, out there that it's a cover-up. So what are you going to do? Like, what do you do if you're these people now? Like, even me, I'm like, I think it was a cover-up. And I have evidence. And they're, like, just quiet. Like, all they want to do is flood the zone about Aiden. He becomes their, like, lightning rod. They, like, talk shit about Aiden. And then people, like, don't realize that they're talking shit about Aiden so that they can cover up the other shit. And then Aiden's like, why are people talking shit? Well, obviously, because, like, you're a lightning rod. So then, like, all the people won't focus on the fact that there's a mystery man. And John O'Keefe's murder is literally unsolved. I think Aiden gets it, though. I don't know. I don't talk to him. But my understanding is I think he's moving in the direction of, like, yeah, this was a really big conspiracy. Talk about conspiracies. Like, if the fact that Tiffany Overstreet from 2014, like, is, like, in another form what happened to Karen Reed, I mean, of course, but, like, dude, try convincing someone of that in, like, 2022. No chance. No chance. So Kathy Rumler got a medal. She's kind of creepy. I don't think Karen Reed's very creepy. I think she's just a Karen Reed. We can give her a medal, you know, as long as she didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't think she did. So, like, we can give her a medal. There are some things about Karen that kind of, I don't know. There's a level of brilliance. Like, once you achieve it, you can do anything you want. So, like, I kind of do believe that, like, she was not, like, an investment banker. I think she was an investment banker, but, like, I think she was doing other shit, like, for the government. And I don't really know, nor do I want to know, but, like, you just see it in her eyes. I know an agency woman when I see one. So I just wanted to know, like, what she was doing with her life a little bit. And then I also want to know, like, why the people who targeted her in the way that they did. Like, even Boozy Beauty, you know, like, why you gotta mess with Boozy Beauty? Like, seriously, once I found out they were messing with Boozy Beauty, I was like, bro, what are you fucking with Boozy Beauty for? Like, what is Boozy Beauty onto? And then I started reading Boozy Beauty's posts, and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, I know why they were worried about Boozy Beauty, because she lives in Canton or something like that. She's very smart. She knows all these details. She can just, like, visualize all the shit they're worried she's going to expose to cover up. I figured it out. Boozy Beauty inadvertently was integral to that. Because I was like, why would they just be targeting Boozy Beauty? She just goes on, like, Canton, like, whatever it was, and was just, like, talking about the case. And, like, everybody talks about the case. So why would they target Boozy Beauty? Well, clearly, there was a reason for it. Also, I think a lot of the people who were free Karen Reed were fake. Like, I hate to be so blunt about this, but I think they were fake. I think the free Karen Reed people, like, some of them were kind of, oh, God bless you. Oh, what a nice man. God bless you. You know, I will say, I just think, you know, it was because certain people were targeted that I was like, wait a minute, I should read what they're saying. And then because I read what they were saying, I started to understand. And now I see, like, all of it. It's wild. And then I'm also thinking like some people were literally planted in the Free Karen Reed movement so that like the well-meaning people would expend a lot of mental energy and effort on like things that didn't actually mean anything. Yeah, a lot of distractions. Oh, excellent, Lynn. I will check out a smart car then. I like the hybrids too. I like this hybrid concept. But yeah, a lot of distractions in the Free Karen Reed movement. And like, how would you know the difference between someone who was just saying, hey, I support Karen Reed versus, oh, I'm going to like have people looking at nonsense and just flood the zone so no one will find the mystery man. Yeah, I think it's already collapsing. Like, what will be really telling, I just need to find out, like, why, like, this specific, like, network tied into Epstein. Like, I know the answer, but I just want to figure out a little bit more about, like, who the girls were. Like, bro, there's only so many women that work as escorts in Norfolk County, bro. It's like, dude, I get there's like thousands and thousands of people, but like there's only so many fucking escorts. I'm serious. Like, they all know each other. Do you know how obvious it is when like two escorts are talking but pretending like they've never met before? Bro, dude, like it gets like really obvious really quickly because they'll be like they'll have either like had the same lawyer in the past or like they'll know shit like about each other and like they're all very like weird like about each other, like they like know each other's like stage name. It's like this like clique. Like I guess like the best way to describe it is like prostitutes are very nice people. I have never bought a prostitute. I have no one to. Like, one time, I was in the red light district, I looked at the windows, and I was like, why is this a thing? So I know what that is, but, like, I think, like, I've inadvertently, like, hung out with prostitutes a few times, just because I'm a very loving man, and, like, you know, I kind of, like, wash the feet of, like, the just regular people. I just want them to be, like, loved and know that, like, it doesn't matter what they did in their past, as long as they didn't hurt the kids, like, I love them and I want them to like succeed and do well. So sometimes I think, you know, over the past 20 years, speaking generally, maybe, you know, I would hang out inadvertently with prostitutes because I would just want to befriend people, you know, and they just, you know, maybe they didn't tell me. And, you know, you learn over time, like what's like street corner, like prostitute and what's like an escort and how they talk and like the code and what like they do and how they know each other and who like knows the Patriots and who goes to this place and I don't know, and it's like the secret world and they like I don't know, they're weird, they don't like tell me and I don't want to know, but like I just think like there's like this like there's not, I don't know what to say. I think there's a lot of girls in Norfolk County who know each other that also were like maybe like trafficked and didn't think of it that way. They were just like thinking they were being like it was a job, but they were being trafficked and they were working for like cops and firefighters and everybody knows like who those girls are and all the girls know each other and everybody's got a lot of secrets, you know. Yeah, and yeah, I do think the girls get moved around. It's kind of like I don't know how to explain it. It's yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. You know, and I'm a tell. Norfolk County is not that big of a place, you know. But yeah, you just kind of have to understand what was going on, and then a lot of things make sense. A lot of trafficking. Very unfortunate. And like, I don't know. I didn't mean to destroy the prostitution industry. Well, let me rephrase that. I did, but only because, well, for multiple reasons. One, I don't like the idea of buying people. Two, like, it was enabling Jeffrey Epstein. And like, three, it's not right for me to make a choice for any one person about like what they should do with their autonomy. That is not my role as a policymaker. Okay? Like, I don't care. As long as you don't hurt other people or kids or doggos, I really don't care. What you do in your private time, or what you do in your bedroom, or what you do, like, as long as you're not hurting anyone and everything's consensual, I don't really care. But as a policymaker, I have to think about systemic frameworks. And so it's not the individual exchange of money for sex that I per se have a problem with from a policy perspective. But like when setting policy for the entire country, I have to think about, like, is there any way to facilitate commercial sex transactions in a regulated market that would not lead to sex trafficking? And the answer is no. Like, illegal sex trafficking leads to sex trafficking. Legal sex trafficking is going to lead to sex trafficking. There's no way to facilitate the commercial commodification of sex that does not lead to Jeffrey Epstein. Like, as a policymaker, I have to think, like, where is the money coming from? Like, if people are going to brothels, who is that going to? It's like not going to the mob, it's like going to traffickers. Who is trafficking people? Like Jeffrey Epstein and those people, like, they're traffickers. So if the money is flowing up and the end result is like international networks of traffickers who are targeting children, then like, no. I realize it strips autonomy from people and that they cannot like sell themselves for money. I get that's like a big like problem. I get the sense a lot of people are mad about that. But like, I'm not trying to insult people's autonomy. It's a policy problem. Like, you cannot allow that to happen or sex trafficking happens. Like, that's the problem we're confronting as a society. I think people are mad. I'm a little towel. I don't know what to tell you. It's like a policy question, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I know, Boozy Beauty. I know. I'm trying to, like, be gentle about this, but, like, I'm a tail. And, I'm a simple man. It's true. Like, people weren't really that off with the whole comparison. Like, for my whole life, I just walk around and I just talk to powerful people, lowly people, regular people, like, people with criminal histories, like, dangerous people, nice people. They're all very nice to me. On the whole, not a very good idea to be mean to me. But, like, I don't know. I just find myself in weird situations. And then, like, I just have this strong urge to just, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the downtrodden, like, I just feel it's so, like, I don't know, cliche, but yet impossible to be cliche, because nobody does it. I just feel very called to, like, find people who are downtrodden and then be like, how can I help you feel like you have like all the power in the world behind you? And then I come into their life and I help them a little bit and then I go on to the next person. It's very fulfilling. But like, there are certain things that come with it. Like, I have very firm beliefs about like what is right and wrong and like how society has to align with moral imperatives to facilitate its effective functioning in the absence of hurting the doggies and the kids. It's kind of like a logical hierarchy of like, moral control. I don't mean to impose it on you, but like, you can't be bad people. You can be bad people, like you can cuss and do bad things, but like once you start, I don't know, hurting the kids and the dogs, I have to intervene and be like, no. I don't know. That's the best way to explain it. Thank you very much, and Limonene, I absolutely will take a look. I forget which file I'm looking at, but I know you had sent it to me or wanted to send it to me, so I will. Are you ready for my dramatic performance? Oh, yes, and then something about the goats. What are we doing with the goats? Oh, Boozy Beauty, do you want to know what my favorite parable from the Bible is? It's Matthew 25:31 through 46. Guess what it's called? The parable of the sheep and the goats. Do you want to know what it's about? I'll tell you about it quickly. Like, God comes down and he separates the people of the earth, not based on what country they're from. I didn't know they had countries back then, but I guess they had like regions, which are kind of countries. And he's like, it doesn't matter where you're from. I'm separating you into sheep and goats. Then he puts the sheep on the left, his right, and the goats on the left. And he's like, listen, if you come across a person in need or in prison or thirsty or hungry and you don't feed them or don't help them or visit them, then you have to go to hell. And then he's like, and all those people, and the people who go to hell are like, but God, we didn't ever see you on earth and refuse to do that for you. And he's like, oh yeah? Well, every single time you didn't do it for the least of those among you, you didn't do it for me. So you have to go to hell. And then he's like, now all the other ones of you who just like did that, like for me, whenever I asked, they were like, you're going to heaven. He was like, you're going to heaven. And they were like, but Lord, we didn't ever do that for you. And he was like, yeah, but you did that for like the least among you. So you did it for me. You get to go to heaven. It's a wonderful parable. I love it very much. And it involves goats. I'm a very religious man. I just helped you find something in the Epstein file. That's great. You tell me all about it in Limonene. I'm thrilled. Was it about goats? What did I say? That was so insightful. Boozy Beauty, listen. The goats are clearly like some kind of codex. They solve all the world's problems. Don't tell Kyle. I'm a little worried Kyle's becoming a little megalomaniac, you know? He's realizing how much power he has. He's going to go from like being a vengeful librarian to being like an attack librarian. You don't understand. There's code, okay? The difference between a vengeful librarian and an attack librarian is a law degree. If Kyle gets a law degree, we're all fucked. I'm telling you, he's just going to like write treaties. He's going to just say he's trying to like straighten things out. Then he's going to take Detroit and be like, see, you signed the contract, bro. Complain to the Indians who you took Manhattan from. Go screw yourself. You know, so don't give Kyle a law degree. We're all screwed. You don't have to do yard work when you have goats. Okay, well, that's not really where I saw this conversation going. You know, well, The Men Who Stare at Goats, you know, that movie was mostly about research chemicals in Afghanistan. So, you know, ideally, if you're in, oh my God, it's Kyle. Listen. Kyle heard us. Ladies and gentlemen. He was listening. As soon as we started talking about how he was going to become an attack librarian, he moved in. He moved in. You don't understand, Boozy Beauty. He was ready for us. He was like, oh no, Grant can't be telling people about the attack librarian and vengeful librarian code. They're going to figure it out. And I'm like, figure what out? You're just a goat. You're just a chicken farmer. You're a simple man. Do you even exist? I'm not sure. Are you some kind of apparition? Are you the mystery man, Kyle? Kyle, confess right now. This is your interrogation. Are you actually the mystery man? I knew it. Tom Barnes, you are absolutely right. We have to beware the man who stares at goats. Kyle is the mystery man. Kyle, reveal yourself. It was Kyle all along. Damn right, 3 Clerk Monty. It was Kyle the mystery man. He then went up to Canada and then came back to America. And then he was like, listen, I'm the mystery man. All right, we found him. It's been Kyle the whole time. Kyle, what are you going to do? Are you going to flee to Vietnam now? Like the Adelson woman? We're going to have to send Boozy Beauty after you to arrest you while she screams into a microphone and then says you're the mystery man. Terry, I agree. Ideally, like, staring at sheep and goats is not good, but The Men Who Stare at Goats is a good movie. It's about Afghanistan. They did a lot of, like, research chemicals. I don't know why the soldiers did drugs. It had something to do with, like, some, like, liberating experience where they realized, like, if they just did drugs, they didn't have to hurt the Afghanis. I don't really understand, like, why the drugs and not hurting the Afghanis. And then I don't understand why there was a goat. I think the goat was, like, given to him by like some like man in the mountain who like was in the like Afghani like Afghanistan has kind of like tribes, and you go around to the like oldest man in the tribe and you tell him like, I like you, and he's like, he kind of vibe checks you, and then if he likes you, he brings you in for tea and like some kind of opium or something. I don't really understand like Afghanistan culture. It involves opium poppy. I don't really know. But like you go in there and he gives you tea and some opium, and then he's like, he'll either like try to give you his daughter, which you should not accept. Like, don't do that. It's not a good idea. I'm just telling you, he's going to try. Don't do it. I don't know how I know this. Don't ask too many questions. The point is, he's going to try to offer you his daughter in marriage. Just say no. And you don't have to say yes, but if you say yes, you're in a lot of trouble. Like, don't shake her hand. In some regions of the world, bro, you can't just be shaking women's hand. That means you want to marry his daughter. And like, you shake her hand, bro, you just married her, bro. You're like, whoops, oh no, I have a Afghani bride. Now, I'm serious. It's Afghanistan. You got to be careful. So anyway, he's also like, I think he offers them some kind of goat. I forget how they get the goat. There's either like a problem with too many goats on this like air base, or like they get a goat. It's something about drugs and a goat. That's all I really remember. It's pretty fucking hilarious. The point is, the whole movie is about like guys in the army who talk to people in Afghanistan, like the tribal leaders, and then they end up doing drugs, like pretty like strange drugs. And then there's a goat. Kyle, I'm not really sure like what your involvement was in that whole operation, but like if you somehow got them that goat, I would not be surprised. Yeah, you gotta watch. So the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, it's not actually about what I just described. Like if you compared what I said to the actual movie, it is very far off. Let me just tell you what the actual movie is about. How funny would it be if I was actually somewhat right? The Men Who Stare at Goats summary. Okay, so The Men Who Stare at Goats is a satirical nonfiction book and later a 2009 film exploring the U.S. Army's real-life top-secret attempts to develop psychic warriors with new age abilities such as remote viewing, walking through walls, and killing goats with their mind. Oh no, don't tell Kyle about this. Then why would you want to do that? The narrative uncovers a bizarre 25-year military experiment aimed at creating a new Earth army of Jedi soldiers, which the author links to post-9/11 interrogation techniques. What the fuck? This is even more bizarre than I thought. Oh my god. Let me just say, like, I thought the movie was a little weird, bro, because it was kind of like what I said. I didn't realize it was way weirder and real. Like, I'm not sure we should be doing that to the goats. Like, first of all, bro, like, why would you want to kill a little goat? And then also, why would you want to do it with your mind? If you could do that with your mind, don't you want to kill, like, the bad people? Why would you want to kill a fucking goat of all things? What did the goat do? What did the random goat, who's not even in your presence, possibly do to you where you need to use your mind to kill it? This is outrageous. Kyle's going to be extremely offended. Kyle's going to wrap his fucking goats in Faraday cages right now. He is deeply concerned. He had no idea they could remotely kill the goats with mind control. I'm sorry, Kyle. I had no idea. This is very traumatizing to me as well. All right, who's ready for a dramatic reading of the greatest sidebar? Listen, you don't understand. This is the David Yannetti in the parking lot sidebar. I'm about to do a dramatic reading and then post it on Twitter. It's going to be the funniest fucking thing you've ever seen since like an hour ago, when I'm pretty sure like half the people watching like were falling off their chair laughing. We've had quite a day. I forget what I was exactly doing. I was yelling about a lot of things. Then I was kind of being funny. It was a little bit of comedy variety hour. Called myself Monty Python at one point. Then we made a statue of David Yannetti to honor the man on the mountain. That was a long time ago. It's been a long day. All right, here we go. Everyone ready for my dramatic reading? I've been excited to do this since we took our coffee break. The greatest dramatic reading you can possibly imagine. We cannot watch The Men Who Stare at Goats together. One, it will traumatize Cal. Two, like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, It's a very weird movie, and it's copyrighted. All right, our break's over. My arm feels a little better. I took some Tylenol. Everybody ready? This is going to be the greatest dramatic reading you've ever heard. I'm going to channel my inner Alan Jackson. You rock, Standing Stone. Three Clerk Monty says animals are better at mind control than us. And that's probably true. So Three Clerk Monty's saying that, like, even if you tried to kill the goat with your mind, it's probably strong enough to resist it. I'm pleased to know that, Three Clerk Monty. Thank you. That makes me feel a little bit better. All right, here we go. Should we get this moment? Should we get the actual video so that we can see them go to Sidebar and then I can just start yelling? Yes. Trial Channel, where are you? If I just start saying Trial Channel's name, will she pop up? Trial Channel, like, does it? So is Trial Channel kind of like the Boogie Woman? If I say Trial Channel, Trial Channel, Trial Channel, does she just pop up? That would be fucking hilarious. Okay. YouTube, you should really follow the Trial Channel, though. She's cool. Anyone that's cool with Emily C is cool with me. Basically, like, you just have to convince Emily C that you're cool, and then you're cool with me, because she's cool. But I'm telling you, like, it would be really funny if she just popped up because I summons her, you know? But then I think people would be like, oh no, is Trial Channel some kind of witch? But I'd be like, no, she's not a witch. She's what's called a star child, okay? She just knows things. All right, here we go. The Trial Channel, June 12th, 2024, Karen Reed trial. Okay, we're going to watch Michael Proctor say this. Okay, we're going to watch the infamous moment, but it has to be the Trial Channel. I refuse. No, it must be the Trial Channel. I refuse to watch anything but the Trial Channel. I had to watch Canton Community TV the other day because it was a very specific. I needed the actual raw file, and I can't be downloading Trial Channel's files because I wouldn't do that to Trial Channel. She can send them to me, but I didn't want to ask. It would take too long. Trial Channel has almost 50... Folks, Trial Channel's going to hit 50,000 subscribers soon. You should go subscribe to her now. Here you go. Go subscribe to Trial Channel. She's a towel. She just needs like 400 more and she'll hit 50,000. I'm already subscribed, so I can't help her. She's probably so excited to hit 50,000. Emily C. should make her some kind of a celebratory graphic. I should make her a celebratory graphic after she announces it. You gotta let people do their thing, you know. Alright. I need the Karen Reed trial. Please, Trial Channel, if you would be so kind. No, I don't. She calls her playlist Sidebahs. I think the Sidebar thing has taken off for like 2 years. I love it. Alright. Not civil cases. Not Sidebahs. I need specifically, no, Karen Reed 1.0, please. I found it. No, and I need Michael Proctor, and I need his cross-examination. Okay, let's see. No, Michael Proctor, please. Is this trial one? Yeah, it is. Opening statements, Paul O'Keefe, Aaron O'Keefe, officer. Oh, this is so useful. Trial Channel, so smart. All the witnesses are in order. Now, our transcripts aren't in order, but the witnesses are. Standing Stones, good job. Where is Michael Proctor? I need Michael Proctor. Michael Camerano, Rebecca Trayers, Nicholas Kolakakis, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tara Levinson, DNA Woman, Heather Maxon, Ricky D'Antonio, Colin Albert, Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Show me Michael Proctor. Show me Michael Proctor. Directive Higgins. That's not Michael Proctor. Where's Michael Proctor? Kevin O'Hara. Valier. Yuri Buchanan. Vera Proctor. I got it. Ladies and gentlemen. It's time. I found it. I'm going to get the exact part because I'm going to search the transcript. Trial Channel is a super towel. Oh, God, you got a lot of views on this Trial Channel. Trial Channel's got 168,000 views on this video. All right, I got to look at the transcript, though. You got to have a transcript. Do you have a transcript? You do. You even have it broken up by times. Trial channel. What kind? Are you some kind of super librarian? Look at how indexed this is. Oh my God, it's perfect. It's everything a librarian could want. So we need the infamous David Yannetti being at the fucking... Oh, it's redirect. It's during the redirect.
Before lawyers can't...
We need the infamous moment where he talks about Mr. Yannetti being in the parking lot. Oh my God. There's a transcript. Sister's School is what I'm going to look for. Oh, I found him. Alan Jackson basically forced the state to call Proctor the first time by being like, I'm going to torment you if you don't. Oh, this is a long transcript. Hold on. Okay. Parking lot. Okay, I got it. I got it. Everybody ready? Everybody ready to be good at the towels? 258.26. Karen retrial part 56.2. Everybody ready? I found it. I'm going to set the tone. I'm going to set the mood. Okay. Super Trial Channel. To the rescue. Let's do it.
Supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes. Jurors, I am striking that last answer.
Here it is. What do you think? Sorry if I was muted. So, what do you think's better? Like, what do you think is do you think that is a pretty accurate reflection? I mean, honestly, someone said it looked like Bruce Springsteen, but bro, like, come on. That's an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Yannetti. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Mr. Yannetti over there, okay? And then look at him in my, like, I'm not muted. Hold on. Audio working here. May need to double check. Audio is working here. Hold on, I can check this way too. That's it. That's the melody. Hold on. Air David. Audio is working here. Yep. Sorry about the audio. I don't know if I clicked it wrong. Oh, we were listening to the video, so I had my audio muted, and then I forgot to unmute it. But anyway, I think it looks really good. I think it's a good I think it's a good likeness of Mr. Yannetti. He's a tab. I mean, seriously, that's not. I mean, he's mad in that video, but can you really say that me and the AI didn't do a good job? No, don't worry, Standing Stones. It was definitely me. I just was watching the video and forgot to unmute, so I appreciate your vigilance, my dear friend. But yeah, that was what we worked on earlier. I made that he won Lawyer of the Year, and then he was just kind of being the man on the mountain, and you can see he's offended because his integrity was questioned. You can like be like, David, like, you're terrible at basketball, and like he doesn't give a shit. Like, he might care if he like practices basketball, but he wouldn't be offended. He'd be like, okay, like, yeah, I'm not Michael Jordan. He wouldn't give a shit that you insulted him about his basketball skills. Bro, the one time they lied about him, he looks like his like entire honor has been offended. He looks like his like very like the core of his being has been affronted. Like his not just his intelligence, but like the very like essence of who he is as a man has been insulted. I'm serious. Like, look at that look. Not the stone, not the image on the stone. That look. Yeah, Kevin. Oh, actually, you know what? I am totally on board. If someone that you can take, I'll send you the 4K resolution. If anyone wants to deliver Mr. Yannetti a gift, I guess I should do it. We should print it out so he can put it in his office. Just him on a mountain. It's a damn good likeness. It really is. It's a good likeness. He's a nice guy. He was nice to me when my dad passed away, so I'm kind to him. All right. Everybody ready? I'm going to do my dramatic reading. Now that I got everything queued up, because Trial Channel's a boss. I still can't believe, like, someone is convinced that it is Bruce Springsteen. That is not Bruce Springsteen. Like, come on now. Yep. No, there's definitely something about, like, offending Mr. Yannetti's, like, personal integrity that he takes seriously, which shows that, like, so, for example, like me, you're never going to get me mad, but, like, insult my integrity, and I'm going to be like, no. Sorry. I'm going to be like, no. Like, how dare you? Like, you can question my judgment. You can, like, question my policy position or my morals, but don't question my integrity. I mean, I can't stop you, but if you do, I'm going to be mad. And you don't want me to be mad. That's David. That's Mr. Yannetti, I think, in a look. Like, don't make me mad. Why have you made me mad? I'm going to ruin you now. Thank you, Kevin. God bless you for that. Sorry. I've been doing a lot of talking. All right, here we go. You know, even as a news broadcaster, you got to stretch sometimes. I think I'm just prepping myself because I know I'm about to have to yell. I don't really want to yell, but I will. Took about 3 days to get over that illness. I heard there's an illness going around right now, though, so. All right, let's do it. So what I'm going to do is this. Watch this. So I started the recording. So the first image is David's face like that. And then I got to run it back just a little bit. Hold on. I got to get the perfect cue point.
Instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Corny Prognetti that he private investigator be in the parking lot where my sister's school. There's another troopers in my office.
Okay, ready? Hello, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm going through the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial sidebars, and we are about to come up. They were just made public last week from the first trial. This is June 12, 2024. Check out Trial Channel. I'm using Trial Channel's footage for this explication. We're coming up on the moment where David Yannetti was accused out of nowhere during Michael Proctor's redirect of going to Michael Proctor's sister's school and like asking for her, which I don't think David Yannetti did. Now that I've read the sidebar, and although we didn't at the time get to hear what the lawyers said at sidebar, I'm going to play you the moment leading up to the sidebar, and then I'm going to read it and potentially pretend to be Alan Jackson yelling. So here's the moment leading up to the sidebar. Watch David Yannetti when Michael Proctor starts talking.
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be. With one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes. Jurors.
Okay, so that's after the sidebar. Okay, I'll show you. I'm going to read you this sidebar now. Okay? I'm going to read you it. So this is the exact moment. You can find this on page 1801 out of 5481, starting on the transcript you're going to find attached to the post that you find this video on. You can see the exact moment right there. Can we approach, says Mr. Jackson. The court says yes, that's what you just heard. Here's the non-public sidebar that is now public. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lally better have a witness for this. This is absolutely outrageous. That never happened. What he's describing on the witness stand is completely the court. Mr. Yannetti, I want you to come back here. Come back here. Mr. Jackson, it's an utter lie. Everything Mr. Proctor is saying is an utter lie. Mr. Yannetti went out yesterday and interviewed Lucky Lofgren. Mr. Yannetti has no idea where Proctor's kids go to school. He couldn't care less where his kids go to school. They met in the parking lot so that they could drive on the route that ultimately is Mr. Lofgren is expected to testify to. And this person gets up on the stand and suggests Mr. Yannetti was asking about his minor daughter. That is absolutely insane. The court, I didn't hear that. Mr. Jackson, he just said he started asking about does Courtney Proctor, does my good daughter go? The court, Courtney's the sister. Mr. Yannetti, it doesn't matter. It's all made up. Mr. Jackson, he said daughter, but then he used the word Courtney. Mr. Yannetti, fortunately, I have witnesses who are going to correct this man. The court, okay, so no gesticulating for the cameras, Mr. Yannetti. End of sidebar. Jurors, we're going to take a break. We're going to send you out. Sidebar resumes. The court, Mr. Yannetti, come over here. Mr. Jackson, sorry. Mr. Yannetti, he committed perjury. The court, I expect some professionalism here while the jury's here. I understand the TV camera's looking right at you. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I object. The court, hold on. Mr. Yannetti, I object to that characterization. The court, I understand that the camera's there and people are going to see this and we don't need to do any more than what's going on. Mr. Yannetti, I didn't do that for the cameras, Your Honor. The court, I didn't say that, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, and I don't want you being like this in front of the jury. So what are you asking me to do? Mr. Jackson, strike his entire answer. His entire answer needs to be stricken. By the way, it was non-responsive to Mr. Lally's question, which was, the court, what do you hate, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Jackson, let me reread that. The court, why do you hate Yannetti? Mr. Jackson, Yannetti, which, by the way, his answer preceded this. Mr. Yannetti, exactly. Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Jackson, shenanigans. The court. All right, so I will strike Mr. Jackson. And I'm wondering, Judge, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I am wondering, how can Mr. Yannetti be so confident about the answer he was about to give the court? Okay, you're doing Yannetti and Lally. Are you interspersing them again? Mr. Jackson, God, how could Mr. Lally be so confident? I apologize in his question to this witness if they've had no communication. I'm very, very troubled by this. The court, did you expect any of this? Mr. Lally, no, I mean, I'm aware of the incident, but I wasn't asking Mr. Jackson, how? Mr. Lally, about the incident. Mr. Jackson, how? I would ask Mr. Lally how he's aware of the incident. Mr. Lally, because it was said to me by about half a dozen people yesterday as far as Mr. Yannetti being in the parking lot at the Kennedy Elementary School where Courtney Proctor works as a teacher and her 2 children go. He's also communicated to me that Mr. Yannetti, I was asking questions about whether or not Courtney Proctor was present in the building at the time. I wasn't asking anything about that, specifically about August of 2022. The court, right. All right, so I'm going to strike all this. Mr. Lally can ask the question, the right question, and as soon as he veers, I'll cut him off, all right? So I will strike this. Mr. Jackson, the only thing I would ask is to show deference to Mr. Yannetti, who was the subject of this ridiculousness. If there's anything else that he believes I need to ask for in terms of this witness being sanctioned or censured, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti. Why don't you come over to the microphone? Why don't you tell me? Mr. Jackson, I'll trade places. Mr. Yannetti, well, I just want to put on the record, as an officer of this court, if you want to swear me in, I will take an oath right now. The judge, no, go ahead. Just tell me what you said. Mr. Yannetti, I appeared at the Kennedy School at the request of Brian Lofgren. I told him I wanted to come down to Canton to take the route with him. I suggested that we meet at the Department of Public Works. He said, I would rather meet at the Kennedy School. I had no idea that Courtney Proctor lived there. I had no idea that her children worked there. I had no idea that her children went to school there. And had I known that, I would have rejected that as a meeting place. I had no idea whatsoever. And then we left. The cars were parked in that lot. So after we took the route, we came back and got in the cars and left. I cannot imagine the testimony that just came through this court. That's all I want to put on the record. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, in terms of a remedy, striking that last answer I think is sufficient. And I will be questioning Brian Lofgren about whether any of that happened. He was there the whole time. The court, well, not if it's stricken, right? He's your witness. Mr. Yannetti, well, Mr. Lally, that I would have issues with. Mr. Jackson puts us in a very tough position because you're right, Judge. The court, you just said you don't mind. Mr. Lally, no, that I would have issue with. If it's going to be stricken and then Mr. Yannetti intends to do it with the witness on the stand, I think that's improper. The court, improper, I mean, that's what I just said. Mr. Yannetti, well, I suppose I could call my investigator to say when we showed up there, did we converse with anyone other than Brian Lofgren? The court, yeah, I'm not going to weigh in on that now. Mr. Yannetti, yeah, all right, okay, that's fine. The court, all right. Mr. Yannetti, to answer I appreciate, Mr. Jackson, you giving me this opportunity. I don't have anything to add. Mr. Jackson, thank you, Your Honor. That satisfies us. The court, okay, all right. And you get to ask the question. Maybe you highlight for him that he answered this particular question, listens to it, and answers it. Mr. Lally, understood. Okay, jurors in. Okay. So you just heard me read that out. Let me just tell you right now, that is the loudest we have ever heard anyone yell so far in 1,806 pages of sidebars. Okay, it is like the most ridiculous exchange from the perspective of Adam Lally having to try to defend what Michael Proctor did. Mr. Jackson, at one point, when he's trying to make this like really serious point, and he mistakenly calls Mr. Lally Mr. Yannetti, Judge, instead of like addressing the point, corrects him on the mistaken name, and Mr. Jackson actually says out loud, audibly, God, like he sighs and goes like, God. And then it's in the transcript. And then at another point, someone's like, why do you hate Yannetti? The court is recorded as saying, why do you hate Yannetti? Who hates Mr. Yannetti? Who said that? And when? This is a wild sidebar. And let's just say Michael Proctor, like Alan Jackson wanted him censured and like sanctioned. He accused him of committing perjury. Oh, that was one of the most intense sidebars we've come across so far. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Absolutely wild that 6 people somehow told Mr. Lally about Mr. Yannetti going there. Lally knew about it, never disclosed it, literally like appeared to coach Proctor towards the answer so it could come out. Oh my word. And Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti were ready to pounce. Ready to pounce. Wild. All in real time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Find more from me, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. x.com/Grant Smith Ellis as we go through these sidebars and climb the Mount Everest. Support me as well. You can donate on Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo @Grant-E1. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis for the people in other countries. And I'll keep doing this work. It's taken like 30 hours to get this far. It's going to take us like 10 days to do all 5,481 pages, but I'm not going to stop. I'm a little towel. And it's 9:49 p.m. on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. No, it's the court asking someone, I think Mr. Lally, why do you hate Yannetti? I don't even know what to say to that. That was one of the wilder ones we've come across. I want to go get the part where Alan is just yelling for him to be sanctioned. Where is it? He called it shenanigans. Alan Jackson at one point called it shenanigans. Where's the perjury part? Here it is. Michael Proctor committed perjury. That's such a good David Yannetti quote. I have just found what is perhaps the most epic of the most epic sidebar from the second tranche. David Yannetti. From the second tranche of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial sidebars. Trial document release. And yes, it is about that parking lot meeting and Michael Proctor. I want to call him Michael Effin Proctor, but you know, Brian Bucky Dent Tully has already got that. You know, he's already got that title. How many intelligence community operatives does it take to cover Guthrie's disappearance before the country sends them a message that no one cares? Seriously. How many intelligence community operatives does it take to screw in a light bulb? More or less than it takes to try to use the Savannah Guthrie disappearance as a distraction from the Epstein files. If you put 7 members of the DEA in a room, can they avoid trafficking a single woman over 12 months? Did I say that? What's more difficult for a member of the intelligence community? Screwing in a light bulb or not trafficking women? It's just, you know, I don't know. It's just like problem. I'm just going to be direct about it. I'm a little mad. This is quite a sidebar indeed. The most epic sidebar from the second tranche of and yes, is about that parking lot meeting and Michael Proctor's. This was by far and away the best. What did you all think of my dramatic reading? Did I do a good Alan Jackson? I was gesticulating. Judge Canoni scolded him for gesticulating, so I was like, fine. I'm going to gesticulate like a little towel. You can call me the wacky waving, inflatable arms flailing towel man. All right? Like, gesticulating is a fine word, but bro, gesticulating is like if an octopus swallows a boat. You know, like, the octopus is gesticulating. It's a graceful, like, scary sea creature. It gesticulates. Like, Alan Jackson does not gesticulate. He is not an octopus. He kind of, like, motions vigorously with his arms. That is not gesticulating. You know what I'm saying? My portrayal was excellent. Thank you, Standing Stones. Kevin from South Boston gave me a 12 out of 10. Listen, I'm just saying, I've learned a lot in my time on this earth, and one of the things that I've come to understand is that Alan Jackson is not an octopus. Write that down. Okay, that's one of, like, our core lessons. Don't put it on my tombstone. It's not that important, but just, like, remember this phrase, okay? Alan Jackson does not gesticulate. He is not an octopus, okay? Okay, he gestures firmly. Listen, I think a lot of us, like, have been waiting to hear my confirmation that Alan Jackson is not an octopus, so I think you are all thrilled. Like, we can have a poll, like, whether or not Alan Jackson is an octopus, but, like, you know, I've listened to the Beatles. I know how to spot one, and, like, Alan Jackson is not an octopus. Yes, that's why you listen to the Beatles, so you can learn how to identify an octopus. Well, listen, down under the sea, the octopus has a little garden. If you're going to go down there, you better know how to identify one. And listen, they say the fox knows many things, the hedgehog knows one thing. I know one big thing. Alan Jackson is not an octopus. It's me, Bunny B. Listen, I know. It's good to see you, my friend. And that's why we're dealing with it with humor. And I just want to say, the word gesticulating only applies to octopus. Also, what's the plural of octopus? I've had, like, a long debate about this. Like, is it octopi? Is it octopuses? I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, my point is, Alan Jackson's not an octopus, so he does not gesticulate. He gestures firmly, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm still mad that, like, Judge Canoni trolled him. Also, I gotta talk about the trolling. You don't understand, like, Judge Canoni's a better troll than Boxy. You know how Boxy, like, is a troll? Okay, well, imagine, like, Boxy all grown up, and instead of becoming, like, an animal show presenter, she's a judge, and then she just trolls the fuck out of Alan Jackson, and then he's like, God. Like, he kind of sighed at her, and I gotta write about that shit. You don't understand. It was fucking hilarious. Octopi. Octopi is a good word. I'm not using the other version of it. I don't believe in sexual body innuendos. Now, have you ever considered whether Shakespeare was such a boss that the word body innuendo is itself a body innuendo? How about that one for you? You know what I mean? We're getting very metaphysical and Shakespearean. My point is, the word body innuendo is very body. And it's an innuendo. So it's a body innuendo. It's fucking genius. Have you ever used a body innuendo? BAWDY innuendo. It's like a a latently sexual, like, Shakespearean sonnet. But, like, it's supposed to be body. So it's supposed to, like, have some, like, aristocratic class. So you can be like, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about, like, the birdies. You know what I mean? I wasn't talking about prostitutes. I was talking about the birdies. I know, a body innuendo is a body innuendo. It's fucking hilarious. Why do they call a project? Because it's a fucking project. Why do they call a body innuendo? Because it's a body fucking innuendo. I know. It's spelled B-A-W-D-Y, innuendo. I used to read, like, Shakespeare in high school and just laugh about that shit all day. My friend said I was very strange. Now I gotta write this up now. I gotta be a responsible tab. Also, Judge, I'm going into reporter towel mode. Also, Judge Canoni started trolling Alan Jackson during the sidebar because Alan kept Mr. Jackson mistook Adam Lally for David Yannetti during a heated moment. Judge did that troll by ignoring the substance of Alan's heated soliloquy. Like what I did there, Alan. Alan uses anteroom. I call his speeches fucking soliloquies. And I do it while smoking a cigar. So, you know, what are you going to do about it? You know, I'm an old-timey reporter. I'm trying to bring back, like, Walter Cronkite, you know, but without selling out. He definitely was part of the JFK cover-up. That pissed me off. Fucking Walter Cronkite. I'd do it better anyway. Not to be a jerk about it. Well, come on. I don't even have a newsroom behind me. I produce more than most of them stations. I'm pretty sure even Ted Daniels like, listen, I give up. I'm just going to do like a few stories. Like, I give up. I can't keep up with the kid. Yeah, well, imagine how the Cannabis Control Commission felt when, like, it was just me yelling at them for like 6 years. They were so mad. And correcting the incorrect name. Alan responded by saying God, and then moving on with his argument at Sidebar. Also, what else should I include in there? Some other ridiculous shit happened, didn't it? Like, just ridiculous shit happened here. Oh, the censure and sanction thing. He was like, I want him censured and sanctioned. Oh, yeah. And then, also, Judge Canoni asked someone, unclear, the following question. In the middle of the sidebar. Do you think people from around the country read our talk about Sidebar and they're like, wait a minute, like, is the word sidebar or sidebar? Like, are they literally changing the word to match how people from Massachusetts say sidebar? Like, I kind of wonder if the other journalists are like, do we have to, like, call it a sidebar now? Like, if all these people call it a sidebar, are they changing the word itself to sidebar? Like, that would be kind of fucking funny, bruh. 100 years from now, these kids are like, the sidebar. And one of them's like, why do we call it a sidebar? That's kind of stupid. Trolling future generations. Now that, listen, trolling on the internet, come on now. Dime a dozen. Trolling future generations, bruh. Hilarious. Dude, we are passing down the word sidebar. All right? I have talked to my people. I don't have any people. They're just the people in the chat. We are going to turn the word sidebar into sidebar. All right? There's a difference between a sidebar and a sidebar. It's like a subtle difference. Okay? But you have to call it sidebar. And then when some like kid 100 years from now is in class, the teacher's going to be like, okay, now everyone, if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, you might be in court one day if you're a lawyer, and you have to stand with the judge. And next to the judge is the sidebar. It'll be on a spelling test on Friday. Sidebah. And so kids like, that is stupid. And why do we have to do that? And the teacher's like, it's not stupid. Words are very special. And, when we point at a chair, we call it a chair because that's, what we know it as. And in the legal profession, they use some weird words, and that's called a sidebar. You don't understand. It will be hilarious. Yes, a cozy office and a study. Oh, we can't have a green screen. We had a house invasion, KDK, during my Epstein Files broadcast last week, so we have to leave the camera running in case well, I don't want to go right to it being a demon. Like 2 million people on Twitter thought it was a demon. I don't necessarily know if it was a demon. The point is, we have to leave no green screen. I can get a fireplace or something and some books, but we can't have a fireplace. We can't have a green screen because then the demon might come back. I don't know if it's a demon. A lot of people think it's a demon. I'm not really sure what to do about that. I haven't really thought that one through. If it was a demon and I banished him, I think people are going to write about that for a long time. And I'll just be like, well, thank you. I banished the demon. Fucking demon. We got to keep an eye on the Iran thing too. All right. Why do you hate Yannetti? Just randomly, why do you hate David Yannetti? Page 1804, line 7. Source, page 1804, lines. I'm going to start doing lines now, line number, when I do quotes, just to troll them. Judge Canoni gets to troll Mr. Jackson. I get to troll the entire world. I mean, that's my price. You know what I'm saying? I get to troll the entire world. And no one can do anything about it. And then I also, I don't really care that much about Australia. But, I really need to make a point about Australia. So I'm gonna need Australia. I know, some of you are like, that's cool, Grant. What do you need to do with Australia? Well, you probably should not ask. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things, you just don't want to ask. I want to befriend all of the nice people in Australia and treat their country wonderfully, except for one person who has to live in a penal colony. You can troll on the internet, but there are limits, and then someone takes over your country and turns it into a penal colony, and he's really nice to all the other Australians, but you have to live in a penal colony. That's how you get punished. Otherwise, I won't make the point. It's kind of like how I have to conquer Greenland to troll Broken Baker. You don't understand. I have to send a picture of myself in charge of Greenland to Broken Baker one day, 20 years from now, and be like, listen, I know you thought I was kidding, but I actually took Greenland from your country. He's going to be like, why are you telling me? And then be like, I have a long memory. All right. Sidebar starts 1802. All right, let's go. Sidebar starts page 1802 of 5481 and runs through page. You gotta be specific with your sites, A warm leather chair. Yes, I would like a warm leather chair. I don't have a leather chair. I have an old chair. My sister, instead of giving it to me, she won it at work and she made me buy it. She's kind of weird. My whole family's weird about money. I don't like money. They think I'm weird because I don't like money. And I'm just like, you're all weird. Why do you like money? And they just kind of look at me strange. I just don't get the fascination with money. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Like, I get you need it to live, bro, but, like, what's the point, really? It was also to be entirely innocent and caused David Yannetti to defend his honor before the court at Sidebahs. Hold on. David Yannetti, one of the Massachusetts Lawyers of the Year in 2026, to defend his honor before the court at Sidebahs. And further, that Alan Jackson felt Michael Proctor coached, Adam Lally coached Proctor into into a shocking answer on the stand, attacking Mr. Yannetti. Well, I gotta quote some of this. I gotta be precise. All right. I'm going to be very precise. Read that exchange below. Oh, that's so annoying. To actually do it right, you have to delete every line number. What, do they not want you to be able to copy and paste out of this document? I guess I could just run a script to remove all the line numbers, but that's still so annoying. You have to go through every single line and then delete the line numbers and delete the paragraph breaks if you want to quote from it. Why is that? Why would you do that? I get the line numbers are good, but it makes it so annoying. And then the worst thing is you can't like copy page to page either. Do you see like what the actual work that goes into making content on social media is like? It looks like someone just wrote a long post, bro. When people are not doing it with AI, do you understand how much work they're actually putting in? Like, you actually have to do it by hand. It is so annoying, but it's worth doing. It's an important record. And each of those numbers is a line break. You're seeing me kind of like go through, delete the line breaks, parse out like what is the end of like one person's testimony or statement, like when's the next line start. So I discourage like AI use. It's great for like idea planning, but like when you're actually writing, you want to hone those like skills of like how to quote, how to format, like how to express yourself, to invent your own cadence. Like every writer has a cadence. I own my cadence because I've written like 30 million words. Cadence is like a horse, kind of think of it like a horse galloping, but it's the pace, the intonation of your syntax. Like you want to be able to just write exactly what you're thinking. That's the epitome of being a writer. And I don't have to think at all between what I'm thinking and what I'm writing. I don't have to structure it. I don't have to format it. Like, I don't have to do an outline. I don't have to go research shit. I know exactly what I want to fucking say before I write it. And then once I'm writing it, it's exactly what's in my head. There's no latency. I don't need to plan. I don't need to draft. I don't need to study words, look for antonyms, synonyms, thesaurus, none of that shit. Don't need to look up grammar. Like, everything I do is because it's how I want to write. I have perfect command of what I'm writing. That's how you become a good writer. There's no shortcuts. Like, you have to own your own cadence. It's kind of like riding a horse. Like, you can't just ride a horse. I don't want to ride a horse. I don't know how. But, like, when you're riding a horse, like, the horse isn't in command. You are in command of the horse. Riding is a lot like that, but, like, you're not making a horse jump over sticks, which I don't really understand the point of that. Dressage is the stupidest fucking thing. I don't fucking get it. It's so fucking stupid. Fucking aristocratic, like, weirdos. I'm not saying horses aren't cool, bro. I like people who hang out with horses, but, like, dressage is really weird. Like, horses are cool. I would hang out with horses. I would hug them. But I don't want to ride the horse, bro. I don't understand the point of that. Why am I doing that to the horsey? The horse just wants to, like, go eat the grass and shit. I don't want to ride the fucking horse. I don't get why people do that. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I was bitching about the aristocrats or something. Damn aristocrats. Oh, yeah, I was talking about commando language, and then I was bitching about people who ride horses. Oh, because I was saying that good riding is kind of like riding a horse, except you don't have to ride the damn horse. You just write the shit. You need to know what you're doing and own it. Anything else I want to include? Oh, yeah, Mr. Yannetti's defense himself. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, if the horse is cool with it, bro, like, talk to the horse. Not in, like, horse language, but, like, if the horse is given the vibe that, like, I don't know, maybe it's a fucking horse that enjoys, like giving people rides. Okay, but, like, we don't have to make every horse like that. Like, the horse just wants to, like, gallop around and do shit. It's just a horse. Like, I feel like we were mean to horsies for a long time. They just want to kind of, like, graze free, like Chloe. Chloe's just in the field somewhere, running around. She's a dog. All right. All right, let's see. We already know his answer. And then, I'll just put it in there anyway. Let's see. Here's Mr. Yannetti's response to Michael Proctor launching into an attack on Mr. Yannetti from the stand out of nowhere. And then I'm going to quote Mr. Yannetti. Then I'm going to cite it, then I'm done. I feel like that's pretty comprehensive. You know, if you're going to do it, like, either be good or be good at it. And I'm both. I feel like the world isn't really prepared for someone who's good and good at it. Throws people off, you know. There's somewhat of a rhythm to it, you know. Like, you do, like, what is it? 1, 2, 3. 3 backspaces for each one, and then you just make sure the line break is right. It will look fine. I hate when there's like bad formatting. Oh, everything has to be perfect. Should really get the page numbers for these. I'm not doing lines. Well, I could do lines, I suppose. Unless it goes over multiple pages. I don't think it does. So that one is going to be, let's see what pages. Let's see. So that's 1806, lines 1 to 22. 1806, lines 1 through 22. I'm not doing this one because it goes across multiple pages. I do have to technically cite the pages it's on, though. Like, it gotta be accurate. If you're gonna cite something, if you're gonna quote something verbatim, tell the person who's reading it exactly where they can find it. Like, even if it's not like a plagiarism issue, which, I mean, plagiarism is like an ethical thing. Like, you should just never do that. But, like, even if it's just because you want to be convenient for your reader, tell your reader where they can find the stuff that they need. So this is the stuff about, oh, that's spelled wrong. Oh, there's a lot of typos of Mr. Yanetti's name just in that paragraph alone. I found like 7. I fixed them all, though. Alright, so this is pages 1805. I think it, where's it end? This is 1805. Oh, so I can do that. It's 1805. No, it's 1804 through 1805. I'm not doing the line numbers across 2 pages. Too complicated. How did I do the first one? I didn't put a period in it. Alright, fine. Alright, it's going up. That's a ridiculous sidebar. And it is posted. That was had. Let's go. We'll see if we can... Well, I want to get to page 2500. So Judge Cannoni strikes it after our epic sidebar. We're powering through. We're going to see if we get to page 2500. I mean, I'm going to tell you, like, this has been an intense... Like, this has been the most intense directing cross so far. We've caught every side. Sidebar. Sidebar alert. Page 1828, ladies and gentlemen. Page 1828. So, let's see. Mr. Lally on redirect still. Searches from Guarino, Jessica Hyde, and Whiffen. What, if any, knowledge are you of Trooper Nick Guarino, Miss Jessica Hyde, Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Celebrite or cell phone terminology, or do you not? Objection. I'm allowing it under Bowden. Wow, so she used the Bowden defense against Reed to permit questioning of Proctor about, like, Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen. Wow. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, may we approach? So this is about, like, Jen McCabe. Why is Adam Lally trying to get Michael Proctor to talk about the witnesses who were hired just about Jen McCabe? The court. What's your objection, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, it's pure hearsay. Mr. Lally is asking this, you're not supposed to address the other counsel. Mr. Lally is asking this witness to testify about the level of knowledge and expertise that the three other people have. He would have no way of knowing unless they've told him or he's read it somewhere. It's hearsay. He has no information. Well, Garino works with, right, or Gallerino, it's Garino. Even Gallerino, unless he's the person with knowledge, he can't testify to what is Garino's education background and training is. It's not Gallerino, it's Garino. Or training is in terms of Celebrate, etc. Mr. Lally can get that through the actual witnesses, not this guy. The court, what do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, I would say, Your Honor, is that he can testify that, the implication was made during cross-examination that essentially, and I think this does come in under Bowden, that the witness himself never reviewed Life 360 or the Celebrate extraction or have knowledge about that. And my question simply is, there are people that have knowledge that far exceeds your own. Sorry. And they looked at it, and you're aware that they looked at it. Mr. Jackson, the only way he would know that is through hearsay. The court, yeah. What a great ruling. Yeah. Just like begrudgingly, like, yeah, I guess Mr. Jackson's technically right. Mr. Jackson, number one, that they looked at it. Number two, what their education, training, and background is. The court, he's not going to go through all that, right? Mr. Lally, no. The court, I'm letting it in. This is the double-edged sword part of Bowden. Mr. Jackson, it's not. It's evidentiary. The court, I disagree with you. Mr. Jackson, okay. Wow, she knew he was right and ruled against him anyway. Dude, she was punishing him for using a Bowden defense. That's so weird. Why does the fact that Allen was using a Bowden defense, which, by the way, I don't even know if they got to argue, but, because she said she reserved or whatever. But why? Maybe she did eventually allow it before the trial started. But the point is, why is she using it? She just is jumping at the bit to be like, well, you used Bowden defense, so I'm going to let Proctor talk about these cell phone experts. What? What? I guess because the argument is that by using Bowden, you're attacking the integrity of the investigation. People think. So first of all, there's third-party culprit defense, which Karen didn't really raise. She tried to, but didn't. And then there's Bowden. And people think of Bowden as arguing that an unknown third party did it. Well, what does that actually mean? You're saying that you're attacking the credibility or integrity of the investigation. So what I get it now. Judge Cannoni is saying you by invoking Bowden said the investigation didn't look at the right people. So therefore he's allowed to say what he did. If he didn't have specific areas of knowledge, did he bring in other investigators? I get it. Oh, puppies are wonderful. Tao likes puppies. They're talking about puppies in the chat. Now, so at first I didn't get that ruling. Now I totally get it. Because now I understand what Bowden is functionally. When you're talking about a witness on the stand, what Bowden actually means. Bowden's relevance extends to the investigators and anyone involved in the investigation, because even though Bowden may sound like you're saying, hey, some person we don't know did it, what you're really saying is these cops and the DA didn't do a good enough job investigating, and so they opened the door for there to be this question of a potential unknown third-party culprit. That's what a Bowden defense is. Interesting. Mateo. Which I knew in concept. I knew what those words were, and I knew what a Bowden defense was. Because they explained it multiple times during the pretrial process. But now I actually understand the implications of using Bowden. Oh, a rescue. Oh. And you saw 4 bunnies standing stone. That's a sign. You're a wonderful human to take the puppy out. Anytime you see bunnies, it's a good sign. Bunnies are wonderful. All right. Gotta make sure Standing Stones has my email, or you know, GrantSmithEllis@gmail. You just reach out. If you've already reached out and I didn't get it, reach out again. You email me anytime or contact me whenever you need me, Standing Stone. All right. Now they're still talking. I do like deers. Oh, Standing Stone says they used to have a deer come to the back of their property. It's very wooded. I love that. I feel like you see very peaceful animals, Standing Stone, which is a sign that you have a very nice soul. You know? All right, recross. We are on page 1843 if you're just catching up. That was the end of that. Okay. We did it. Standing Stones, I would love to get lunch. Yes, just send me an email. Oh, listen, Standing Stones, when you tell me you're an artist, I can sense that vibe. We can hang out. You know, that would be awesome. I would love to see your artwork. I'm a little protective, you know, but like, we can meet for coffee. I can tell the vibe already, but you know, you seem wonderful. We can be friends. We already are friends, but yes, I would get coffee. Oh, goodness. It's Bucky Dent himself, Brian Tully. It is day 29. It is June 12th, later that day. So Tully and Proctor were on the same day, but they split it up. And we are starting page 1862. I'm so excited. Yes, Standing Stone. So my email is grantsmithellis@gmail.com. And just drop me a line. Be like, it's Standing Stones. Even if you already have, just drop me a line and I'll make sure I see that overnight. Ah, that's awesome. That's fun. I love people who have like very intricate knowledge. I like click and clack, you know. Oh, well, God bless you. I can't wait to hear from you. All right, here we go. So, Brian, we're just going to call him Tully, but like, it's Bucky effing Dent Tully, you know. Here we go. The Brian Tully Direct. We are on page 1866. Here we go. Well, what's this? Sidebah. Oh, it's the weather records. Objection to the weather records. Sidebah, juror issue. Really? Wait, what? Mr. Jackson. Really? I want to go to that. All right, what day was this? June 12th. Oh, I'm going to be able to figure this out, bro. I bet it was the T-Swift concert, wasn't it? What was June 12th, 2024? Watch this. I'm going to be able to tell you exactly what this blacked out sidebar is. Because they left the part where Alan says, I want to go to that. Ready? Watch this. You want to see magic? This is why I'm a librarian. Major sporting events or concerts, Massachusetts, June 12, 2024. I bet it was T-Swift. Bet you $1. Was she touring then? Maybe she was touring the next summer. When was the Eras tour? I'll find it. Oh, there was the Celtics versus the Mavericks. It's a little tough to tell. Was there a concert at Foxborough that day? It looks like it might have been a playoff game. No, it was a watch party. It's not the Celtics versus the Mavericks. He wouldn't have cared about a Red Sox game, bro. So what was on that date? Foxborough. See, it sounds like it was a summer concert at Gillette. I'm checking. Was there a concert on June 12th at Gillette? No, there wasn't. No, maybe there was. Let's see. No, there wasn't. So what event, what did he want to go to? I'm going to use AI mode for this. I really want to know. There was a Boston playoff game, a Celtics game in Dallas. They didn't go to that. Red Sox game. There's a rock band. No. There's like nothing that would make sense. Okay. Okay. What major event? Maybe it wasn't that day. Maybe they're talking about another day. Okay. What major events took place around June 12, 2024 that could have caused a juror in the Karen Reed trial to have to leave early? Perhaps a day after June 12th, 2024? Huh. I can't figure it out. So there's something that like happened that day. Like about jurors. Like one of the jurors was like saying, one of the jurors like had to do something. They quickly talk about it, right? And then Alan Jackson's like, foundation, you know, whatever. And they move on. But like Alan, before he says the objection, is like, really, I want to go to that. And Alan, the court's like, good luck. All right, what is your objection? And so it's like clearly a big event you can't just like go to, but I can't figure out what it was. It was June 12th, 2024, but there's no indication of like what it was. All right, let's go back to reading. All right, so what's your objection as to the weather reports? Mr. Jackson, foundation, he didn't prepare these. They may be certified from somebody else, but he can't speak to these. These are climatological records that he didn't prepare. He doesn't know how they are prepared or how they are kept. I have no problem with the evidence that Mr. O'Keefe, not that you care what I think, but the evidence that Mr. Lally has gotten in is fine. There's no foundation for that, though. There's no authentication for that. The court, how did he get these? Mr. Lally, it's a self-authenticating document because it's weather records. It's a business record. The court, so go ahead and build your foundation, and I'll instruct on business record if you do. Mr. Jackson, he's going to try to build a foundation that this witness knows that these are kept in the ordinary course of business, how they are kept in the data entered. The court, I don't know. Mr. Jackson, okay. Mr. Lally, it states it on the front. It's a raised seal certification. The court, do you need these from him right now? Mr. Lally, no. The court, okay, so let me take a look at this. Let's just keep going with the evidence, okay? Mr. Lally, sure. So they move on. All right, they just mark it for ID. They're going to come back. Like, he doesn't have to get the weather reports in. All right, we're coming up on page 1900. We are climbing Mount Everest. Sidebah. Nope. Nope. No sidebar, false alert. It was just them talking to the witness. This is Tully. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a sidebar. It is on page 1906. We are past page 1900. Here we go. So this is pieces of taillight going in or plastic. The court, no objection. So sidebar. Your Honor, given the time, why don't you come to sidebar? Oh, so this is not right either. This should be judge. Judge says, why don't you come to sidebar? Typo. Typo, page 1906, line 16, judge should say, why don't you come to sidebar? Not Mr. Lally. That's another sidebar. I mean, that's another error found. I have like 12 like relatively important typos found. All right, the court. The court. All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm very happy to keep going, but I just noticed that it was 3:56, and I'm about to sort of switch topics with the lieutenant. The court. All right, how much longer do you have with him? Mr. Lally, about 45 minutes, an hour, something like that. The court. Okay, and then you've got your DNA people tomorrow. Mr. Lally, that's right. And before I can get to the Bodie people, I need to get Mr. Porto done and Sergeant Galliarani done. The court. Okay, Mr. Jackson, can I inquire of the order? So it's going to be, we finish Tully, and then Mr. Lally, no, I can't. The court. Let the jury go. Mr. Lally, sure. Mr. Jackson, sure. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. The court. All right, jurors, I'm going to let you go. So the sidebar conference resumed. The court. So you wanted to know the order. Mr. Jackson, yes, ma'am. Mr. Lally, if there's no objection to it, I think my preference would be to just get the Bodie people out of here. If we finish with Lieutenant Tully, then do Sergeant Galliarani, that just because I have to do them before we go to the two Bodie people, then I can get to Mr. Porto sort of out of turn. Who's the last one? Says the court. Mr. Lally, Andre Porto, so he's the one who does all the DNA for the state police lab. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, which has some connection to. The court, is it going to make any sense if he goes after you hear from the DNA experts from Bodie? Mr. Lally, well, so he does a bunch of other items. The only connection is that he also does the testing on the taillight and the initial testing on the hair, which is why everything goes to Bodie in the first place. So I prefer to do Mr. Porto first, but I'd also prefer not to have Mr. Bradford and his chart have to spend an extra day that they don't need to. Mr. Jackson, I don't think we care. They're not my witnesses, but I don't. Mr. Unetti, we don't care. That's fine. Yeah, I could tell Mr. Unetti. It was the kind of like quarterback. Mr. Jackson, we were sort of expecting them in a lump, just not this lump, so that's fine. The court, all right. Sometimes it's helpful for the jury to let them know if somebody is being taken out of order because things aren't naturally going to make sense. Mr. Lally, I would ask for some kind of... The court, so write up a little something that you'd like me to say and let's just play it out and see how it goes. Mr. Lally, okay. The court, so tomorrow we'll hopefully get right up to 4:30 with a very short lunch and to get started right at 9 o'clock. Mr. Jackson, may I have permission to look? If you can ask Mr. McDermott to look in the... I think it's 570 was the bag that was just open. I'd like to look in it before we leave. The court, sure, I'll stay here. Is there something you might want to put on the record? Mr. Jackson, no, I don't think so. It's just for my edification. I just want to look at it. I just didn't want to take possession of it with the court on the bench. And the court, yes, that's good. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. All right, next day. All right, so we resume. There was no phantom Hank Brennan time traveler in that one. We finished Lally. We finished Tully. This one is going to take, looks like, I don't know, like at least 147 pages. And then we go to a bunch of other witnesses. Everybody ready? Here we go. All right, resuming with the direct. Hold on, I'm checking. Somebody sent Tal an email. It wasn't the import. It wasn't one of those emails. It was an ad from Uber. All right. Okay, search warrant. Wait, what? Looking for Sidebahs. Tully's still on direct. Oh, what's this? Blanks out the McCabe residence. Oh, no Sidebah. No Sidebah. Sidebar hunting is a very unique art form. Kind of scroll. You look. We're just trying to climb Mount Everest. If we can get halfway done with this document by the end of the night, that'd be great. Sidebar. This is about Karen Reed's phone. Here we go. Mr. Lally asks if they can approach. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, my apologies for not handling this earlier, but there's Miss Reed's cell number here, and I'm going to ask for is the last 4 digits. At this point, what I would say is if I can mark it for ID, subject to redaction, and then mark it as an exhibit if that's acceptable. Mr. Jackson, I have no problem with that. The court, okay, well, can you just take a Sharpie and black it out and take less time? Mr. Lally, sure. The court, all right, do you have a Sharpie? Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin has one. The court, is there an objection to this coming into evidence? Mr. Jackson, I need to take a quick glance at it. I think I know what it is. The court, the unnecessary noise. Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry. The court, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. All right. So they just black it out. Another sidebar. Sidebar. Subscriber. Okay, introduce. Counsel at sidebar. The court, Miss Little and I looked at each other and clearly caught the address at the same time. Mr. Jackson, and so did I. The court, please don't use it again. We will redact it from these. I'm mindful that the exhibits go to the press, okay? Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I would ask that the portion of, I don't know how difficult it is, but that the portion of the transcript should be sealed, but still lives at the address. She still lives at that address, and he just blurted it out. Wait, what? Whereupon the answer, following question and answer is ordered sealed by the court. Oh, wow. So Karen hadn't moved yet, and somebody just said her address. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I would ask that portion of, I don't know how difficult it is, but that portion of the transcript should be sealed. She still lives at that address, and he just blurted it out. The court, so the transcript is made for the purposes of appeal. For the purpose of keeping this record, nobody is getting a transcript of this case. Mr. Jackson, oh, so the press can't get the transcripts? The court, no. Mr. Jackson, if that's the case, then I'm not worried about it. I'm just worried about it being the court. The press won't get that part of the transcript. Mr. Jackson, okay, that's my preference. Miss Little, the court, Miss Little, I know, I understand, and we had it here, so it's regretful that it happened. Mr. Jackson, and it was a leading question. I don't know, I didn't know it was coming until it was already too late. The court, I saw it. You were doing other things. I don't blame you. That's fine, but it's only 4 pages, and he just looked at it a minute ago. I understand these things happen. Mr. Jackson, right. The court, but I'm not going to do anything, draw any attention to it at this point. Mr. Jackson, that's fine. Mr. Lally, my apologies, Your Honor. It was certainly not my intention. The court, no, I understand. Nobody is suggesting it was, Mr. Lally, so why don't we... Miss Little, I can do it and hand it back up to the court. The court, that's fine. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. So, they did end up having to redact it by court order because Judge Canoni never thought these transcripts would ever go out. All right. That's like that's apparently like a very epic portion of the transcript. Epic portion about press not getting Sidebahs, page 160. I know page 1960. I know people already found it, but that's such an epic part of the Sidebah. Really breaking the fourth wall. We're about to hit page 2000. Oh. All right, they marked the exhibit. We're about to hit page 2000. This is a big moment. We are reaching Base Camp Bravo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to reach Base Camp Bravo. As we climb the Mount Everest of court documents, Brian Tully, Bucky Dent Tully, is under cross. We are so close. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to hit page 2000. Oh, it's about to happen. We are about to hit Base Camp Bravo. And then we will charge forward. You are here for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And we've hit page 2000. Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit Base Camp Bravo. It is 10:50 p.m. on this Wednesday, February 18, 2026. I'm in the wrong year. And after probably 35 to 40 hours of meticulously combing through the second tranche of Sidebahs from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed release last Friday, I have reached page 2000. Yes, thank you for joining me in this historic moment where we reached Towel Base Camp Bravo. I'm not stopping. I'm getting halfway through this document tonight. So I have to, it's 5,481 pages. That's not too bad. So that means we need to do another 240 pages. Okay? And then we will be halfway through. We have, 3 Clerk Monty is still here. Yay, Marsha's here, and Kevin from South Boston. It is a wonderful moment. We have reached Tower Base Camp Bravo. Although we will continue our trek up. We have clear weather on the mountain. This is the Mount Everest of court documents. It's 5,481 pages. We are at page 2000. All right. I think we could take a minute. At Tower Base Camp Bravo. You know, the air's getting thin up here. You know, as you climb higher up the Mount Everest of court documents. It is probably the longest single document I've ever encountered while looking at court documents. Now, it wasn't produced in this form. It was actually produced as like individual PDFs. But the thing is literally 5,481 pages. There are people in this chat, like 3 Clerk Monty and Kevin from South Boston and Nikki Undercover. Nikki, good morning. We have actually been going for the last, I don't know, like 8 hours, 9 hours, I don't know. And we have reached Base Camp Bravo on the Mount Everest of court documents. We are at page 2000 of the Sidebahs. Now, Nikki, let me just give you a personalized catch-up. You missed a lot of stuff. So, basically, Michael Proctor said that the mystery man was Ken Berkowitz, but then Boozy Beauty was able to prove that Ken Berkowitz couldn't be the mystery man because the mystery man went inside with Yuri on camera right before that. So therefore, the mystery man in the Sally Port is not Ken Berkowitz. Michael Proctor was not telling the truth on the stand, and the mystery man is as of yet unidentified. We must find him. And then also, I didn't read a section from the Bible, but I taught Boozy Beauty and, well, I don't know if I taught Kyle. I talked a lot about Kyle and the goats. But anyway, I talked to Boozy Beauty about Matthew 25:31 through 46. And I was kind of telling her about like the parable of the sheep and the goats in kind of like a transliterated form, you know, for the modern world. That was kind of fun. And then, like, we found some other sidebars where Alan Jackson was yelling about the infamous parking lot incident with David Yannetti. And then we made this really cool image of David Yannetti where he's like a man on a mountain. You want to see him? It's kind of cool. I don't know if you were here for that. My pleasure, Nikki Undercover. Got to catch you up, you know what I'm saying? But, like, yeah, look at the image I made. We worked on it earlier as a towel collective. Like, we all just kind of got together, and, like, people gave me ideas, and then I made an image of Mr. Yannetti. See? It was kind of hard. You know, I had to get that like AI to kind of like take the man on the mountain from New Hampshire. And then I was like, well, what if you put David Unetti's face on it? And the first time I tried to do it, dude, it thought David Unetti was Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad. I was like, what's going on? And then it came up with this. How great is that? You don't understand. It is David Unetti, the man on the mountain. Now, it has metaphorical, like, meaning to it. You don't understand. The metaphorical meaning is David Unetti just kind of watches over the Sidebahs. He's the man on the mountain, so he's the David Unetti on the mountain. It really came out pretty well, you know. If you ask me, I think I did a pretty good job. Hello, that one girl, Melly. Thank you, Marsha. I think it came out great. Should we take a look at if people liked it on Twitter? I don't know if many people liked it. I didn't really check in. I think I looked earlier, but then I got a little tired. All right, let me look. You think people liked it on the Twitter? I think people probably liked it. Let's see how many people liked it. Where's the... Oh, yeah. See, you can check my Twitter. Oh, see, a decent amount of people liked it. 53 people liked it, and 649... No, 152 people liked it. That was pretty impressive. And like 2,500 people saw it. That's nice. And then someone thought it was like Bruce Springsteen. And I was like, bro, that is not Bruce Springsteen. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Let me take this one down. So see what I mean? Like, I shared it on Twitter. But my point is, like, that's not Bruce Springsteen. That is clearly David Unetti. You know? So, listen, I have no idea, like, if the old man on the mountain was some kind of symbol for something. I'm just telling you, I loved the old man on the mountain. He was a rock formation. I don't think, like, he was a militia gathering point, as far as I know. Like, I'm 90% sure the old man on the mountain couldn't actually talk. He was just a rock formation. Like, he was like a weathered rock formation that fell down eventually. He wasn't a person. And he certainly was not a militia gathering point. He was like 500 feet. He was like probably like 1,500 feet up on a mountain. I don't think you could gather there because you couldn't get to him. So I might have misunderstood your question, but no, I don't think you're thinking of the man on the mountain that I'm thinking of. The man on the mountain I'm thinking of was literally like a pile of rocks in New Hampshire. That's why it's a bunch of rocks in a mountain. So, I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to tell you the man on the mountain, like, was just a formation of rocks, okay? It didn't have any, like, cultural meaning. As far as I'm aware, I think it might have been a sacred site, like, to the Native Americans, you know? But I'm not an expert in that, so you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I heard a little bit about it being sacred. I think it had to do with, like the way the sun hit the mountain. I don't remember. I don't want to tell the story. I read a plaque about it once. I wish I knew more about it. I did get to see the man on the mountain in person before it fell down, though. Not many people can say that from around here. You had to be, like, relatively old. You have to be relatively old, and you have to have, like, gone to a random part of New Hampshire. And it was pretty far away, too. You had to, like, drive, like, probably towards the White Mountains to see the old man on the mountain. He was pretty far away. Was that his name, the man on the Silver Mountain? I trust you, Terry. I knew him as, like, the old man on the mountain. That's what my dad called him. But, like, I'm sure he had, like, a specific name to the people from that area. But I, like, wasn't from there. I just drove through one time, stopped on the side of the road. My dad was like, this is a very important, like, rock formation. He's called the old man on the mountain. And I was like, wow, it looks like an old man. He was like, I know, it's really cool. So, yeah, I wish I knew more about, like, the area that the old man on the mountain was in. But, like, I was there as, like, a 10-year-old, probably. And I remember reading a plaque. And I was like, wow, I just remember thinking, wow, this is a very important natural rock formation. And then I was like, you know, it's almost like holy. Like, I remember looking at it and being like, there's something sacred. Like, that shouldn't be possible naturally it's got to be some kind of like sacred thing. But I was like 10, so I didn't really understand what I was looking at. I just kind of looked at it and was like, that's very impressive. Even as a 10-year-old, I think we were going to like I said, I think I mentioned this earlier, we were going to the Bretton Woods, like the hotel where Bretton Woods was signed in like 72 or whatever. We were going up there. I don't know why. I think my dad just liked the hotel, and I wanted to go snowboarding. It was really far away, so he took me all the way up there. I went snowboarding. I wasn't very good at it. But anyway, on the way, we saw the old man on the mountain. And I remember it must have been like 2001, probably, or before, because I was listening to the CD Warning by Green Day. So, like, on the way up, I listened to all the songs on the way up, like, over and over. I had the CD and my headphones. The CD players back then, portable ones, used to be powered by batteries. You'd have to bring AA batteries. Like, none of this, like, charging shit. I don't know. You all are very spoiled. So, anyway, the point is, like, I remember going there before the thing fell down. So, it must have fell down in, like, 2004 or so. So, like, to have been alive to see it, you know, you have to be pretty old. Let me just see when this thing fell down. When did the man on the mountain fall? New Hampshire. That was a sad day. A very sad day. He fell down May 3rd, 2003. It was in Franconia. He was a 40-foot tall granite rock formation, and it fell from natural erosion, specifically the freezing and thawing of water in the rock fissures. Oh, it occurred at 2 a.m. that morning. And there's a memorial site now. That's so sad. That was one of the most listen, I know some of you will never get to see it. Like, it was the most epic natural rock formation outside of Arizona I've ever seen. I went to Arizona one time, and I was sitting, I don't know where. It was one of those, like, places you go when you pull up and there's like misters overhead and they give you lemon water. I don't know. I was baffled by the whole concept of Arizona. Just like Arizona as an entity confused me. The roads were very like, there was nothing on the side of the roads. So like you drive on the road and you look to the left and it's just like desert. And you look to the right and it's just like desert. And then you come up to like some pueblos and then like it's desert. So I don't know, I didn't really understand Arizona. I just was kind of like, okay, it's okay, you know. But then we took this like random kind of turn and we showed up to, I don't know how I would end up in these places. I would just kind of like go along. I didn't really know what was going on. So anyway, I show up at this place in Arizona. And I remember getting out of the car. It was a very nice resort, bro. I just remember, like, you couldn't use a lot of water or something. I don't know. So I, like, go to this resort, and I get out, and they, like, it was so hot. It was, like, 115 degrees. But, like, as soon as you got out of the car, you didn't need to be hot because, like, you would, like, check in. The hotel didn't have, like, an inside registration. It was just these, like, nice people, like, outside with, like, clipboards, like, at a nice desk. And there was just, like, sprinklers. Not like sprinklers, more like misters overhead. And then the nice, like, lady would give you, like, some lemon water, like, with, like, ice cold. And you would just kind of, like, yeah, I don't know. It was weird. But anyway, the point is that hotel was nestled, like, you would, like, walk out of your room, right? And you would go to, like, the restaurant, but the restaurant, like, the windows were like, I don't know, probably like 100 feet tall. So you would sit in the chair for dinner or like your pre-dinner cocktail, and you would like sit there. And when you were looking out these windows, I'll tell you, like, you think you've seen some impressive rocks. You really don't know what a rock is. I didn't realize this until you go to Arizona. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, it's a fucking rock. Like, what are you talking about? Well, you know, you kind of have your cigar and you sit there like this, right? And you have to like eat like, I don't know, like cocktail peanuts and shit and like wear like a fucking like collared shirt. And it's weird as fuck. But like you sit there in like a big chair and you just kind of like look out this window. Okay? And, like, you don't really... The thing I didn't like about it is, like, I don't like leisure time. So, like, all these, like, people just, like, sit around in these, like, big fucking chairs, and they're, like, looking out this 100-foot window, and it's just rocks. And when I say rocks, bro, like, I don't know if I can do justice to, like, the rocks. Like, they were just, like, first of all, they were red, okay? So you don't, like, see red, like, colored rocks in Massachusetts. So I was a little perplexed by this. But they were also, like, 400 feet fucking tall. And, like, the way it was, like, you kind of, like, drove off the main road, and then you were, like, maybe, like, a mile and a half into, like, the fucking desert. And then there was just this, like, giant fucking rock. Like, kind of like the desert in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, how they have this, like, those random fucking, like, rocks with big plateaus. It was just a giant fucking rock. But it was, like, mesmerizing. It was like looking at a painting that was, like, a giant cliff with no other cliffs around it. It was just a giant fucking 400-foot tall, like, red rock. And I was just kind of sitting there, and I didn't understand the point of, like, why rich people did this. Like, that was my primary thought. I was just like, why do people, like, make money to go to the middle of the fucking desert and, like, sit in a chair and look at these rocks? Like, they're cool and shit, but, like, I can take a picture, bro, and I can take the picture home. I don't need to sit here. What is the fucking point? I'm bored. I just remember, like, being really bored. I was like, what's the fucking point of just sitting here doing fucking nothing? And they would be like, it's relaxing. And I was like, no, it's not. Like, it's incredibly stressful to do nothing. I'm bored as fuck. The rock is nice. Like, have fun. I hated the leisure time of this rich class. I thought they were so weird as fuck. I was like, why the fuck? I like the rock. My point with this story is, outside of the old man on the mountain, the only rock I've ever seen, well, the Grand Canyon was pretty cool, I suppose. I stayed at this hotel on the rim of the Grand Canyon. That was kind of interesting, I guess. It was fascinating. I suppose it was a very beautiful rock. Now that I think about it, there's 3 rocks, I suppose, that I've seen that have been very nice. The old man on the mountain, the Grand Canyon, and that random fucking, like, 400-foot tall red rock in the middle of Arizona that I still don't really understand. Like, why there's a hotel that just, like, looks at a rock. I don't know. Rich people are weird. Yeah, so I can't, like, I wish I could. Yes, it was cool, Marsha, that I got to see it. I still don't really understand the concept. Like, I wish I knew. Maybe I can show you where I went. Hold on. Let me do some Google while we're at base camp. We only got to do 200 more pages before I go to bed anyway. And I already did the car for tomorrow. Everything's looking up. Everything is coming up towel for at least 24 hours. Okay. Hotel in Arizona desert looking at giant red rock. I wonder if that will get me to what I want to look at. I think it is that one. Let's see. Let's see. Was it that one? I think it was that one. Yeah, that was it. Okay. So, you remember how I told you, like, roughly what I thought it looked like? It turns out I have a picture. Not of, like, me there. And also the windows were probably not as tall as I, like, well, that might not actually be the window as it looked at the time. But, okay. So remember how I tried to explain to you that, like, this thing was, like, it was a little bit hard to kind of, like, I don't know, like, explain. Like, it was very, like, rich people shit. So, my dad, I don't know, he would just, like, take me places. That is what I was trying to describe to you, okay? So, like, he just would, like, he'd be like, okay, we're going now. And then, like, I would, like, kind of just, like, go along for the ride. And then he'd be like, we're here. And that's where we would be. Like, I would just, like, end up in front of that. You don't understand. Remember how I said it was like a red rock that looked like a painting? So, yeah, he would just, like, take me to places like that. And I'd be like, why are we here? And then I only ate, like, grilled chicken. So he was like, you really, like, don't know how to do this. And I was like, I just don't like rich people food. I don't understand. He was very baffled by me. But anyway, so, like, I don't know. I would just kind of sit there and kind of be confused by the rich people and just kind of just sit there. And then they would all, like, I don't know. They didn't like to talk. My dad's rules were like, you couldn't talk politics or religion. And, like, all I fucking talk is politics and religion. It was in Arizona. I forget where the enchantment resort is. I think it's in, like, Sedona or something. Yeah, it's mean by. So here's the thing. I was also young, so I didn't really know what was going on. Like, he would just, like, take me places, and I would just, like, be like. He made it sound like we were just going to a state. So, like, he was like, okay, we're going to Arizona. And I was like, okay, I want to go to Arizona. It sounds like a fun place. And then, like, he didn't really explain the concept of it. He, like, I thought we were, like, supposed to go there to, like, you know, like, I don't really know what we were supposed to do. I guess I thought it would be, like, amusement parks or some shit. I was young. I don't fucking know. But then we get there, and I don't know, I just felt like, it was just very, like, odd, like, very wealthy. And I would just kind of look around and be like, why am I here? Like, I didn't know what to do because I was like a 10-year-old. So I would be like, what am I doing here? You know, like, I don't know how to be rich. I don't understand what money is. What is this place? And then I would kind of just be like, it's kind of pretty, I suppose. I would just remember being very bored. Just kind of like, I don't like leisure. Now, I know some people do, but, like, leisure to me is foreign. Like, my mind rebels at stagnation. So, like, I appreciate the beauty of it, but, bro, I need, like, a couple hours, and then, like, I gotta go do shit. Like, I can't spend 7 days looking at a fucking rock. I mean, it's a nice fucking rock, but, like, how long do you need to, like, I get it. Some people really love nature. I'm not insulting it, but, like, in terms of me, okay, you can take me to the desert. Like, not just, like, into the desert. I wouldn't like that. But, like, you could be like, Grant, let's go to Arizona. Like, I'd be like, okay, you want to go there? Like, what do you want to do? I want to, like, show you the, like, very beautiful scenery. Okay, I would like that. Okay, like, let's drive there. Let's take a plane. You drive me to the scenery, and then I look at it, and I'm like, okay, that's really nice. Maybe we walk around a little bit. You know, I smoke a cigar or two. Like, it seems very pleasant in Arizona. Probably a little hot, you know. So, and then I'm like, okay, I've seen it. Let's go. I don't understand why we would stay there for 7 days to, like, drink lemon water and, like, eat food. Like, who are we helping? What are we doing? Like, I get it's very beautiful, but, like, do you want me to sit here and paint the rocks? Like, I remember thinking that, like, what do I, like, paint it? Like, how am I supposed to make this productive? I don't really understand. That was my, like, mindset. I just didn't really get it. My dad used to look at me just very baffled. Like, you don't really know how to be rich. And I was like, I don't want to be rich. And he'd be like, why? And I'd be like, it's very, like, counterproductive. Like, I don't understand why we do this. And he just kind of look at me like I was a moron. And I'm like, I'd look at him like, I think you're a moron, frankly, in a loving way, you know? And he kind of look at me just like, you're never going to get it. And I'd be like, I know, I'm well aware. I'm sure it would be like, now that I'm older, if you sent me out there and were like, Grant, you can take like a few days off, you can look at the rocks. Yeah, bro, like, I probably would, like, I'd feel a little guilty, you know, that I wasn't doing my streaming, but, like, I could probably, like, lay in the bed and then get up, like, and then go, like, read, like, fucking, like, Hobbes or some shit so I could troll Nunya when I get back. You know, I'd still be thinking about trolling Nunya. But like the point is, I could look at the rocks now and be like, with my refined and erudite intellectual understanding of anti-rooms, I'm going to troll Alan Jackson for the next 20 years about anti-rooms and the fact that I guessed his net worth because he used the word anti-room. I'm not kidding. I blind guessed that what his net worth was, and then I think Lynn looked it up and she was like, "You're right." And I was like, "I know," because he used the word anti-room. Anyway, like, now I can look at it and, like, I don't know. Like, I guess my opinion is, like, back in the day when I used to look, like, when I was there and I looked at this rock, I was like, it's a very beautiful rock, but how do the donkeys climb up it? Like, that must be really shitty for the donkeys, because it was just, like, fucking, like, goats and shit, like, standing on the fucking vertical cliff face. And I remember being like, what if they fall down? Like, how did they get up and down? I'm worried about them. That was really, like, my only concern. I didn't really think too much about the fucking rock. I was just like, oh no, what if the goats fall off the fucking vertical cliff face? But anyway, now I'm kind of like, there's something majestic about that. Like, it kind of has, like, a... not just like weathering, but like it almost looks like there was just like a massive egress of fucking water, like during the Younger Dryas. And like that was like a much fucking bigger fucking like structure of rock. And that was just like what like kind of funneled it at one point. Just looks like very vicious, like rapid erosion on a level that's like almost impossible. Like now that I look at it, I'm like, that's fucking amazing. But like back then I was just like, oh, the poor goats. But now I'm just like, wow, like that's really cool. Now I have a little bit more of a mature perspective on like geological formations. I'm still not a geologist. I'm a towel. But like, now I feel like I could appreciate it a little bit more. Like I was just kind of like forced to like look at like very like beautiful and like refined and elegant areas of the world, but I didn't really know what was going on. So I was just like, oh, like Paris is nice, like, but I thought it was like Boston. I was like, it's another city, bro. So it was London. Like, it's a fucking city. I didn't understand. Like when I went to Rome, I was like, I remember being at the Forum and I was like, oh, you could play. I was like 12. I was like, you could play paintball here, And my dad was like, I don't think you should play paintball here. And I was like, no, you shouldn't. But like, I could imagine hiding behind like those rocks. And he was like, Grant, that is not really like the point. Like, that's not what those rocks are. And I was like, oh, I just thought they were some fucking rocks in Rome. I didn't really understand it was the Roman Forum. You don't understand. You don't understand me. I was a little confused as a child, okay? I would just show up in these like cities or places, and my dad would just be like, here's Rome or Paris or London or whatever the fuck. I'd be like, oh, that's nice. Like, it has like nice buildings and like the food's a little weird and the people talk a little strange, but like they have ice cream, I guess, and like it's overall like pleasant. I don't know how we got here, but like I'm okay. Like it was like the airplane's a little scary, but like we're here, what's going on? But like now that I think back, like yeah, like I probably didn't understand like what it meant to be in the Roman Forum. Like I thought it was some fucking rocks. I'm not like trying to like say I did like I don't think we got to that point in school yet, so I just didn't know what I was around. I thought it was just like some like when I got to the Roman Forum, bro, like you just kind of like it's like this busy fucking street, like, and then you like walk up like these like steps, and it kind of looks like you're going to like a fucking like I don't know, like a temple or some shit. Like you like walk up these like fucking like the Colosseum's behind you, okay? Like the Colosseum is a fucking fascinating like building. I did like that. I even as like a kid, I understood when we went to the Colosseum and like the guy like that walked us around told us about the Colosseum, I understood like I was in the presence of something important. It wasn't like a fucking museum. It was like somebody built that and it was really important, and like I was around something and in something that meant like a lot for a reason. Like somebody did something and it was impressive and it was still around. I got that. Okay, but then you leave the Colosseum, right, bro? And so you're like in Rome. I don't know, I was a child. I was like 12. I don't really remember that much, but I remember we leave the Colosseum. I think I don't know if I like got some ice cream or a lemonade or something from a street vendor. I just kind of remember leaving the Colosseum, and there's a lot of people like in the circus, whatever the fuck the Circus Maximus, whatever the fuck the thing is, the ring that goes around the Colosseum. Okay, there's a lot of people. No, the Circus Maximus is something else. There's just a lot of people around the Colosseum. But if you walk like, okay, so you look like to the right, like if the Colosseum's behind you, like the main entrance, and you're like, I think it's like the Palatine Hill or whatever, wherever the fire was, like with Nero's place, that's like over to the right, okay? And then like straight ahead of you, like you come out of this like fucking rotary, like around the Colosseum, and there's this like road that goes straight. That road's kind of like busy and shit, but you like walk kind of to the left. With the Colosseum behind you, you walk to the left. And you kind of like go straight, and then maybe like 100 meters up on the left, there's like this like, it looks like a chapel. It's kind of like a temple. I thought it was like where like Catholic people go to pray because we were in Rome. Now that I think about it, it was probably like some Roman temple. But I wasn't really like thinking about that. I thought like people just went there for weddings. But anyway, you like turn to the left, and there's this like chapel, okay? But it's not a chapel. It's probably like a temple to the god Jupiter or something. And you like go through this like gate. It's kind of a serious fucking gate now that I think about it. But like as a kid, I just thought it was like a big metal gate with security. So anyway, you go through this like metal gate, okay? And there's like this dude who's like, he kind of looks like he's like military, like Italian military police. And he kind of like talks to you, and you like go through this like security checkpoint. Now that I think about it, it was a little abnormal. But anyway, you go through there, and then like it's just kind of like this open fucking field, you know? So as a kid, I just thought it was like a fucking field. I thought like, I think my impression was like, this is a cemetery, because I was like, bro, why do they guard like the fucking field? It's a fucking field. But now that I really think back, you like, it's really cool actually. You like walk out, like you kind of like exit this like entrance area with like the temple or whatever, and you walk out, and it's kind of like this path, and then you walk straight a little bit, and you like look to the left, bro, and you're kind of like elevated, and you look down, and there's just this kind of like open fucking like rectangle, and it goes, I mean, it kind of looks like a football field, but it's like kind of longer, and a lot of the buildings are destroyed. I thought they got bombed in the war. I think as a kid, I was just like, oh, somebody destroyed those buildings. I bet they preserved them to like show us what it's like after the war. I didn't really understand what I was looking at. But anyway, you kind of like look out over the fucking thing, and it's like, it has like stones in weird places. I don't know how to explain it. It turns out it was the Roman Forum. But anyway, it has these like stones like in the field, like, and pillars. Like it just had like random like half-built pillars. So it didn't really make a lot of sense to me as a kid. I thought it was kind of boring. But looking back, like, yeah, I mean, bro, I was in the Roman Forum. That was pretty impressive. I didn't understand what was going on. But, you know, yeah, basically, like, my whole life has been like that. Oh, your mom is a Terry says their mom was a British. It was a British war bride. She thought there were cowboys and Indians in 45. Well, listen. As far as I'm concerned, cowboys are real. No one will listen. You can take from me a lot of my disillusion. You'll never take pro wrestling from the 80s from me. And you will never take my belief that cowboys are real. Okay, I'm riding with Terry's mom. Cowboys are real, and no one's going to tell me otherwise. They are not just some myth. They are real. There's a cowboy. Marsha, yeah. Marsha, I think when we went to the Roman Forum, it was just us. It was very empty. I think that was I think that's what I thought was so weird about it, bro. Like, we went to it was just a big empty field. And, like, I don't know, my Nana was there, and she was like, that's, like, you don't understand why this is so, like, you know, it's such a special place. Like, you don't, like, hide behind the walls to play, like, hide and seek. And I was like, but Nana, it's such a cool open field, and there's nobody in it. So anyway, yeah, there was just nobody there. It was very weird now that I think about it. Like, the street was busy as fuck. And, like, the Coliseum was really busy. There were too many people there. I didn't like that very much. But the Forum, it was just empty. And I remember my dad was there, and my Nana was there, and my mom was there. I don't remember how many siblings I had at the time. But I just remember, like, my Nana scolding me and being like, you can't, like, do that at the Roman Forum. And I was like, I don't know what that means, Nana. It's just some rocks in a field. So anyway, and there's some dude with us. I don't remember who the dude was. He seemed very official. He told us all about the Roman Forum and the Colosseum. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was probably like, let's see. I'd say like 2002. I don't know. Probably like almost 30 years ago, 25 years ago. It was a long time ago. Yes, Terry, like the Cowboys on TV, I believe they are real. But yeah, as to my like trip to Rome, I don't know. We stayed in the Four Seasons. We went to Portofino. That was really fucking cool. We stayed at, you want to see the hotel I stayed at in fucking Portofino? That was really cool. I think like, Tom Cruise was there or something when we were there. I don't remember, bro. My dad knew all these people. He like was like, oh, this was Katharine Hepburn's room. And I was like, I don't know who fucking Katharine Hepburn is, Dad. And he was like, oh, she was very cool. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Okay, so let me show you the hotel we stayed at. This inevitably just turns into me just telling stories about how my trips around the world. Yes. Let's see. Splendido. That's what it was called. It was a really cool hotel. It had a salt water pool. Okay, so. Yeah, it has a Wikipedia page. Yeah, so anyway. I'll show you it. It's this one. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So, my dad really liked Italy, so we would just go to Italy. And one time, we went to this city. Now, frankly, bro, I don't really know very much about, like, the world, you know? So, like, we would just, like, go to these places, and I would just kind of be like, oh, that's like a really cool harbor. And I remember like playing like video games later in life, and I'd be like, oh, like I recognize like Uncharted or whatever. I'd be like, I recognize that place. I was there like when I was like 12. So anyway, we were at this hotel. It was a really nice hotel. I remember I thought the breakfast was a little weird because it was like all fancy. I don't know. It was weird. I had a bit of a strange childhood. So anyway, I think yes, this was it. I'm pretty sure this was it. No, I don't want that. Yes, that's it. That was yes. So, let me show you. This was like the hotel, okay? I thought it was really cool. It was built into like the side of like a cliff, all right? Like on the side. Like, so Portofino is like this like fishbowl. You know, there's like a little like port in the middle with water. And then there's like a lot of yachts, and then like a little small like harbor town, and then a fort on the other side. So across from the fort is this hotel. Now we stayed, I'd say probably like up here, bro. You know, like I think it was, I forget if it was like up there. It was like way above the pool, and the pool's here. So we were like looking down on the pool. I think we were in one of these rooms. I just remember sitting on the little porch there. It might have been that one. I don't remember. I think it was in the middle. It had a big porch. We were just sitting on the porch. It might have been up there, actually. I don't remember. We were sitting on the porch, and I just remember being like, this is a really nice view. You know, I enjoyed the view. And I'll show you, like, yeah, that's what the porches were like. Bro, you don't understand. I would go out in the morning, and you sit on the little porch there, and they bring you, like, these, like, farm fresh eggs and shit. I don't know, it's weird. They bring you your breakfast every morning. You don't order your breakfast. Like, you like don't even fill out a card. They just bring you breakfast. It's weird. It's hard to explain. Oh yeah, and so like the pool is like up there, and it didn't really give a view from the room yet, but like the pool was not a regular pool. It was a saltwater pool. I remember like my dad was like, you have to be careful. It's not a regular pool. You can't like you have to breathe out when you dive in. You cannot like by accidentally breathe in. And I made a mistake and I breathed in and it was really bad. It tasted like the ocean. Yeah, that's what, yeah. So it kind of like, I don't remember the approach to it, bro. I just remember being in the rooms up there. But like now that I look at it, yeah, it's like a mansion and it's really cool. And I think I was around like some like Hollywood types. I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what the fucking view looks like. You don't understand. You like it's not perfect. You can't see. It's way more elegant than they're making it out to be here. Because when you actually look down from the rooms, you see the like little harbor town to the right. Yeah, like that's like a little like they're trying like that's the fort over there. We went to the fort. I liked the fort. It was a bit of a walk though. I didn't like walking over there. It took like I don't know 30 minutes. Yeah, it was very beautiful. I thought it was cool. Yeah, that's the pool. Yeah, I remember like there was a lot of beautiful women. I just like remember like I don't know. I would like look around and there would just be a lot of beautiful women. My whole life. We would just go places and just very beautiful women. I mean, the men were kind of like, I guess you could call them beautiful. They just have very nice watches and like suits and they smoke cigars. And like my dad didn't like cigars. He liked cigarettes. So like they always would look at him and he'd be like, I like am a boss. And they would look back and be like, he'd like win them over and then they'd be like, oh. And he'd be like, yeah. The point is, though, yeah, I don't know. I used to, like, go down in that pool. I would swim laps. It was kind of cool. It was a nice hotel. I would go back there. Yes, so that's, like, what my whole life was like, right? I'd be, like, this 12-year-old, and I'd kind of, like, wake up in the morning at the hotels in these places, and I would look out the window, and there'd just be, like, all these, like, beautiful women, like, sitting on the pool, and they just kind of, like, it would be like 7 in the morning, and I would eat my breakfast, and there'd be like all these beautiful women at the pool, and I'd be like, oh, like they seem like they're really like relaxing. And I'd look out on like this view. I'd be like 12, and I'd look out on the view and these women, and I'd eat my breakfast. I don't know. I thought it was all very normal. Now that I kind of like think about it, it was not very normal. I'm pretty sure my dad had a lot of money. I never really asked. I didn't care. But, like, now that I think about it, yeah, I was doing, like, some crazy shit when I was, like, 12 for a 12-year-old. Like, I don't know why I was just allowed to, like, fucking sit there on a fucking balcony in Portofino and eat breakfast and, like, look at these beautiful women. I don't know. I had a very strange life. And then I want to... Yes! Okay, so that's what I was trying to say. This isn't the best view because it's not very high up. But when you're actually in the room... Like, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at... See, I told you about all the yachts. They kind of, like, drive in. It's kind of like all the actors, I suppose. And the actresses. They kind of, like, drive in. And I'm kind of baffled by the whole thing, you know. So I would just kind of look, and I'd be like, that's a very nice painting. Yeah, that's a more apropos view. You know, just kind of like a port. You know, it's kind of cool. Oh, thank you, Nikki B. Welcome. Yeah, we're talking about, we've been doing Sidebahs in the Karen Reed trial, but I also randomly regale people with like what it was like when I would travel to different cities. Yeah, that's a much more apropos view. Look at the little seagull. But yeah, like, I don't know, it was kind of cool. I wish they had a higher view. Yeah, that was the pool. I remember swimming there. Like, I would swim in this kind of pool and then just look out at, like, the harbor and be like, wow, like, that's a very nice part of the world, you know? I don't know, listen to a lot of music. It was very beautiful. Yeah, and, like, shit like this would always happen. Like, this is kind of nouveau riche, but, like, there would always just be, like, women, like, at a table in, like, these elegant gowns. Like, yeah, and they would have, like, these, like, cameras, like, back in the day, like, before cell phones were a thing. They would just have these cameras, and they looked like they were, like, so happy. Like, wherever I would go, like, the people I would see, it was, like, that was, like, unless they were, like, you know, like, an actor, I guess, like, the people I would see were, like, they were having, like, the best time of their life. Like, it was the most important, like, the best thing they ever did. And I'd be like, oh, that's good. Like, I'm really happy for them. Yeah. And, like, I just remember, like, that was, like, what my childhood was like. I would go to these, like, suites at the Four Seasons, and I'd just kind of be confused. Like, I didn't... Oh, yeah, that was what the rooms were like. So you, like... You were, like... It was kind of, like, confusing to me. But, like, you kind of, like, wake up. And, like, there was always, like, chandeliers. And, you know, we would, like, go out there. And I would just have my little breakfast. It was very nice. Yeah, and that's exactly what breakfast was like. You know what I mean? Like, that's what, that's like exactly my memory of this place, being very high up. And then I had like this like very freshly squeezed juice and some coffee. And, you know, I don't know, we would have to drink coffee because we need to be energetic. But like, I would sit there and the eggs were like very different than American eggs. And they served like fruits with breakfast, which I didn't understand. Like, they would, like, slice up the fruit, and then you were expected to eat the fruit. And they would put the fruit on my egg, and I was like, why the fuck is there fruit on my fucking egg, bro? Same thing with tomatoes. Like, the Italian people would put tomatoes on the egg, and I didn't really understand why. They didn't have a tennis court when I went there. But, yeah, very beautiful hotel. Probably one of the nicer hotels that I spent time at in the world. Like, the Place Vendôme in Paris is pretty cool. But that hotel is probably one of my favorites. I would go back there someday. You know? I also like that hotel across from the astrological clock in Prague. Because you could just wake up and just look out at the astrological clock. You didn't have to walk to it. It was just right outside the window. But yeah, we can talk about Prague another day. That was a good memory. Good trip through Arizona. Thanks for allowing me to relive those memories. It means a lot to me. All right, we got about 220 pages to go. We are getting exactly 50% through this document. There will be no negotiation. I am a towel. You don't understand. This is the Mount Everest of court documents. My aim was to be done around midnight, so we're close anyway. We have to get to page 2,240. We have passed Base Camp Bravo. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure your oxygen supply is attached. Thank you for flying Air Towel. Oh, we're really getting there. We are making progress. We're at page 2030. I can see tonight's finish line. We might actually get this done by sometime before the month of March. Oh, there was a sidebar that I missed. You can't just miss sidebars. Alright, so he's doing math. Sidebar. In the court. So what was your objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, as far as asking the witness to do a calculation, he can ask the witness as far as whether what he just did, asking him to do some demonstration or performance, is beyond that. Mr. Jackson, the witness was called as an expert. He was qualified as an expert, and he was deemed an expert during direct. He's indicated that the device, I just set the foundation, he indicated the device moved from one point to a second over a certain distance over a certain time. I don't need him to do a calculation. If you give me leave, I can do that. I've already done the calculation, obviously. You know I don't ask a question I don't know the answer to. Yeah, there you go. That's right. You only ask questions you know the answer to. The court, right. Mr. Jackson, I don't want to have to put him through doing the math, but if he is the expert, he should have to do it. If he needs a calculator, I'll give him my cell phone. He can do the math. It's easy. The court, which do you prefer? It will come in. I don't like the demonstration without any notice of it. There is an objection to it. It's argumentative, but if you're testing his ability here, or you're challenging him as an expert on something, I'll let him ask the numbers. Mr. Jackson, I expect he might say, I don't know. The court, I'll let him use his own cell phone and do whatever he wants to. Mr. Jackson, sure. Lieutenant Tully, do you happen to have your cell phone? The court, no. Lieutenant Tully, no. The court, I thought you were going to ask the other question first. Mr. Jackson, oh, sure, I can. Wow, he just happened to not have a cell phone. Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you. Let me ask you, if you would agree. All right, so he starts doing the math. Alright, that's kind of funny. That was an interesting one. So telemath sidebar around 237. Making a lot of progress, folks. Almost 50% through the Mount Everest of trial documents. Redirect. Sidebar, page 2049. Oh, now they're getting back into the Sally Port footage. Motion activated. Mr. Jackson asked to approach. Mr. Jackson, this is hearsay. The court, yes, but it goes to the Bowden stuff, right? Mr. Jackson, that doesn't mean that hearsay gets to come in. I was looking at this yesterday because the court mentioned it yesterday. Given the fact that there was a Bowden defense, that they get to establish what they did or didn't do in terms of furthering their investigation. I've been very reserved in terms of my objections concerning, why does the court. I'm going to stop you. If he knows other than by the IT director told him, he can say it, but not if that's the only way he knows. Mr. Jackson, I think he would only know that if someone told him, that's all. The court, except he did say he looked at them, not completely, but he did review them, so if you can say it other than that, it's coming in. Mr. Jackson, okay, the court, for the reasons about Bowden. Mr. Jackson understood. So he's going to try to talk about the motion-activated stuff with Tully. Alright. They keep going. Got to be relatively careful, even though I want to get to the 50%. Recross. Alright, they enter some stuff. I actually have to be prescient. I can't just jump through. Sidebar 2062. This is during the recross. This is the records about what is it about? Uh, 518 arc. All right, let's hear what they're talking about at sidebar. Mr. Lally, just very quick, Your Honor. There were the certified weather records that I had to put in. I think the court. Yes. Okay, so that was all. Yes, you made your objection to this yesterday. It's coming into evidence. Mr. Jackson, my objection is that it's not a record that I believe should come into evidence under Massachusetts law. It's required to be sent directly to the court. They haven't followed the proper procedure. The court, I'm going to let this in, so your objection is noted. Huh. Mr. Jackson, okay. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. I wonder if he's right about that. Weather records have to be sent directly to the court. Page 2062 of 5481. Alright, let's go. Alright. They go back. Alright. Sidebar. Another one. Alright, Mr. Lally, what's the objection? My issue is that it's portions of the record. If he wants to put in the entirety of the record, go ahead. But just putting in one row from the call detail records is not an accurate depiction of what it is. Mr. Lally, what do you say, Mr. Jackson? My pleasure, Marcia. Thank you for listening. I love the butterfly emoji. Mr. Jackson, it's absolutely an accurate depiction of what it is. This is a record for 5:18. I'm not worried about what happened at 12:30 p.m. or 5 o'clock. I'm worried about what happened at 5:18. This is what he based his knowledge. All right, so it's not 5-18. That's a typo. Like context here. Typo, page 2063, line 21. 5-18 should be 5:18. Okay. All right. I'm worried about this happened at 5:18. This is what he based his knowledge. The court, he's already testified to every single thing that's on this, correct? Mr. Jackson, correct. The court, okay, this is coming into evidence. Sidebar conference concluded. All right. Now, Brian Gagliarani begins. All right. He's from the Needham Police Department. All right. Oh, yeah, he does DNA collection. All right. So that was it. Nicholas Bradford asked questions by Lally. I'm looking for Sidebahs. We're making some progress now. We finally got through the two hardest witnesses. Alright, we've actually made some serious progress. We're heading towards the 50% way. We're calling this base camp Charlie. Alright, jurors excused for lunch and recess. We have a sidebar. Mr. Lally, I'm just trying to figure out timing for the afternoon, so do you, counsel can certainly, obviously, free to change your mind, but I'm just inquiring if counsel has any inclination about whether you have no questions for either of those witnesses or any questions with chart. Mr. Yannetti, with chart, I expect we'll have no questions, and then you have Porto after that. Mr. Lally, correct. Mr. Yannetti, I think Liza has not a lot of cross-exam. The court, all right, so you'll get your witnesses back on the plane tonight, right? Mr. Lally, we will. That won't be a problem. Mr. Lally, so my question is, how does the court want me to proceed? Do you want me to see if I can get another witness here after Mr. Porto? The court, I don't think so. How long are you going to be with the first witness? Mr. Lally, the first witness, roughly the same as that. The court, so 20 minutes, half an hour. Mr. Lally, 20 minutes. The court, and then the next witness. Mr. Lally, and then a little bit longer, just as there was a little more testing than Mr. Porto did. The court, all right, so it'll probably be sometime after 3 that we wrap up. Mr. Lally, I would think that. The court, who would be your next witness? Mr. Lally, I can check and see because I initially told him Friday, Trooper Paul. But then the issue is I have Miss Hyde flying in, who is actually here but is not scheduled. She is scheduled to land today and then testifying tomorrow. So I just want to start with her tomorrow, just so I can be done with her tomorrow. Because I'd rather not start with Trooper Paul. Mr. Yannetti, agreed, no. Whereupon there was a lunch and recess. All right, this is test chart. They start that examination. We have about 100 pages to go before we hit the midway part. We're at page 2100. All we have to do is get to 2241, and we're 50% of the way there. Andre Porto. Let's see if there's any sidebars with this. Doesn't look like it. We are 1/4 done. We are so close. We are almost to the halfway point of the longest court document in the history of court documents. Not really, but probably. It is one tranche of trial transcripts. Not even like the full first 2 would be like 7,000, probably like 8,000 pages. We are doing just the second tranche of trial transcripts, looking for sidebars. And we're doing it by hand. It is the wildest thing I'd ever seen. We are at page 2148 of 5,481. It is indeed like probably one of the longest records I've seen. And it's not even the full trials. Like all we're doing now is like getting through like trial 1. And it was just some days. Like we haven't even done all trial 1 because there's other witnesses we haven't got yet. It's going to be rolling productions. Trial 2 was also in here. We haven't made the switch yet. I think we're going to get to it tomorrow. I'm a little bit excited. You might be like, Grant, it is midnight. You have been reading this for like 6 days. Like, what is going on? Well, you know what? If you haven't seen me before, we did the last batch, which was only, I say only, but it was only like 2,000 or 3,000 pages. Bro, we did that in a weekend. This has taken, like, meticulous reading, like, at least 6 days. No joke, 6 days to get halfway through, which means, like, I am not going to let people bullshit about this. Like, you can read it on your own and screenshot stuff, and I will believe you did it. But, like, no one out there read this whole thing and understood it in less than 12 days. I mean, straight. 12 days straight. And I don't think it's even been 12 days since this was released. This was released last Friday. It's been, like, maybe 5 days. Okay? And I have been doing this every day. There is no one who has read this entire document and actually read every sidebar in context and understood what they were doing. No, I don't believe it. Like, if you were doing that, you skimmed. It's not possible. It is just absolutely not possible. To have actually read every sidebar, I don't believe there's a single human on the planet who has processed this entire document by hand yet. Maybe by this weekend, but only Trial Channel and Emily C. I don't believe anyone else could do it. I'm doing it by hand, so, like, I could be the judge of whether it's possible. Marsha's like, yeah, I agree. I don't think it is. Yeah, I really, like, and all of us are doing it together. There's, like, a late night crew that people join. It's good to see so many of you. Nikki Undercover and Gregory Jones and Marsha. Go there to be a town. But there's like a late night crew. There's a morning crew. Well, we don't have morning anymore because I'm sleeping in. But there's like an afternoon crew. You have all seen this. Like the people who have watched this, like this ascent of the Mount Everest. I'm telling you, you will quickly realize that, yes, people are processing it out there. But this is even different than the Epstein files because you don't search it. You have to, Epstein, you have to actually manually understand and read thousands of pages of documents. Like, it is a full commitment to this document. Don't even start it if you're not willing to do it. Which is wild, because I didn't think it was possible. And Marcia says, but you understand and are sharing it with us. I do. That's kind of why I do it. Because, like, why would I read 5,000 pages and just, like, keep it to myself? I'm trying to educate people. Educate, you know? I like educate. That's a fun word. But if I'm going to do it, I may as well share the knowledge. And you are also good to me. You help Little Towel, and God bless, I try to help you in return. No further questions after Mr. Porto, so therefore we have a sidebar, page 2148. Whereupon there was a sidebar. The court. All right, so that's it for today. Mr. Lally, yes. The court, okay. So I'd like to give the jurors some idea on where we stand. I think even if I just say that the estimate, where I told them last week that they would get this case by the last week of the month, we're still on target for that, right? Mr. Lally, I would say so. The court, all right. So I want to excuse them, and then I want to talk to you about a couple of things at Sidebahs so you can go back. Whereupon the sidebar ended, and they excluded the jurors. All right, full day tomorrow. The court, or LC counsel at Sidebar, juror issues. Oh, there's a big juror issue, Sidebar. Big juror issue. Big juror issue, Sidebar. Oh, this is where the juror is going to get kicked off the case. Because I looked this up, and a juror gets thrown off on Friday, June 14th. So this is Wednesday, June 12th. And we'll review this again tomorrow. Oh, no. I closed the document I was working on. 1 second. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. Not pick it. We're going to finish. We have 100 pages more. But, like, this, I'm pretty sure, is the sidebar where the juror gets thrown off the case. And I don't think we ever actually find out what happened. Like, I know there is an answer out there somewhere to what happened, but I don't think, like, anyone actually ever, like, finds out what happened. 1 second. All right, I'm back to where I needed to be. Let's go. So I'm pretty sure this is the sidebar about juror kicked off. End of day 6:12 and juror kicked off 6:14. Starts page 2150. So we have no idea what this is, but I think this is the sidebar about the juror being kicked off the case. Okay? Because it's just blank. Dude, that's a long sidebar. Dude, that's like 20 minutes of conversation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 pages. Ends. That's literally, I'd say like 10 to 20 minutes of real time, maybe more. Mr. Yannetti, picking up after the censor part. Mr. Yannetti, a question. You mentioned to the jury that you expect a full day tomorrow. Does this mean you don't expect doing a voir dire? The court, I'd rather tell them a full day and let them go rather than have some people think, because I couldn't remember whether I told them we were definitely going a full day Friday or maybe stopping for this voir dire. So I just figured that, and then they won't be unhappy to leave. The court, all right, anything else? Mr. Lally, no, Your Honor. The court, and Jimmy, Mr. Clerk, tells me you will have your grand jury minutes for me. I mean, your jury instructions for me tomorrow. Mr. Jackson, yes, Nikki Undercover says, thank you for keeping me company this morning, leaving for work and looking forward to listening in the car. Absolutely, Nikki, we got 100 pages left. You have a great drive to work. You have a great day at work. You keep all your Tao friends in mind. We'll keep you in our prayers. As I get my rest, I'll recharge. I'll wake up, and then, maybe you'll be done with work. We'll stream tomorrow. It'll be a wonderful, technically same day for you, but different day for me, because it's 4 minutes to midnight where I am. Okay, the court. All right, anything else? Mr. Lally, no, Your Honor. The court, and Jimmy tells me you have your grand jury minutes for me. I mean, your jury instructions for me tomorrow. Mr. Jackson, yes. We've sent notice to get those underway and get them done by tomorrow, so yes. Our anticipation is that we will have a packet for you tomorrow. Mr. Lally, we will, yes. Mr. Yannetti, can I ask on that score, Your Honor, these are model jury instructions with regard, you don't want reasonable doubt and all that other stuff. It's just, the court, whatever you want to give me, whatever you want to give, I can read the reasonable doubt instruction. Mr. Yannetti, I think you've done it before, yeah. The court, so whatever you want to give me and let me know at some point. We'll have the formal charge conference, but I think your instructions will give me some idea of whether you want lesser included. Mr. Jackson, okay. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Yannetti, that sounds good. Thank you. The court, all right. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. We're upon the sidebar conference concluded. Oh, you're so kind. That one girl, Melly, to say that to Nikki. All right, here we go. Friday, Jessica Hyde. We are picking up. We have less than 100 pages, 80 pages until we are halfway done with the epic, what I call the Mount Everest of court documents. Oh, we're heading there. We are within the last 100 pages, ladies and gentlemen. It is Dr. Jessica Hyde. All right, we're looking for Sidebahs. Looking for Sidebahs. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. All right, it is sidebar about, now this is Jessica Hyde talking about probably Jen McCabe's cell phone. All right, so this is page 2180 of 5481. All right, Your Honor, just regard to a side issue may we approach the court. We are very hard at sidebars because we need to do the white noise, which makes it very difficult for Madam Court Reporter to hear. Mr. Lally, understood. Oh, so that's why the transcript isn't perfect. Oh, well, that explains it. All right. The sidebars tough to transcribe because of White noise, page 2180, lines 10 to 12. All right, well, I understand. Mr. Lally, understood. The court, so keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, I will. Your Honor, so what I was going to flag for the court is Ms. Hyde within her report has a couple of different tables, which I intend to use as chalks, but I just wanted to get the court's permission before I asked it for them, because to ask for them to be displayed on the screen. The court, okay, Mr. Yannetti, I don't have a problem with that. But while we're here at Sidebar, Your Honor, I'm sensitive to Mr. Lally leading the witness. The last question was a leading question. I'm not inclined to object after every leading question and to prolong the process. I would just ask that he refrain from leading. The court, refrain from leading. Mr. Yannetti, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, yes, Your Honor. End Sidebar. All right. What was the last question? And to that point, so as far as when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily an issue by the user. Is that correct? Oh, that is a leading question. Caught him. Let's see. Yannetti catches Lally leading, page 2180, sidebar. Sorry about that. About Mattel microphone. Mattel. I think everything's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go. All right, let's continue. All right, we're so close. We're so close. We are about to hit page 2,200. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached page 2,200. There is only 42 pages to go until we reach the halfway point. We're calling it base camp. We have a sidebar. We're calling it base camp Charlie. Oh, goodness. We're within 38 pages. 38 pages and there's a sidebar. They are tormenting little Tao. They don't want Tao to go to bed. It's midnight. Hello, it's midnight. I'm a Tao. Happy midnight. Congratulations to the late night crew. You have made it another day. Another rotation around the sun if you're in the East Coast. Nikki Undercover is already like in the next day, you know. She's in the next day. That's fun. We're saying hi as she gets ready for work. Here we go. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry to interrupt. My objection, Your Honor, is that she is speaking in terms of, we did this, we did that. We don't have any report that anybody else worked on this. I have no information about who the we is, and I would object to her speaking about somebody else's work because we weren't provided notice of that. Court, what do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, whatever work was done, she's the owner of the firm, so she supervised that work. I don't know that there are other people involved in it. I can certainly ask that question. Mr. Yannetti, I would just like her to speak to her own work, that's all. The court, go ahead and build a foundation. Mr. Lally, sure. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. End of sidebar. Yeah, she has a lot of government contracts. Hyde, contract. Hyde, firm owner. Yeah, she wasn't just some employee. She's like a high level. Page 2203. All right. So we're getting there. We're heading down the final stretch for tonight. Sidebar. Now they're talking about artifacts. May we approach? Yes. All right. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was just going to seek the court's permission. Initially, I was just going to use the tables and the figures as chalks. I think my inclination now would be to attempt to introduce them as exhibits. I don't have printed versions right this second, but I can certainly print them at the break, and I would offer them as exhibits. Mr. Yannetti, may I have a moment, Judge? The court, okay. Defense counsel confirmed. Mr. Yannetti, we won't object. The court, all right. Juror issues. We'll take 15 minutes. How long do you think you'll be on cross? Mr. Yannetti, I'm not going to be lengthy. 15 minutes or so. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, while we were up here, would it be, should I go ahead and call up the doctor for this afternoon? The court, you've got who's your next witness? Mr. Lally, Trooper Paul. The court, yes. Mr. Jackson, okay. End of sidebar. All right, exhibits entered. Cross-examination by Mr. Yannetti. I could barely listen to it all. I just caught up. Hello, in Limonene. I know. You are caught up. Ben Limonene was like, even just trying to listen to this was a lot. I agree. All right, we're heading into the final stretch. We're at page 2215. All right. That was the end of that. Oh, now we get some page. This is good for us. We get some pages of index. We have less than 20 pages to go. 19 pages to go. Oh, can you tell I'm excited? Who's ready for this? Who's ready for this? Who's a little town? Here we go. Now we are the direct exam of, Trooper Paul. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hit Base Camp Charlie. We are less than 10 pages to go. 9 pages to go. We are about to hit the halfway mark. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready? We have arrived at Base Camp Charlie, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the great Towel Peoples. At this moment, 12:04 a.m. and 42 seconds on Thursday now, February 19th, 2026. Yes, Marcia, tomorrow, that is going to be what we start with, Trooper Paul. I know a lot of people are excited for these sidebars. I'm excited too. Ladies and gentlemen, at 12:04 a.m. Eastern Time, Eastern Standard Time, maybe Daylight Time, I don't know. I don't even know if we observe that anymore. A Tired Towel and the Towel Peoples arrived at Base Camp Charlie. In Limonene has just got caught up and joined us. I can't wait to see your DM in the morning. Yes, Towel Peoples. This is Base Camp Charlie, page 2241 of 5,481. Oh, wait a minute. We're not at Base Camp Charlie. Oh my God. I have made a false announcement. We're still stopping here. But like this, have you ever like climbed a mountain and you think you're making like really good progress, but you didn't? We have 500 or so more pages to go. I thought it said 4,000 because I read the numbers wrong because I'm so tired. No. We are not halfway there. We are, let me see, 5,481 divided by 2. 2,720. We are 500 pages away, which we are not doing tonight, from Base Camp Charlie. So we're going to call this Base Camp Bravo and a half. We are not even close to halfway there. Oh my goodness. You know, I was saying you climb a mountain and then you think you're like making good progress climbing the mountain. So you look up the damn mountain and you're like, oh my goodness, I did not make very much progress. Folks, we are not halfway there. Oh my God. First of all, I'm a towel that doesn't know how to do math. Second of all, even if we get to 2,500 pages, we're not halfway there. Halfway there is 2,720. Like, oh God, I'm just going to do the math. I hate that I have to do this to myself. Not calendar, calculator. Okay. 5,481 divided by 2. 2,740. So I was right about that. We're 500 pages away. All right. I'm going to bed. Listen, do a small act of service and kindness out there. We are finishing up on page 2,241. My voice is tired. My soul is tired. I must rest. Do a small act of service and kindness. Help our vets. Help our homeless vets. Our animals. Help homeless vets that help animals. Donate to the big issue. Look, say hello to someone you haven't spoke to in a while, family member, friend. Smile at someone on the street. Yes, let us live up to our Tau, Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. Change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted on conditional love. And donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Ruchel did one time, and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. May those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards and bring about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. God bless you all. God bless you, Marsha, and Nikki _ and that one girl, Melly, and Terry, and Standing Stones, and Gregory Jones, and every single person who watched today. 3 Clerk Monty. God bless you all, Stargirl, and it's me, Bunny. I'm going to go to bed. You sleep well. And God bless you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and thank you for supporting me. And we'll finish more of this tomorrow. Until then, God bless. Good night. Good night, Towel friends on the YouTube. I have to go right to bed. I'm super tired. Until tomorrow, Towel loves you very much. Wow. That's wild. Epstein was doing cannabis deals with Ehud Barak. I will look into it first thing in the morning. Thank you so much, Inlimonine. I can't wait to learn more about that. I'll look at your DM. You are the best. I absolutely can't wait to learn more about that. All right. Good night. God bless One Girl Melly and